Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, the last Monster Hunter game released for the PSP, and one of the only mainline Monster Hunter titles to be released for the PlayStation 3. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd was Capcom's first huge success with the Monster Hunter franchise, being the best-selling Monster Hunter game for a decade after release. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd was released in Japan on December 1st, 2010, and would go on to sell 2 million copies within the first 2 weeks of release. With that being said, I was a bit surprised to see only a handful of basic reviews for this game, but it does make sense considering anyone wishing to play the game in the West would either have to import it or pirate the game. Many of you may be asking, why review Portable 3rd when Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate has almost all the same monsters and the added difficulty level of G rank? Well, for starters, I still plan on making a 3U retrospective eventually. Also, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd does have several monsters from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite that sadly did not make it into 3U. I will mention Monster Hunter Tri and 3U quite a bit in this video because Monster Hunter Portable 3rd uses almost all the same monsters found in Tri, and almost all the subspecies present in Portable 3rd can be found in 3U. I will also be referring to Unite and my retrospective on Unite from time to time, comparing the two games to one another. I was glad to see all the feedback from my Monster Hunter Freedom Unite retrospective, and will account for all the info you guys gave me for the making of this video. Due to the size of this video, I am bound to supply some false information, so please correct me if I'm wrong about anything in the comment section of this video. Any mistakes found in the video will be corrected in the description. I will do my best to fact check stuff before I record, but again, I apologize for any false information. One final note, this game was never officially translated to English, so I will be using an English patch. While this most recent patch is quite extensive, there are still a few dialog boxes or info tabs that are still in Japanese, so I won't have all the information that this game has to provide. Most of the information for this video will be from the Monster Hunter Portable 3rd wiki, as well as the game FAQ, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd guide page. I will also be linking all my sources in the video's description. If you wish to cut straight into the action or skip a chapter or two, I will be providing timestamps in the description, with this video being broken up into different sections and chapters. All of the early sections in this video will be covering the basic mechanics of the game, everything from the NPCs you will encounter within the village, to the weapons and armor you can equip yourself with. The later sections of this video will be dedicated to the village and guild quests and their accompanying monsters. Without further delay, let's get into starting Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. When creating a new game, you have 3 options. Create new character, import character from Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, and lastly, import character from Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. If you did have a Monster Hunter 2nd G save, you could import that and you would receive a bonus of Palico armor, some special titles, and Poogie clothing. Now, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite and Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G are not the same game, so I wouldn't be able to use my characters from Unite and Portable 3rd. Selecting Create a New Character will bring you straight into the character creation. This is where you can choose your name, gender, skin and hair color, a face you will probably never see because it will be covered by a helmet, as well as what grunt your character will make for the rest of the game. Out of all of these options, make sure you like your name as well as your voice, as these options will be permanent to the character upon finishing character creation. Your face and skin color options will also be irreversible, but armor will be covering most of your body anyways. Before finishing character creation, you'll be asked if you would like to start with the tutorial. This will force you to complete the basic training missions before you are able to do any village quests, so only choose this option if you are very unfamiliar with the older Monster Hunter games. Even with just a basic understanding of the Monster Hunter mechanics, you probably don't need to go through this tutorial section. These tutorial missions will teach you the basics of the game, so it is perfect for someone who has never played a Monster Hunter title before. I like Monster Hunter Portable 3rd because it allows you to skip the tutorial, especially if you are a veteran or just replaying the game on a new save. Other Monster Hunter titles have this tutorial baked into them, such as Monster Hunter Tri, where you must deliver raw meat, well-done steak, and mine iron ore in the cave of the deserted island. Finally, you can save your character to one of the 3 save slots. Now I know older memory cards didn't have a ton of space, but I always wondered why you could only have 3 save slots, even in the newer titles. This brings us to the intro cutscene, setting the stage of our journey to greatness. Our hunter travels through the misty peaks along a fog-covered road. We catch a glimpse of what looks like a bathhouse off in the distance before a feline rolls up alongside our hunter on a cart attached to a garwa and offers us a ride to the village. The air is still as the leaves fall from the autumn-colored trees and the birds can be heard chirping off in the distance. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, rain begins to pour down with the ferocity of a fatalis. Thunder roars louder than a Tiger Rex, and purple lightning crackles as if summoned by a Kirin. From under the brim of our hat, we catch a glimpse of something floating amidst the eye of the storm. But before we can study this anomaly any further, a Zinogre materializes through the fog, charging its body from the electrical currents of the storm. Finally, we arrive at Yukumo Village, thank our feline guide, and make our way up into the legendary bathhouse. I do find it interesting that we start in the bathhouse of all places, but I guess it's a good way to introduce this new feature to the player. Every Monster Hunter title up until Tri has the player start in their bedroom. In Monster Hunter Tri, our hunter starts in the village, and now in Portable Third, we begin our journey bathing in the hot springs of the bathhouse. The bathhouse is basically the feline kitchen combined with the gathering hall, although the feline skill system is separate from the buffs that you will receive to your health and stamina from bathing in the hot spring. We are greeted by a feline telling us the village chief would like to speak with us and that we can carry on bathing later, then instructing us to press square to stand up as well as exit the building. I'll come back to the bathhouse later in the video. For now, let's focus on Yukumo Village itself as well as the NPCs that inhabit this legendary mountain village. Yukumo is a small village located near the Misty Peaks, another village that follows the basic format that Kokoto laid out in the first Monster Hunter title. While also adding its own flair, Yukumo is a tiered village with the farm and shops at the bottom, then having the player home, training arena, as well as the village chief in the middle tier of the village, and finally, the bathhouse is located at the apex. The village takes obvious inspiration from the traditional Japanese architecture that is most well known for its skillful use of wood. The buildings also have the characteristic thatched roofs commonly found in Japan. Japanese carpenters are some of the most skilled craftsmen, and are well known for sashimono, a woodworking technique of building without the use of nails, but rather wooden joints. This is relevant because the people of Yukumo Village are most well known for their skills in carpentry, not only for their impressive buildings, but also their smithing skills. Utilizing the Yukumo wood, they are able to fuse it with other materials such as monster parts and ore. You will have an old Yukumo wooden weapon for every weapon type in your box's inventory. Exiting from the bathhouse, we make our way down to the village chief. Speaking with her, she asks if we would like to move into the village, going on to say that the village has had some problems in the past that she hopes a hunter can resolve, offering us the vacant home across from the stairs that leads up to the guild hall. The house is actually connected to the guild hall, making it easy to quickly change into your gear in between quests. If you haven't played the older Monster Hunter titles, you cannot change into your gear at any old box. The only place you will be able to change your weapons and armor is within the player's home. The chief then goes on telling us we can improve the hot springs by completing bath assembly quests and also embark on multiplayer quests from within the guild. She goes on informing us where these shops and training schools are, as well as giving us 1500 Zenny, and telling us that she has some easy quests for us when we return. Just about all the useful NPCs will have a speech bubble above their heads, indicating they have some long-winded introduction. To the left of the chief is the crazy cat lady who we can speak with about hiring our Palico companions. She says her feline friends can help us slay beasts, gather items, and even heal us out on quests. also saying they cannot change the name that they are given once you hire them. Going on to state we can hire up to 25 comrades, but only 2 will be able to accompany us on a quest at a time. I will discuss palicos later on in the video, but for now, be sure to hire 2 felines to join you on your quests. Thankfully, the first 2 are free, but you will have to purchase the rest after that. To the right of the village chief is the traveling peddler. This Chad travels across the land to obtain special items to sell to your hunter. He's basically the same NPC as the Granny Peddler from Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Unite. You will be able to purchase items that can only be obtained otherwise through combining, going out on quests, or gathering at the farm. Again, I'm beginning to repeat myself, but I will come back to this Chad later on, but for now, buy a Might Seed if he has one in stock. You will need this item to plant it at your farm if you wish to make some easy zenny. Down the next flight of stairs, we will come upon the item shop merchant stand where you can buy various different items such as potions, pickaxes, and ammo. Across from the merchant is the weapon shop, blacksmith, as well as the Palico Armory. This is the first Monster Hunter title where we can equip our Palico buddies in the armor and weapons of our choosing, utilizing scraps that can either be obtained from using different ore, bone, wood, or monster materials, but also a byproduct of crafting our own weapons and armor. Unpatched versions of Monster Hunter Portable 3rd had a glitch where you could get scraps from the Give from Item pouch option, selecting the item from your inventory, creating the scrap and exiting the menu. Then we could check our inventory to see that we still have the item that we had just used to make scraps with. This could be repeated indefinitely, then you could sell all the scraps you just created to essentially get an infinite amount of zenny. I don't recommend performing this glitch because it takes away the need to grind for zenny. Also, if you really wanted to cheat and you're playing on an emulator, there are codes for infinite amounts of zenny, Yukumo points, etc, etc. I had my hunting partners activate the HP cheat for the guild quests so we could have a reference on the amount of health and compare it to the other monsters as well. Yes, this is still cheating, but with damage numbers now in the newer Monster Hunter titles, this is the closest we're going to be able to get to see how much damage our weapons are actually doing. Speaking of the weapon shop, it is a good place to start when looking for an early game weapon and armor loadout. She informs us we will be able to purchase low-level weapons and armor rather than crafting them from the blacksmith where we would need items such as ore, bones, and monster parts. Note that she will sell Yukumo weapons. Each is an upgrade to the ones that we already possess, so buying one of these will be an instant upgrade to the weapons that we already have available to us. With the 1500 zenny given to us, we can buy any weapon she sells except the bow. For some reason, this is the only weapon that costs over 2000 zenny. I will be utilizing some speedrun strats for this video, so a big thanks to all the hunters clever enough to come up with these strategies. One such runner goes by the name Rosiana on YouTube, who I tried and failed for the most part to imitate some of the strategies they used in their run. The goal of a speedrun is to beat the game in the quickest time possible. Now for Monster Hunter, you can play however you would like, but it's not a bad idea to take the early game slow as you need to gather items and craft weapons and armor necessary to carry you into high rank. The only reason I will be using some of these speedrun strategies is because I foolishly deleted my early game footage of the village up until Zenogre, because I thought I would never use it. One of the strategies they used in their run is to buy the Yukumo gun lance, sell all the weapons in your item box, and buying all the leather armor except the legs to gain the armor skills Gathering +1, Speed Gathering, and Spirit's Web. I will come back to weapons, armor, and their accompanying skills later in the video, but this is an amazing beginner gathering set that will help you gather more items in a shorter amount of time. Next to the weapon shop is the blacksmith. This little old man will be the NPC you will want to talk to whenever you wish to craft any weapons, armor, as well as decorations with the materials you have collected while out on your hunting adventures. With 12 weapon types and hundreds of armor pieces to choose from, you will have a wide variety of gear that you can utilize throughout the game. Around the corner from the merchant is the farm manager. This is the man in charge of the Yukumo farm. We have been granted full access to the farm, although in the beginning of the game there is only so much you can do here. As you progress through the village and the guild quests, more facilities will become available to purchase and upgrade with the Yukumo points. The farm also serves as a training area for our feline comrades. And of course, I can't forget about Poogie the pig. The farm manager mentions Poogie was a stowaway aboard a Garwa wagon. When you click on Poogie, a short song will begin to play, and an exclamation mark will appear above Poogie's head towards the end of the song. If you click at the perfect moment when the exclamation mark appears above its head, Poogie will now be yours and will appear in the player's home. The player's home is located just to the right of the crazy cat lady. Inside are a few points of interest. First off is the equipment box. From this box you can manage your inventory from placing items inside or taking items out for quests. You can also combine items from inside the box as well as from the combination list. This is the only box you will be able to manage your equipment from, as well as register armor sets. Decorations can also be equipped from this box, which is a nice quality of life addition from the previous Monster Hunter titles. While it can be annoying to enter your home anytime you need to change your equipment, it does give the player home some importance. In Monster Hunter World, your player home is basically just a decorating sim where you can customize your home's interior, while also giving all your captured endemic life a place to be caged up for the rest of eternity. Not that the customization is bad, but I would go weeks, even months without ever entering the player home, making it quite irrelevant. This is all because you could manage your equipment from any item box, which is a welcome change. I'm not trying to hate on that at all, I'm just pointing out that the player home was basically useless. Past the box on the left side of the house is the Palico board. I will cover this in the farm section of the video, but you will have one here as well to switch out your comrades, select their training activities, or change their equipment. Directly across from the Palico board is the bookshelf. Sadly, all of the information here has not been translated to English. This is tragic because it was a great resource to have for my Unite video. While the information given was sometimes vague on armor skills and whatnot, it was nice to have an in-game resource to look at, especially if you didn't have access to the internet. Also, I liked reading the descriptions of all the different areas you could travel to throughout your expeditions across the lands of Monster Hunter. Lastly, of course, is the player's bed, where you'll be able to save your game as well as exit to the menu. The player's home is directly connected to the guild hall, making it just one simple click away from changing your gear to hunting with your friends. With that, let's head on into the guild hall and see what it has to offer. The first thing you may notice when entering the guild hall is the guild manager located atop the desk, clutching a calabash swaying in a drunken stupor that would like to speak with us. He mentions that through the guild hall we can embark on quests with other hunters, although the monsters we will face will be much tougher compared to the ones found out on the village quests. Pointing out the guild receptionists are the ones who we will speak with to receive the guild quests. Past the receptionists is the quest board. This is where you can join other hunters' quests in an online guild hall. Next to the quest board is the Hunter's Store, where we can buy just about all the same items that can be found out at the item shop within the village. Through slurred words and hiccups, he finally tells us if we are new to hunting, we should start on some village quests before tackling anything through the guild. I then speak with the low-rank receptionist dressed in pink, who explains the level and hunter rank systems. Levels are expressed by stars. 1 through 5 star quests are low rank, and 6 through 8 star quests are considered high rank. The 1 and 2 star quests consist of weaker monsters versus their 3 star counterparts that won't reward us with very valuable monster materials. She goes on to mention that up to 4 hunters can go out on a quest at a time, and that the 3 star quests will have more formidable monsters for us to face. Once we finish the 3 star quests and reach level 4, our hunter rank will increase to HR2. Each level will have an HR requirement, as to keep beginner hunters from obtaining materials from higher level monsters without being in that particular level. You will need to reach HR2 to go on 4 star quests, HR3 for 5 star quests, and so on. To increase our HR, we will have to clear particular quests. She hints that clearing big monsters will gain the guild's attention. These particular quests are, of course, key quests we must clear to unlock our urgent quest. If we speak to the high rank receptionist, she will inform us her quests are unavailable until we learn some skills and gain experience from the low rank guild quests. We will have to clear all the low rank urgent quests before high rank will be unlocked. I then walk over to the Spring Keeper, who would like to inform us on some of the rules. Rule number 1, always bathe before a quest. Rule 2, there is no rule 2. If we don't understand these rules, then we are a rookie. The hot spring will be available 24 hours out of the day. Pressing square at the entrance to the spring will change us into our bath towels, and by pressing square in the hot spring will allow us to bathe. The hot spring won't give us any buffs in the beginning, but as we do hot spring quests given by the Spring Keeper, it will upgrade. There are a total of 7 quests to complete, all of which can be completed by the end of low rank. These hot spring quests will be unlocked as we clear the village or guild low rank quests. Once the spring is fully upgraded, it will boost your health and stamina by 50 points for a total of 150, the same as drinking an ancient potion. This will definitely come in handy once you've entered the higher levels. If you happen to faint during a quest, you will lose the buffs granted by the hot spring. Personally, I prefer the hot spring over the feline kitchen and eating tables from the previous games. First of all, it's completely free to bathe in the hot spring. While you do have to complete specific quests to upgrade the spring, the same can be said for the Monster Hunter Tri-Feline Chef, where we had to do certain Cantina quests in order to unlock more ingredients. The only downside to the spring is you won't receive the feline skills. For those, you will have to speak to the feline running the drink stand next to the hot spring. Much like the hot spring, the drinks available at the start of the game won't be super useful. To unlock more drinks, you will have to complete drink quests. There are a grand total of 20 drink quests for you to complete, all of which will unlock a specific drink for you to purchase. Unlike the hot spring quests, many of the drink quests will be high rank exclusive. Each drink will have 4 skills tied to it, while each skill will have a star level indicating the likelihood of that skill activating. The drink seller explains that there is a 1 drink limit before quests, because there is a big problem with hunters getting too drunk before departing on their quest. I wonder if this is a reference to how you could drink at the guild hall in Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Unite, and after the 10th drink your hunter would stumble around, falling over if you stood in place for too long. Also, I find this statement to be slightly false information, as the guild manager has a seemingly bottomless jug of intoxicating liquid, but I guess he does run the place and doesn't actually go on quests himself. Many of the feline skills will be bunched together in skill groups, with you only having a chance to activate 1 skill per skill group at a time. Other skills such as Feline Lucky Cat, a skill that increases the chance at more rewards, or Feline Gatherer, a skill that increases the number of times that you can gather or mine, are standalone skills for certain drinks. The only thing I wish that we had was a custom drink option. I would have been perfectly fine paying a premium to make a custom drink with 4 skills of my choosing, similar to how Dangos work in Monster Hunter Rise. I also never really used any of the drinks as I progressed through the story, focusing more on completing all the hot spring quests as I played through the low rank village. By the time that I did start utilizing the drink buffs, I had completed most of the quests in the game. The hot spring quests always felt more rewarding, knowing that I was going to get a permanent upgrade to the spring after I completed each quest, compared to the drink quests where after the quest you might unlock a drink that you may never use. As I'm writing this, I did look up each quest and what drink/buff you will unlock for completing them. Probably should have done that to begin with, but now I know what quests to complete in order to get the attack up large buff. Or I should say quests, because you will need to complete all the attack drink quests in order to get the attack up large buff. The same can be said for the defense drinks. There are 4 quests you will need to complete in order to unlock the defense large drinks. There are also requirements to unlock some of these drink quests, such as one of the defense drinks you will need to capture all monster subspecies before you unlock Hunt the Jade Baroth and Glacial Ignactor. Another high rank quest that gives you a decent buff is the Tiger X and Sand Baryoth quest. This will unlock you a drink that has the Feline Lucky Cat skill I mentioned previously. Overall, the hot spring and Yukumo drinks are valuable resources you should utilize to help aid you on the progressively harder quests you will be undertaking. I would say upgrading the hot springs should take priority over upgrading all of the drinks, but the drinks still come in handy, especially towards the late game. The drinks as well as the hot spring are not the only way to give you buffs to increase your health, stamina, defense, or attack. These stats can all be increased by simply eating or drinking certain items out on a quest. One good way to have a steady source of these materials is by harvesting them from the farm. The farm is located towards the bottom of the village, to the left of the farm manager. Upon entering the farm for the first time, we are shown a brief cutscene of a beautiful landscape with hills full of lush vegetation and waterfalls flowing down to the lake. We can see that there is an item box, mining point, bug catching station, fishing pier, as well as some farmland. Speaking with the feline next to the item box, they will inform us that all the items collected within the farm are ours to keep. Then going on to explain the gathering spots that were previously shown. You can only gather so much after a quest from the farm, but the items will replenish after each quest you go on. The feline finishes by saying that the comrades can also be trained at the farm, and if we wish to upgrade any of the facilities, we should speak with the farm manager that's located within the village. In the beginning of the game, the farm only has so much to offer, but as you progress to the village and guild quests, you will have the ability to purchase more upgrades for the farm. I would say that the farm found in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is the last true traditional monster hunting farm. A farm you could plant your crops, gather resources, and utilize the points to obtain certain materials. With the same being said for the farms found in Freedom as well as Freedom Unite. Yukumo Farm is just a better version of the farms found in those original Monster Hunting games. While Monster Hunter Tri and 3U also had a farm, I never found it as satisfying as going to the farms found in the previous titles. In these games, you'd have to trade your Moga points to farm up to 3 items, and this was always a little disappointing to me. I always felt like the farm just lost its charm because you'd always need points to farm certain materials, and there was never any handouts. But I guess you could argue that the Moga Woods kind of substitutes many of the farm's aspects. The thing that irritates me the most in Monster Hunter 3 and 3 Ultimate is that you had to go on an expedition within the Moga Woods, slay monsters, or trade items to attain a large amount of points. While this is definitely a cool concept and I'm glad they brought expeditions into Monster Hunter World, I wish you would still be able to obtain these Moga points out on just a regular old quest. This is because it makes the account items on normal quests such as Waverian Tears or Coal almost useless because it only gives you Zenny, and Zenny isn't that hard to come by. Speaking of Zenny, the most useful facility for the sake of making some extra Zenny has to be the field row. You will notice there's only one field row, but you can actually upgrade to a second row without doing any urgent quests, with the farm having a grand total of 3 field rows once fully upgraded. You can plant various different herbs, seeds, and berries here, but if you're looking for a cash crop, I recommend planting Might Seed. Might Seeds can sometimes be bought from the traveling merchant, so check his inventory and purchase a seed or 2 if he has it in stock. If you've seen my Monster Hunter Freedom Unite video, this probably sounds very familiar. To plant something, simply speak with the feline next to the field row and choose an item to grow. After planting a crop, it can be fertilized to increase its yield. After it has been planted, the crop will grow after you've gone out on a quest. For the best results, I definitely recommend fertilizing your crops after planting them. In the menu after planting an item, the row will have a 1 next to it, meaning it will yield the least amount of items, and if it is increased to 3, it will yield the most. The best fertilizing items to use are Waverian droppings or fertile mud, which will bring all rows to 3. Dung and high quality ash will bring 1 row to 3, and worms are the worst, only bringing a single row up 1 point per 5 worms. Both dung and wyvern droppings can be gathered from dung piles on some maps, and fertile mud can be attained in the rewards for hunting a Baroth. High quality ash is a byproduct of using the multi-barbecue. A new addition to the farm, but it will be needed to be purchased from the farm manager. This multi-BBQ is a welcomed addition as you can cook up to 10 raw meat or fish at once with the aid of one of your comrades. You can also use this barbecue more than once, unlike some of the other feline services. As you cook, the typical cooking tune will play, and if your feline has a high enough loyalty level, an exclamation mark will appear above their head once the steak or fish is ready. Next is the fishing dock. This will be ready from the beginning of the game and is a more streamlined version of fishing. Long gone are the days of actually casting out bait and waiting for a fish to bite at the farm. All you have to do is press square to retrieve a fish basket and collect all your items. By upgrading the fishing dock, you will have access to more valuable fish, such as scatterfish, used to craft large barrel bomb plus, or bomb arawa, used to craft ammunition. Past the fishing dock is another useful facility, the insect cage. This cage utilizes various types of incense to attract different species of bugs for you to collect in between your quests. You'll only have access to one type of incense at the start, but there is a total of 6 types that can be unlocked throughout the game. Each type of incense is tied to its own table of different species of bugs for you to catch. The last point of interest on the farm that is given to the player right at the beginning of the game is the first mining point. 3 more mining points may be unlocked as you progress to the village and guild quests, each having its own table of ores for you to mine. Obviously, the first mining point won't have the best materials, but they will be useful for upgrading the lower level weapons and armor that you have available to you. At the start of the game, the Yukumo farm is very useful for gathering basic materials. As you progress through low and high rank and upgrade the farm, you will be able to obtain higher quality items. To buy or upgrade a farm facility, you will need to get your gauntlets on some Yukumo points. The quickest way to getting some Yukumo points is by gathering account items out on quests. There are many different account items coming in different shapes and sizes, from mushrooms, bugs, ores, and even tears from the monsters that you are fighting. The Misty Peaks, being the map most players are likely to travel to first, has many different account items that can be easily gathered as you're out on your first quest. Garwa, native to the Misty Peaks, can be spooked into dropping an egg that can be transported back to base in exchange for some poke points. Yukumo points. Still got my brain on Fruit Night. Or if you had the foresight to bring some bug nets on your quest, you can try and catch some royal rhinos. If you don't have a bug net, look for honey, mushroom, or bamboo gathering points, all of which can provide you with different account items. Once you've got your gauntlets on those account items, they can be delivered back at base to the red box by pressing circle, or they will be automatically delivered once you complete the quest. Each account item will have a value assigned to it. This value is the amount of Yukumo points you will receive for that item. On top of the Yukumo points, its value will be matched in Zinni, making it worth your while to spend some time gathering. Different maps will have other account items that may be more valuable, such as coal that's found at the volcano. Coal goes for around 150 a pop, and these can be very abundant on a mining run. Once you reach high rank and make it to the volcano, you can gather coal. Each of these giving you 1250 points per item. After a high rank mining run, I would often receive 5000 points and Zinni per quest, only taking me a handful of minutes to complete. Once you have some spare Yukumo points in your back pocket, you should be ready to upgrade or buy some farm facilities. The second most useful farming spot, in my opinion, has to be the beehive. With the beehive, it allows you to gather honey being one of the most useful items in the game, as it is used in many different crafting recipes. Honey is used to craft items such as mega potions, mega nutrients, and catalyst. Mega potions will restore more HP than regular potions, as well as first aid meds. Mega nutrients are an ingredient in max potions. This is an item that will fully restore your HP to 150, even if you only have a total of 100 HP. Lastly, Catalyst is used in various different crafting recipes, but most notably used for crafting Ancient Potions, an item that will bring both your HP and stamina to 150 points, making Ancient Potions one of the best healing items in the game. Needless to say, but honey is a very valuable item that you will need to stockpile up on if you wish to have sufficient healing come high rank. And if you were wondering, no, you can't purchase honey, sadly. Next up is the mushroom tree. This is another place that will provide you with a ton of items used in crafting recipes. At the beginning of the game, it will only provide you with low-level mushrooms such as blue mushrooms. While very common, they are very useful for crafting potions that can be turned into mega potions. Other more rare mushrooms such as nitro shroom and dragon toadstools can be found in the upgraded versions of the mushroom tree, with dragon toadstools being an ingredient in both max and age ship potions. You probably shouldn't wait until the end of high rank to upgrade your mushroom tree. Nitro shrooms are an ingredient in the crafting recipe for gunpowder. This in turn can be used to craft barrel bombs. Large barrel bombs and large barrel bomb plus are great items for dealing extra damage to monsters. They are even more powerful when a monster is sleeping, doing double the damage. A monster will either sleep if it is close to death to regain some health, or if you put it to sleep using a sleep weapon or ammo type. Bombs will also ignore hit zones, making them great for breaking harder to hit or tougher monster parts such as the chin of an Uragon. Now let's look at some of the farming facilities that utilize your comrades. Starting from the left side of the farm, we have the fishing basket, not to be confused with the fishing dock. The basket will use up to 4 buddies to catch fish after you combine 3 ingredients together and throw the combination into the water. Now, there isn't a whole lot of information on the web about this mechanic, but one combination I found while researching is Godbug plus Snakebee larvae plus Bitterbug. A few other combinations used both God and Bitterbug together, and if you guys know any good combinations, please share them in the comment section below. Once you throw your bug mixture into the water, your chosen comrades will catch the fish attracted to the bait, thus rewarding you with the captured fish. I typically would skip the feline fishing, as most of the useful fish can either be caught at the dock or bought from the traveling merchant. Also, god bugs are used to craft nutrients when combined with a blue mushroom, so I like to save them for my max potions instead of using them as fishing bait. Some fish, such as the Unari shellfish and large bletfish, can only be gathered through the feline fishing. Another rare fish, the ancient fish, can be caught using the bait combination mega fish fly, insect husk, and godbug, according to the wiki, but this fish can also be caught in Area 10 of the deserted island. Now let's look at the Mon Yan wagon. With this wagon, you can send up to 4 felines on a quest to gather resources while you are out on a quest of your own. The chosen comrades won't be able to go out on your quest while they are active, and will also skip their chosen training regime. The available wagon quests will be unlocked as you clear quests through the village as well as the guild. There are 4 levels of quests to choose from, each having different monsters and locations for you to send your felines. The 1 through 3 level quests are all low rank, and in the 4th level your felines will bring you back some high rank materials. Most of the time, your felines will reward you with common materials found at the location that you send them, and sometimes they will even bring you some monster materials. Some items are exclusive to the wagon quests, such as the ancient debris. Lastly, the wagon isn't free and will cost you Yukumo points based on the quest difficulty, as well as how many comrades you choose to send out. Also, the amount of rewards seems to be based on the individual comrade's level, so you will receive the most rewards with higher level felines. To the right of the wagon is the seesaw, where you can partake in the feline bug catching. Again, using up to 4 felines of your choosing, your hunter will begin a minigame similar to the bug tree hammer swing from Freedom Unite. A charge sound can be heard as your hunter readies to jump at one end of the seesaw. Pressing circle will allow you to jump. Jumping too soon will have your hunter stumble, only sending the cats partway up into the tree. The higher you send your cats up, the better rewards that you will receive. Jumping at the first charge will send them up into the middle branches. Lastly, jumping at the last charge, that only lasts for a split second, will send your comrades high towards the top of the tree, where you will receive the best items. Finally, we have the mining cart. This is similar to the bomb mining from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, but instead of bombs and 1 cat, you use pickaxes and up to 4 cats. This is a welcome change considering it was a hassle to buy and craft the materials necessary to make Large Barrel Bomb Plus. Also, I think we can all agree we'd rather save our bombs for the monsters rather than for mining. On top of that, obtaining pickaxes is as simple as purchasing them from the item shop. Mega pickaxes tend to give you the best chances for the most amount of items, but you can also use a new item in the game, the mushroom pickaxe. These shrooms can only be gathered from the mushroom tree within the farm. If you already have plenty of ore, this is another good way to get some extra zenny by selling all the unwanted items that your cats mine up. While you will have to buy quite a few mega pickaxes, the mine usually pays for itself. Now that we have covered all the feline farm facilities, let's take a closer look at the comrades themselves. Feline comrades got a decent upgrade from Unite, most notably their ability to equip custom weapons and armor. In Unite, the 3 armor variations were purely cosmetic and didn't actually contribute to your comrade's overall defense stat. As I mentioned earlier, you can craft feline equipment using scraps. Scraps can be obtained by using materials or receiving them as a byproduct of making your own weapons and armor. Each weapon will have an attack value, sharpness level, affinity attribute, and can even have added defense. I will talk more about affinity in the next section, but for now, just know the percentage value of affinity is the chance of landing a critical strike that will deal more damage. There are also cutting and impact weapons. This means your comrades can contribute to severing tails or KOing a monster depending on their weapon type. Some weapons may even come equipped with elemental attacks, compared to Unite where you would give your cat elemental attack by having them learn a specific elemental skill. Now, I haven't tested this for myself, but this may mean you can have a cat with an elemental weapon while also having a status attack such as poison, paralysis, or sleep. As for the 2 armor pieces that they can have equipped, each will have a defensive value, as well as the accompanying elemental resistances. Note that your comrades will also have an attack and defense stat tied to their individual that will increase over time through training, as well as tagging along with you on your quests. The armor and weapon that you equip your comrades with will add to their overall value of attack and defense. When hiring a feline, there are a few attributes to consider. You can actually request to the cat lady one specific attribute to have comrades tailored to your preference. Otherwise, all the stats will be random. There are 4 categories of attributes to choose from: attack style, tendency, character, and lineage. Starting with the attack style, you have 6 options, but there is a 7th style left out. These 6 you can choose from are weapon only, bombs only, boomerangs only, melee and bomb, melee and boomerang, and finally, bomb and boomerang. Boomers like myself know that the cats in Unite could only use bombs or melee, so it's nice to see that they have added a 3rd weapon type for your comrades to use. Personally, I tend to only hire weapon-only comrades, but I assume cats that use boomerangs would get hit less often due to not being in close proximity to the monsters when you're out hunting. As for the 7th attack style, it is tied to one of the character traits, which I will cover in a minute. Next, there are 5 tendency types, these being small first, small sooner, balanced, large sooner, and lastly, large first. The large and small are referring to large and small monsters. I will talk about all the monsters in the low and high rank sections of the video, but I will say if you've played any of the 1st or 2nd gen Monster Hunter games, you know these small monsters can be a huge pain in the waist slot, especially when you're fighting a large monster. As for the 3rd gen games and some of the following Monster Hunter titles, I feel like the small monster annoyance level has been tuned down a little bit. It was almost impossible to avoid being attacked by these small annoying monsters if they were in the same area as you in the previous games. This would often lead your hunter to slay any and all small monsters in the same area as you before even considering facing the large monster that you're required to kill. Now in the 3rd gen games, unless you are fighting one of the pack hunters such as the Great Jaggy, Baggy, or Roggy, these small monsters will often go hide in a corner if you are facing a larger monster, at least for most of the small monsters. The occasional Bullfango or pesky insect might still come your way, but I feel like it's been ramped down quite a bit compared to the 1st and 2nd gen small monsters. And it's not a bad thing that they don't attack as much as they used to, it's just my ingrained boomer blood that baffles me when a small monster doesn't risk their life to annoy me as much as possible when the apex predator of that region could be in the same area as me. Like I said, this was a core part of the hunting experience, especially in the 1st and 2nd gen games. But at least it's a realistic change. With small monsters not being a total pain in the waist slot, I typically hire cats that have the large only tendency, as the small monsters pose little to no threat in this game. Moving on to the character attribute, there is a total of 7. Courageous, cunning, timid, loyal, chancy, persistent, and pacifist. A cat with the pacifist character trait will have a 7th attack style, that being does not attack. I find that the pacifist cats tend to live longer and make for a great gathering comrade. I may or may not have the descriptions for each of these on screen, but the most useful one in my opinion is cunning. A cunning cat will distract a large monster if it enters rage mode, or if your hunter is at a low enough health threshold, meaning they could possibly save your life. Finally, we have the lineage attribute, which is purely cosmetic, just being the cat's color. These 6 color options are light tan, tea, lemon, grape, muscat or green, and lastly orange. Other than that, the only other 2 options that the cat lady gives you is to download cats that are DLC and to dismiss a feline. Now let's look at the comrade board. There is one located at your house as well as at the farm. From the comrade board, there are 6 options to choose from. These being selection, training, equipment, skills, edit comments, and lastly dismiss. Selection will allow you to have 5 active comrades, while you'll have 2 of the 5 join you out on a quest. The comrades that you put in the 1st and 2nd slot under active felines will be indicated by a red and a blue paw print. Red being the 1st comrade and blue being the 2nd. While both comrades will follow you around and join you on offline quests, only the 1st comrade will be able to join you in the online guild hall. Whether you are questing by yourself or with other hunters online, that comrade may be able to join you on your online hunts. This is a nice change from Unite, where your single comrade would only join you offline. Of course, your feline can only join you if there is only one other hunter. Having 2 hunters and 2 support felines is a nice balance in online play. Lucky for us, they kept this feline support system going in the future games as well. Well, I guess in 3U we had Cha-Cha and Kayamba, but you get the point. To switch out an active comrade, simply exchange them from the selection tab. Only active comrades will be able to partake in training exercises to increase their stats or level up between quests. Speaking of training, your comrades will come with 6 different exercises to take part in at the beginning of the game, and 6 more that can be unlocked from the farm manager with Yukumo points. These 6 default training exercises that come with your cats are basically all the same as the ones in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. These exercises are rest, boxing, bodybuilding, sit-ups, swinging, and meditation. Rest will increase loyalty, boxing increases their level that will max out at 20, bodybuilding increases attack, sit-ups will increase defense, swinging will increase attack or defense, and meditation will grant comrade points. These 6 locked exercises are marathon, climbing, wood chopping, log guarding, and lastly, reflection. Each of these exercises will have your comrade doing some comical action around the farm. Also, only one feline can perform each of these exercises at a time. For marathon, it will increase comrade points twice as much as meditation. Climbing will be twice as effective as boxing at increasing their level. Wood chopping is a double-edged axe, increasing attack twice as much as bodybuilding, but will also lower defense. Log guarding is similar to wood chopping, increasing defense twice as much as sit-ups while also lowering attack. Lastly, reflection will grant the feline performing this training method a special ability. Now, let's move on to comrade points and the abilities that you can unlock with them. Abilities work a little different from Unite, as each comrade will have 6 ability slots and each skill will have a slot requirement. Abilities are unlocked by bringing that comrade out on certain quests. Information on this game is scarce compared to Unite, probably due to the fact that it only ever released in Japan, but I believe unlocking abilities works about the same as it did in Unite. This is just speculation, but I believe that to unlock the sleep ability, they will have to accompany you on the Great Baggy Hunt, or to unlock the poison ability, you may need to bring them on a Great Roggy or Giganox hunt. And if you're focusing on unlocking all the abilities, your best bet is just to have 2 main felines, bring them on just about every single monster hunt, and you should have all the abilities unlocked by the time you reach endgame. With that being said, let's take a look at a few of the interesting and useful skills that your cats can unlock. For starters, one of the most basic useful skills I tend to give my comrades is the Demon Flute, costing 2 slots. Occasionally, your comrade will play their flute, and with the Demon Flute, you will receive an attack buff for a short period of time. There's also the Health Flute, costing 2 slots, or the True Health Flute, but this one will take up 3 slots. And these health flutes can come in clutch, especially when you're trying to roll away from a monster or you just took a big hit. Your cat can heal you up and you're back in the fight, or you don't have to worry about healing for a few more minutes. Some skills can actually buff your cats, such as the attack up small or health up small, these costing 1 slot. There's also attack up large and health up large that cost 2 slots. These are just a few of the basic skills to give your cats early on in the game, and like the Demon Flute or the True Health Flute, you might keep them for your whole playthrough. Some of the more interesting skills include Rob 'em Blind, costing 2 slots. This skill grants your comrade a chance to steal an item when landing an attack. Shock Trap is a 3-slot skill that gives your comrade the ability to set a shock trap. For bomb cats, there are specific skills such as Large Barrel Bomb, giving your cat a chance to pull out a large barrel bomb, this costing 2 slots. Boomerang cats also have a niche skill such as Pierce Boomerang. There is even a speed gathering skill for those pacifist cats you may have hired. While each skill will take up one of these 6 skill slots, they each also cost skill points. These can be acquired through training, as well as accompanying you on your quests. During the Monster Hunter 20th Anniversary Special Program, Kaname Fujioka, the director of the first Monster Hunter, mentioned that the original feline concept art had the cute, cuddly felines looking more akin to the Shakalaka. Luckily, we got the iconic felines we all know and love today, while still getting the goblin-like Cha-Cha than Kayamba. Now, before I get into more interesting aspects of hunting, such as the equipment that you will be using, I would like to speak briefly on an equally important part of the hunting experience: items and combinations. Items are everything in Monster Hunter, from the consumables that you bring out on a quest to the monster parts that you grind for. This game might as well be called Item Hunter. Along with these items comes crafting more useful items through combinations you wouldn't be able to obtain otherwise. While some items that can be crafted can be easily bought from the item shop, such as pickaxes or gunpowder, others, such as Large Barrel Bomb Plus and Max Potions, can only ever be crafted. Each craftable item will have a combination success rate tied to it. To increase that combination success rate, you will either need to purchase a book of combos or equip yourself with an armor set with the combo rate skill, such as the Chainmail Armor. There are a total of 5 book of combinations, with each increasing your chance to successfully create an item. Having all 5 books will give you a 100% success rate for all items that are craftable, even the more difficult ones, such as an ancient potion. Bomb material is a prime example of a useful craftable item. Bomb material can be easily crafted by combining a sap plant and stone together. Once you've made a bomb material, it can then be crafted into several different useful items. I would argue that the Trank Bomb, Flash Bomb, and Sonic Bomb are the most useful items that the bomb material can be crafted into. Trank Bombs will allow you to capture monsters. When a monster shows a sign of weakness, such as limping, you can trap it with a shock or pitfall trap and then throw some trank bombs at it to allow you to capture that monster. Not only does this save you some time by ending the quest a little early, it can also grant you some more rare materials, such as a ruby that has a higher chance at dropping through a capture reward versus a carve reward for some monsters. Flash bombs are a great distraction, especially when you're in groups or as a gunner. When a flash bomb is thrown in front of a monster's face, it will temporarily be blinded and it won't be able to target any of the players. This is a great opportunity to heal, set up a trap, or just deal some damage. Sadly, flash bombs were nerfed with diminishing returns, meaning as you use more flash bombs, the stun time will slowly decrease. For reference, in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, every flash bomb would last the same amount of time for each individual monster. And I almost forgot about paintballs. These are basically essential, allowing you to track monsters throughout the map. For specific monsters, sonic bombs can be used to stun them out of certain attacks, such as a Quirapeko using its song can be temporarily stunned with a sonic bomb. Also, throwing a sonic bomb at a Nargacuga while it is using a move will stun it out of the air, but this will also send it into rage mode. Unlike in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, dung bombs are actually throwable as well as useful in this game. Dung bombs will cause a monster to flee an area if it is hit by one. This is especially useful when an unwanted visitor shows up, such as a Deviljho. Speaking of Deviljho, some monsters also have the ability to pin your hunter, causing you to take damage over time as you spam all the buttons on your controller and attempt to free you from their grasp. To spare your potions as well as your controller, you can simply just throw a dung bomb to free yourself. Dung bombs are also super useful for all those dual monster quests, where two monsters can be in the same area at a time. There are even items that can buff your attack and defense stats. The previously mentioned Cash Crop Might Seed can be crafted into various different attack buffing items such as Might Pills, Demon Drugs, and Mega Demon Drugs. Its counterpart, the Armor Seeds, can also be crafted into various different armor buffing items. If you're looking to buff your whole hunting party, consider bringing along a few flutes such as the Demon or Armor Flute. You can also heal other players using a health flute or just craft a few life powders and you can act as a support for your hunting party. Now the crafting systems for a melee user are pretty necessary, but for gunners it is absolutely essential. All my range friends out there will constantly be crafting different bullets or coatings for their ranged weapons. This is of course necessary to have adequate damage output, as well as just not running out of ammunition. And not just for ammo and coatings, but gunners can usually make more use of bombs as they can put monsters to sleep with either sleep shot or sleep coating. And as many of you know, when a monster is sleeping, the first damage it takes will be doubled, so sleep bombing allows range users to get off a decent chunk of damage. It's also worth mentioning that if a monster is sleeping and you have a greatsword user or some weapon that does a super powerful attack, it's better off using that attack to wake the monster up versus the bombs, because a level 3 greatsword charge attack will deal more damage than a large barrel bomb plus. On the subject of monsters getting tired, a new mechanic in the 3rd gen games is monster exhaustion. While certain weapons or attacks will deal exhaustion damage, monsters will just become exhausted over time naturally throughout the fight. This can be indicated by the monster's slower movement speed, lessened attack power, as well as salivation from the mouth. In the exhausted state, monsters usually seek out a source of nourishment. For example, Rathian and Rathalos will go slay an Aptonoth and feast on its body. This will in turn remove the exhausted state from the monster. Hunters can take advantage of this exhausted state using trapped meat. You can craft 3 useful meats for this scenario: poison, tainted, and drugged meat. Poisoned meat, as you expect, would poison the monster. Tainted meat will paralyze the monster, acting as if they just stepped on a shock trap. Lastly, drug meat will put the monster to sleep, perfect for sleep bombing or greatsword users. Now, as we've been mentioning, some items are more useful for certain weapon types than others. The obvious ones being bullets and coatings for range users. Other items, such as dash juice, can be best utilized by stamina-based weapons. Even bombs are best paired up with the bomber armor skill. On that subject, let's now take a look at the various different weapon types as well as armor that you can equip yourself with. At the beginning of the game, we will start off with one of every single weapon type. Each will be an old Yukumo weapon, as I mentioned earlier. You cannot buy or craft these weapons, only their upgrades will be for sale from the weapon shop, and you can forge them at the blacksmith as well. Some of you might have noticed that every weapon has 50 attack power. Now, Capcom has two main teams. I will be referring to them as the A and B team, with these two teams being responsible for all the mainline series Monster Hunter titles. Games such as Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, 4 Ultimate, and World/Iceborne were all made by the A team. These games are usually more grounded with basic hunting methods and the occasional new gimmick that comes with each new generation. Try added underwater combat and talismans, as well as slime element in 3 Ultimate. 4th Gen added monster mounting, vertical terrain, and transmog equipment, as well as the frenzy virus. Worldborn added the scout flies, investigation system, as well as the clutch claw. Sorry, I gagged a little bit. Then the B team will expand on these ideas created by the A team, or just add their own ingredients into the mixture. The B team created Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, Generations Ultimate, and Rise/Sunbreak. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd added more fleshed out subspecies monsters that set them apart from their normal counterparts. GU added hunting arts and styles, as well as hyper and deviant monsters. Rise added the Kahoot scouting system, Palamute mounts, and wire bugs, as well as anomaly investigations. Obviously, more was added in each of these games, but you get the point. Now getting back to the A team, the weapons all have their bloated damage values showing. A Rathalos hammer could have over 1,000 attack, while the same Rathalos sword and shield could only have a few hundred attack. With those bloated values, you could do the math and calculate each of the weapon's raw values, and you would find that they each relatively have the same amount of attack. As for the B team, there is no math involved, and they just give you the straight up raw values for each weapon type. Now, this doesn't mean that all weapons have equal power, as some of you might think. Every attack for each individual weapon will have its own motion values. For instance, even though both the hammer and sword and shield have the same raw attack, a triple pound combo from the hammer is going to do significantly more damage than a full triangle combo from the sword and shield. Lucky for us, Hollywood Chuck has made a damage formula on the Monster Hunter Portable 3rd FAQ page. I will have a link for this in the description below, as they will be able to explain the value formulas much better than I ever could. And honestly, this is one of the most useful guides on the Monster Hunter Portable 3rd FAQ page, so a big thanks for all the information provided by Hollywood Chuck, sorry. Now, there are two different weapon classes. These are the Blade Master and Gunner weapons. The majority of the weapons are considered Blade Master weapons, with the last three being Gunner weapons: the light bow gun, heavy bow gun, and bow. Sadly, the addition of the medium bow guns didn't carry over from Monster Hunter Tri. First, we will cover the Blade Master weapons, as they are slightly less complex than the Gunner weapons. Blade Master and Gunners will also use separate armor sets, unlike how armor works in the newer titles. There are also cutting weapons that can sever tails, or impact weapons that have the ability to cause exhaustion, as well as knock out monsters if they are struck on the head. Some of the cutting weapons can also inflict KO damage, but we will get to that when I'm covering each individual weapon. When choosing a Blade Master weapon, there are a few major and minor things to consider. First of all is the attack power, of course. Having more attack is always a plus. Next is the weapon sharpness level. This is indicated below the attack power. The sharpness level is indicated by the length of different colored bars. You may notice each starting weapon will have a red, orange, and yellow barred section. A weapon will start at the rightmost color and work its way to the left as the sharpness degrades from using the weapon. The size of each bar indicates how long the individual sharpness level will last until it degrades to the next. There are 6 different sharpness levels in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, red being the lowest, next is orange, then yellow, green, blue, and the sharpness a weapon can get is white. Each color represents a modifier that will be applied to the weapon's raw and elemental attack. Red sharpness has a 0.5 raw damage multiplier, meaning you will be doing half as much damage as you would with yellow sharpness, with yellow having a neutral multiplier of 1. Orange is 0.75, green's multiplier is 1.05, blue is 1.20, and lastly, white has a 1.32 damage multiplier. You can use a whetstone to bring it back to full sharpness. Whetstones are essential if you wish to be doing the maximum amount of damage throughout the entire quest. As your weapon sharpness degrades, you will begin to bounce off certain monster parts. Some monster parts will even require blue sharpness or higher if you wish to cut through them. I'll discuss more skills in the future, but one useful skill for Blade Masters is Mind's Eye. This skill allows you to cut through monster parts that you would normally bounce off of, although you will still decrease in sharpness level. Some weapon attacks also have this Mind's Eye effect built into them, such as the level 3 Greatsword Charge. Below the weapon sharpness level is the weapon slots and affinity percentage. I will cover slots in more detail when we discuss armor, but for now all you need to know is that decorations can be placed into these slots. None of the beginning weapons have any affinity, but later in the game it will become more relevant. A weapon can have positive or negative affinity, indicated by the percentage value shown on the weapon. When you land a positive affinity attack, it is called a critical strike, with the percentage indicating the chance that the critical strike will occur. Therefore, if you have 50% affinity on your weapon, you will be landing a critical strike about half the time. When landing a critical strike, it will give the attack a 1.25 damage multiplier. On the other hand, some weapons may have negative affinity. When landing a negative affinity attack, it will add a 0.75 multiplier to that attack. Lastly is the elemental attack that I mentioned, but you won't have access to any elemental weapons until you have hunted some elemental monsters such as the Quirpeko or Royal Ludroth. The elemental attack value will appear below the weapon slots. There are 5 different elements in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, these being fire, water, ice, thunder, and lastly, dragon. Every monster will have different elemental weaknesses. In turn, the armor sets that you can craft for these monsters usually have identical weaknesses as well as their strengths. For instance, Rathalos is weakest to thunder in 3rd gen games, and its armor has negative thunder resistance. Being a fire wyvern, it has no weakness to fire, and its armor reflects this, having a positive fire resistance. With this information, you can go farm a thunder monster such as the Zinogre, obtain one of its weapons, and then go hunt a Rathalos. Lastly is the status element, these being poison, sleep, and paralysis. While there's no information in-game on how weak certain monsters are to certain status effects, each individual monster does have certain resistances or weaknesses to certain statuses. And for some monsters, such as the Giganox, you can infer that it doesn't take a whole lot of poison damage, considering it can inflict poison on your hunter. Now, I'm gonna assume that most of you know the basics of each and every single weapon if you've made it this far into the video. If you don't, I'm just gonna briefly cover every single one of them right now. While it has seen some changes from its inception from the first Monster Hunter, the Greatsword basically works the same as it did in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I will be using the Training School basic weapon training for this section of the video. While each weapon is very similar to how it worked in Freedom Unite, many of them have received slight changes. The Greatsword is a slow, heavy-hitting weapon. With the Greatsword, you can take the offensive as well as a defensive position, having the ability to block. The greatsword's main gimmick is that you can do charged attacks with the final charge dealing a ton of damage, perfect for waking up a sleeping monster. The 3rd gen addition to this weapon is that you can now do a stun attack after doing a triangle attack. After doing the forward slash by pressing triangle, you will slap your weapon against the monster's body or head. This can cause KO damage, and you can follow up this slap attack with another charge. Note that using a block with the greatsword will use stamina if hit by a monster attack, and it will also decrease your sharpness level. Also, on the game FAQ, it says that there is a 1.05 damage modifier applied when your weapon's attacks connect with the middle of its blade. Lastly, the greatsword is a cutting weapon, so you will need to refer to the cutting hit zones for each monster. I'm not quite sure if this was in 2nd gen, but now when you charge the greatsword, in order to get the level 3 charge off, you actually have to time the release properly, because if you just hold down triangle, you'll actually revert back to a level 2 charge, I believe. But if you time it perfectly and release triangle at the perfect moment, you'll see a big flash around your character, and I believe that indicates that you got a level 3 charge off. Please correct me if I'm wrong, of course. Moving on to the longsword being my very first main weapon back in Freedom 2 as well as Unite. The longsword saw some changes in Try to its basic spirit combo mechanics. Compared to the greatsword, the longsword's attacks come out much quicker. As you attack, you will see your spirit gauge increases with this red bar. Once that red bar is completely full, you will have enough spirit to perform your spirit combo. The spirit combo is done by pressing the R bumper. Once you've completed the full combo, you will do a 360 spin slash, and you will see a white border go around your spirit gauge. This border around your spirit gauge will indicate the damage modifier that's applied to the weapon. By performing another spirit combo, the white border will then go to yellow, and again it'll increase to red for the final tier. Each colored border indicates the damage modifier applied to the weapon. White is 1.05, yellow is 1.1, and lastly red is 1.2. Each damage modifier color will slowly degrade, but the red will degrade a lot faster than the yellow and white, with white decreasing the slowest. So it's kind of an upkeep on the weapon. If you want to keep that damage modifier, you have to keep performing this full spirit combo to maintain that damage modifier. And as cool as a concept as this damage modifier is with the spirit gauge combo, it honestly turned me away from the weapon a little bit when it was introduced, just because I was going way too hard trying to maintain that red gauge, and I would usually end up getting myself killed. The FAQ states that the longsword has the same damage modifier for the weapon attacks landing near the middle of the blade. Also, the longsword is a cutting weapon. With how fast the longsword is at getting out attacks, it's great for both raw and elemental / status attack. Onto another OG weapon, this is the sword and shield. The sword and shield is the ultimate beginner weapon, and I don't mean that in a bad way by any means. This weapon allows you to close the distance easily, block incoming attacks, as well as KO monsters. Unlike the greatsword where you're going to be trudging along with that big old anime sword, the sword and shield allows you to jog with your weapon out. Also, it's the only weapon that allows you to use items with the weapon in hand. The sword and shield is a very fast-hitting weapon, perfect for elemental attacks, and it also now has the ability to do shield bashing that can cause impact damage, allowing you to KO monsters, which it couldn't do previously. I always think of the sword and shield as like a guerrilla warfare tactic where you're in, doing some damage, and then you can just get out of there. It has a jumping lunge attack that allows you to close the distance, get off a few attacks, and then you can either throw up the shield or roll out of there. Note, just like the greatsword, if you're blocking incoming attacks, it will use up stamina, and if the stamina bar hits 0, you will just take that hit, and it will also decrease your sharpness level when blocking. And to use the item while the weapon is out, simply just throw up the shield holding R, and then you can press square on whatever item is in your item bar to use it. Super handy for utilizing the throwable items or just placing down a trap or using a potion. And lastly, the sword and shield is a cutting weapon. On to dual blades, they got a massive update since the 2nd gen variation. Also, the FAQ page lists 16 different attacks, so there's just a ton of variation in the combos that you can do with this weapon. Similar to the sword and shield, the dual blades are a very fast hitting weapon, and they're light so you can jog with the weapon out. Demon mode now has a bar similar to the spirit bar associated with it. Once you perform attacks in demon mode, by pressing R, the gauge will fill up. Once that gauge is completely full, you will then be able to perform more powerful attacks. Note that while you're in demon mode, it will consume your stamina, so this weapon is perfect for anyone that has a bunch of Mega Dash juice. Man, I feel like I need some Mega Dash juice if I'm ever gonna finish this video. In demon mode, of course, your attacks will be more powerful and your combos will be slightly different. You could also now dash in demon mode. This will use up stamina. Outside of demon mode, once the demon bar is completely filled, you will be able to perform a baby demon dance, as well as you'll also be able to still dash, and this will use up some of the demon bar gauge. Overall, the changes that they made to this 3rd gen iteration of dual blades was amazing, and I just absolutely loved it. I think dual blades were the first weapon I used in Portable 3rd when I got the game, and I stuck with them throughout most of low rank. And if you hadn't guessed already, yes, the dual blades are cutting weapons. Alright, enough of that cutting nonsense, let's get to the heavy hitting impact weapons. Now, the hammer may be one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It is an easy weapon to use as well as learn, but mastering this weapon takes good positioning, timing, as well as good stamina management. The hammer is a massive club that is to be gripped with both your meaty hands. Attacks have a weighted feel to them, delivered with skull-crunching power. Despite the size of this weapon, you can still jog with the weapon drawn, unlike the greatsword, which arguably looks much lighter than the hammers. Of course, you still have your basic triple pound combo, as well as your charged attacks, but now many of those attacks can be comboed into one another, unlike the 2nd gen variation of the hammer. Now, the hammer deals impact damage, so you'll have to refer to the impact section of each monster's damage chart. Hitting a monster on the head will inflict KO damage over time. Once you have built up enough KO, the monster will be knocked out. Another addition to the weapon with Try is there's now exhaust mechanics, so monsters will become tired. Impact damage is also exhaust damage, so monsters will become tired quicker when you hit them with this big hammer. So not only will the monsters be falling over unconscious all the time, but they will also become tired, slow, and clumsy, making the hammer just an all-around awesome weapon to use in the 3rd generation. Hunting Horn saw a massive upgrade in the 3rd gen titles. This weapon has the ability to play notes that chain into different songs to give you and other players buffs. In Freedom Unite, you would have to enter recital mode. Once you have entered recital mode, each attack would correlate to a different note. These notes would then chain into a song. Thankfully, they changed it to where each attack will just play a different note, and then once these notes have chained into a certain song, then you can enter recital mode to play that song. Each hunting horn will have 3 different notes. The songs the horn can play will be listed in each of the weapon's descriptions, letting you know what order of notes you must play for the various different songs. By pressing triangle, you will play the first note, circle will play the second note, and then triangle and circle pressed together will play the third note. Finally, R will let you enter recital mode to play each song. The first note played twice will give you a movement speed buff. This buff will make you faster than any other weapon in the game for a short period of time. If you perform the same song twice after the movement speed buff has been applied, you will then get a mind's eye effect so your attacks won't bounce for a couple of minutes. While Hunting Horn is another impact weapon, you can press circle twice in a row to perform a hilt stab attack. This actually does cutting damage, meaning you could theoretically cut a monster's tail off with this move. Hunting Horn makes for a perfect support weapon, having a variety of awesome buffs you can give yourself as well as your allies. These include attack up, defense up, earplugs, healing songs, and much more. And while it is an amazing support weapon, it can also deal out a ton of damage. Long gone are the days of just sitting in a corner playing tunes. Now in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, you can jam while crunching monsters' skulls in. For more defensive players, I would definitely have to recommend that they use the Lance. This is a massive long spear weapon with an equally large shield, having just a basic triple stab attack with either triangle and circle, with each stab attack being interchangeable in the triple combo. Holding down R will allow you to block, and the new addition to the weapon is you can now hold R and press circle, and this will perform a counterattack. Instead of being able to roll with your weapon drawn, you will be able to jump back or dash sideways if you are holding the analogs in that specific direction. There's also a dash attack that you can do, and I believe a shield bash was also added in the 3rd gen. Lance is perfect for someone who doesn't like to put away their weapon all the time and would rather just block incoming attacks and get straight back into the action. This weapon pairs perfectly with skills such as guard and guard up. Just be mindful of your stamina consumption when blocking all those incoming attacks. If you're looking for a more explosive playstyle but still want to be defensive, the Gun Lance is perfect for you. The Gun Lance has the ability to load different types of shells and shoot these shells out at the monster. Now these aren't projectiles, but simply just explosions that come out of the tip of your lance, so you still need to be really close to the monster. If you're looking for very big explosions, you have the Wyvern Fire ability that can pair perfectly with a bunch of barrel bombs. Gun Lance is also a little more user-friendly. Now you can reload your Gun Lance after shooting a shot, and after doing your triple triangle combo, you can do a big explosion that will unload all your shells. For the last of the Blade Master weapons, and a new weapon added to the Monster Hunter series, let's take a look at the Switch Axe. Now, before recording this video, I don't believe I had touched Switch Axe more than a few times, but I definitely wanted to test it out since I was making this retrospective. And let's just say that it's a lot more powerful than I thought it was. The Switch Axe's special ability is the ability to switch from Axe mode into Sword mode. When you draw the weapon, you will be in Axe mode. You will have a few different attacks, one of which will actually use your stamina and is quite powerful if you can just get a ton of hits off on the monster's head or on its weak spot. Another useful thing about Axe mode is you have the ability to do an upswing that reaches quite high, perfect for cutting a monster's tail. Now let's get on to Sword mode. Up towards the top of the screen by your health bar, you may notice a gauge. This gauge will slowly deplete when you use attacks in Sword mode, and you can switch into Sword mode by pressing R. Each Switch Axe has a different file type. I haven't really used anything other than the power file, but I believe the files are associated with Sword mode, so if you know more on the subject, just leave a comment down below. While in Sword mode and your gauge is filled to the first or second tier, you can press triangle and circle together to do a super attack. If you continuously press triangle after doing this attack, you'll slowly charge it up and then it will explode. This attack is extremely powerful and it just makes Switch Axe a lot of fun. You can cancel this attack by rolling out of it. This is perfect for if the monster fell over in the wrong direction or you just missed the attack completely. Now on to the ranged weapons. To start off, we have light and heavy bowguns. As many of you know, gunners have their own separate armor, being gunner armor having less defense and more elemental defense. This makes sense because a gunner is less likely to be hit as they'll be farther away from the monster typically. Guns have 5 different types of main ammunition, each having 3 different levels to them, these being normal, pierce, pellet, crag, and cluster. What ammo can be shot is dependent on each individual gun. There is an ammo type for each element as well. Each status also gets its own shot with 2 different levels to them. Guns can even load support ammunition with 2 levels of recovery, a paint shot, as well as an armor and demon shot, buffing the hunters that are shot with them. For the last of the support ammunition, guns can also load Trank Shot, being able to capture monsters. Now, as their names imply, light bowgun is light and the heavy bowgun is heavy. With the light bowgun, you'll be able to run with the weapon out, and it will sheath and unsheath much more quickly than the heavy bowgun. And with the heavy bowgun out, you'll have to walk a lot slower, but it does deal more damage. Sadly, bowguns no longer can just be upgraded with money, but they actually have upgrade paths and upgrade trees, so long gone are the days of just buying the bone shooter in the beginning of the game and having it carry you all the way to high rank. Typically, I would say that light bowguns are better for solo play, simply because you're able to maneuver a lot better, and heavy bowguns are great for online multiplayer because you can just sit, enter siege mode, and just deal a ton of damage. Ah yes, siege mode. Let's not forget about the glory days of having auto reload in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Now in Portable Third, there's no auto reload skill, but the heavy bowgun does get its own special ammo mode, I should say. You see, light bowgun has had the ability to rapid fire a certain ammo type. Some guns can even rapid fire multiple ammo types. This is where, let's say it rapid fires normal level 2. When normal level 2 is equipped and you shoot it, it will shoot a volley of around 3 to 4 bullets, depending on which gun you're using. If all the bullets connect to the monster, it will deal more damage than if you just shot a normal level 2 shot. Not only does it deal more damage, but you will kind of be saving on ammo as well, because you won't have to shoot as many bullets to deal the same amount of damage. I know for a fact that light bowguns have had the ability to rapid fire certain ammo since Monster Hunter DOS, but heavy bowgun has just always been its own powerhouse, not really needing its own ammo shot type, just because it deals so much damage. If you watched my Monster Hunter Freedom Unite retrospective, you know that I love the auto reload skill, and it made heavy bowgun even more powerful than it already was. This skill allowed you to load a certain ammo type, let's say fire shot, and then you could shoot all 60 shots until you would need to reload again. Sadly, auto reload doesn't exist in Monster Hunter Portable Third, nor does it exist in any of the further Monster Hunter games to my knowledge, but Siege mode was added in Monster Hunter Portable Third. Siege mode will allow your hunter to enter this state where they crouch down on the ground, loading an ammo type that they can shoot 20 of before needing to reload again. In this state, their bullets will deal quite a bit more damage. I don't know the exact numbers, but it is quite significant. On top of that, the recoil for that ammunition will be reduced by quite a bit, and when they zoom in on their scope, they won't be able to see in their peripheral vision. Also, while in this state, they won't be able to move, so they'll have to exit siege mode to be able to roll out of the way of an incoming attack, so it's kind of a trade-off for more damage, but you're at higher risk of being hit by an incoming attack. Also, I did forget to mention that there were 2 new ammo types added to Monster Hunter Portable Third, those being Exhaust, where if you hit the head, it will deal KO damage and exhaust the monster quicker, as well as Slicing ammo that when shot at the tail, you have the ability to cut the tail off after you've done enough damage. As you could tell, I could talk about bowguns all day, but let's move on to bows. Now, with me making this video, I have been trying to use each individual weapon as much as possible, just so I have a better grasp on how they work and how they stack up against each other. And I will say Monster Hunter Portable Third is one of the most balanced games where each weapon kind of feels like they all deal the same amount of damage. For someone who typically uses a Blade Master weapon, I would say the bow is the perfect transition into a ranged setup. While bowgun users have to worry about bringing enough ammunition as well as more combines to make more ammo, bows have unlimited arrows but still have to worry about bringing coatings as well as more combines for extra coating. The way the bow works is you charge up the bow, and depending on which charge level you're at, a different type of arrow will be shot. Each arrow type is also dependent on which bow you are using. There are 3 different types of arrows, these being the Rapid, Pierce, and Scatter. These arrow types range from level 1 to level 4 or 5. Unlike bowguns, bows can actually come equipped with different elements, making them an amazing elemental weapon. On top of that, there are 6 different types of coatings, these being Power, Paint, Poison, Paralysis, Sleep, and Close Range. When equipped with the power or close range, you can still shoot your elemental arrows, but any of these status coatings will only use the status. You won't be able to shoot like poison and fire at the same time. A new addition to the bows is their volley shot. After charging the bow and holding R, you'll see a circle off in the distance. By pressing circle, you will shoot straight up in the air, and then depending on which volley type shot you have, it will come crashing down on the monster. These being focused, scatter, and blast. Typically, I like to use the blast bows just because you can deal KO damage and it seems like it does a little more damage than the focus and scatter, but I do like using scatter as well. One final note, the arrow type's level determines the amount of damage it will deal, and on top of that, the charge level also has a factor on how much damage you will be dealing. And finally, some bows like the Rathian bow have a special coating type. It'll boost, so the Rathian has a boost towards poison coating, meaning it'll be easier to poison the monster. Your armor as well as their accompanying skills are almost equally as important as the weapon that you choose to use. Each monster will have 2 accompanying armor sets, that of a Blade Master and Gunner. The Gunner set will have half the defense of the Blade Master, but will also have twice as much elemental defense. This does make sense if you think about it, because the Blade Master is much more likely to be hit. On the other hand, a lot of monsters have elemental projectile attacks, such as a Rathalos Fireball. These attacks are more likely to hit a range hunter who will be farther away from the monster. Each armor piece can also have up to 3 decoration slots. I'll discuss decorations in a moment, but for now let's focus on armor skills. When I first played Monster Hunter Freedom 2, I had no clue what armor skills were. This led me to craft whatever armor I had the materials for, as well as which pieces had the highest defense. The older games didn't do the best job at explaining armor skills. Now come to the 3rd gen games. On the skill tab, you can navigate to each skill you have on your armor, and it'll give you a brief description of what that skill does, as well as how many points you will need to activate it. Every Monster Hunter title up until Monster Hunter World, you needed a minimum of 10 points for a skill to activate. Some skills will increase their potency if you raise the skill to 15 or even 20 points for skills such as Expert and Attack. Along with skills came negative skills. A full armor set will typically have 2 to 3 positive skills active, while also having 1 active negative skill. This is where decorations come in handy. Once you've entered high rank, the armor and weapons you craft will have a lot more open decoration slots. In these open slots, you are able to equip decorations. Each decoration will have either a 1, 2, or 3 slot requirement, and also an accompanying skill. This allows you to gem in new skills, or increase the potency of skills that are already present on your armor, as well as gem out the negative skills. Most decorations will only give you 1 to 2 points in a certain skill, but some of the higher ranked decorations can give you up to 4 points. In addition to the 3rd gen games, armor skill system is the inclusion of charms. Now, I have a love-hate relationship with charms. On one hand, they allow you to craft armor sets of your wildest dreams, opening up armor skill combinations like never before. They can even come equipped with decoration slots so you can gem in even more skills. All on the flip side, charms are a pain in the butt to obtain. And by that, I don't mean that they are hard to get. It's actually quite easy to obtain up to 10 or more on a single quest. Now, the hard part about obtaining charms, or at least a charm that is actually useful, is that they are all tied to an RNG role. In Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, there's about 16,000 different charms that you can obtain, so obtaining the Attack 7 charm that you want is a very small chance. Now, there are methods and guides out there to obtaining a specific charm that you would like, but I'm not going to go into any of that. All I can really say is save scumming might be your best chance at getting what you want if you're on an emulator. And while you can receive charms for certain high rank quests or even some low rank quests, the best place to get charms is mining in the high rank volcano. I'll just refer to this as charm farming, and you will be spending a lot of time in the volcano if you wish to obtain a really good charm, unless you're super lucky, of course. Or you just save scum. I mean, that's probably the easiest way to do it, honestly. When mining at the volcano, you can have a chance to mine up a charm that will then be converted into a talisman after the quest has been completed. God damn, I keep getting text messages. The best talismans that you can get are the King and Dragon talismans. Now, just to dip our toes in the water, there is a skill table system with 8 different tables, and each table has a skill tied to it with varying skill points, decoration slots, yada yada. If you want to learn more about charms, I will provide links in the description below. As I mentioned earlier, on the emulator there are save slots. Utilizing the save slots, you can save at the end of your charm farm quest, see what charms you got. If none of them are good, you can reload to the save state and just complete the quest again and repeat the process until you get a good charm. Like I said, this is save scum territory, but I wouldn't put it past someone to do this with how tedious it can be to get a good talisman. My friend also mentioned he will use the speed hack on the emulator just to speed up the mining in the volcano and get charms that way. Without the speed hack, it usually takes me about 10 to 12 minutes to mine at every single location of the volcano, awarding me with a handful of talismans, but usually only a couple of them are worth saving. In the very beginning of the game, skills that you have available to you will be very limited, but more and more will become available through armor and decorations as you progress through the game. The very first armor set you are equipped with, the Yukumo set, will have these skills Spirit's Whim and Divine Blessing. Spirit's Whim, activated by the Whim skill at 10 points, will decrease the likelihood of items such as pickaxes and bug nets breaking while in use. This is a great skill for early game, especially when you need all the items that you can get your hands on. With a few extra Whim decorations, you could even bring this up to Divine Whim at 15 points. Divine Blessing, activated by the Protection skill at 10 points, will give you a chance to receive less damage from an attack. This will be indicated to you by some sparkles around your hunter when you get hit. While this is a good beginner set, allowing you to gather more materials as well as having a chance to take less damage, there is a better beginner set in my opinion. By selling some of your weapons and armor in the beginning of the game that you're not going to use anyways, you should have enough zenny to buy the leather armor set. This set gives you 13 points of whim, 13 points of gathering, and 12 points of speed gathering. The gathering skill will allow you to gather more from all gathering points, and speed gathering will shorten the gathering time. Just like the whim skill, gathering can be increased to 15 points to unlock gathering plus 2, allowing you to gather even more items. With the use of a couple decorations, you could have the skills Divine Whim, Gathering plus 2, as well as Speed Gathering. This is probably the best low rank gathering set that you can craft, and it'll allow you to harvest the materials you need to make stronger equipment. For both Blade Masters and Gunners, for a more long-term low rank set, I would recommend that you use the Jaggy Armor. Off the shelf it comes with 12 points in Perception, Attack, and Recovery Speed. 10 points in Perception gives you the Capture Guru skill. This skill indicates when a monster is ready to be captured if it is paintballed. The paintball icon on your map will start to flash white when the monster is ready to capture. A monster is usually ready for capture when it has a few hundred health remaining, so this will definitely save you some time if you choose to capture a monster rather than kill it. A monster will indicate when it's ready to capture when it starts limping, but it won't always start limping right away when it's in that capture threshold, so you'll just know it instantly. Attack plus 1 is activated at 10 points, but also has additional levels at 15 and 20 points. As the name implies, this skill increases your attack stat, and I believe the amount that is increased is based on which weapon you are using. This skill can easily be brought to attack at medium at 15 points with just a few decorations. In my opinion, this is one of the best low rank sets, simply because it can take you from the beginning of low rank all the way into high rank. With that being said, I will cover some of these skills that are useful for all hunters, as well as some skills that are better for certain classes or weapon types. Another skill that's good for just about any weapon type is the Expert skill that increases your affinity. Each level of Expert or Reckless Abandon being its skill name will give you 10% more affinity. 10% at level 1, 20% at level 2, and 30% at level 3. Another good skill for affinity is Weakness Exploit or Tenderizer. This skill will give your weapons a 50% increase in affinity when attacking a monster's weak point. I will talk more about weak points when discussing each monster, but for now, just know that each monster has different hit zones for cutting, impact, and gunner weapons. If you're just looking for more protection, you should look for a set with the Defense skill. Just like critical eye and attack, the defense skill has 3 levels to it. Another awesome defense skill is protection. Activated at 10 points, it's a chance to take less damage from a monster's attack, which is super useful, especially if you get hit by a really powerful move. Each element also has its individual resistance skill. These skills have 2 levels to them, with the small giving you a +5 resistance and the large giving you a +10 resistance. On the flip side, each element also has an attack skill that also has 2 levels. There is also an elemental attack up skill, but I believe this is only on one set in the entire game. Now, for more stamina-hungry weapons, you could utilize the stamina skill. When active, actions other than evading and blocking will use less stamina. This is a great skill for weapons such as the hammer, switch axe, dual blades, and bow. If you want to feel like a ninja, you should invest into the evasion skill. You see, when you roll, there's a split second where you can be invulnerable. I will refer to this as an iframe. The evasion skill increases the iframes when rolling and dodging. The iframes are even greater with evasion +2 unlocked at 15 points. This is one of my personal favorite skills, mainly because you save a ton on potions when you don't get hit, and I also feel like a total badass when I actually roll through a move, which doesn't happen as much as you think it would. Mainly because I suck. Evade distance is another great skill, allowing you to roll or dodge further, but you will need 15 points for this skill to activate. I like to pair this skill with the slower moving weapons such as lance and heavy bowgun, mainly because it is much easier to roll rather than crawl out of the way of an incoming attack. And don't get me wrong, it's also amazingly paired with the faster moving weapons. I have this on my light bowgun set and it's just a godsend. With a light bowgun, you're able to dash to the side after shooting your weapon, so a double dash to the left or right usually gets you out of the way of any incoming attack. For shielded weapons or any weapon that can block an attack, you may want to equip yourself with a skill such as Guard Up. This skill will allow you to block certain attacks from certain monsters that could not be blocked otherwise. All I can really think of off the top of my head are a bunch of laser beam attacks from the in-game monsters, but let me know in the comments down below if you guys know of any of the other attacks from more normal monsters. Guard is another good skill. This allows you to block attacks using less stamina while also reducing knockback. This can be enhanced to Guard +2 at 15 points. If you're feeling explosive, the Bomb Boost skill increases bomb damage while also making bomb combinations a 100% success rate to craft. This skill pairs perfectly with any sleep weapon or a speed setup build. Speed setup being a skill that allows you to craft traps with a 100% success rate while also placing traps and bombs very quickly. Now, a must-have skill for a support hunter is the wide range skill. This allows you to heal other players by drinking potions and or giving them status effects. Perfect to pair with a light bowgun, sword and shield, or hunting horn. A common skill to see on a greatsword set is the critical draw skill, giving you a 100% chance for an affinity strike on an unsheathing attack. Fast charge is also another good skill for the greatsword, shortening the charge time of the weapon, but also pairs amazingly with hammers, dual blades, longsword, bows, and switch axe. One of my favorite Blade Master skills is the Sharpness skill. This skill will effectively double your sharpness level. This comes equipped on the Silverathlos set, and to me it's just one of the best Blade Master skills, especially if your weapon has white sharpness. Now, for weapons that don't come equipped with white sharpness, you can get the Handicraft skill. This will allow your weapon to get a boost in its sharpness level, so it could bring it up to white sharpness. Sadly, you can't pair handicraft and sharpness together. At least I haven't tried to, because the decorations minus each other out. Mind's Eye is also a useful Blade Master skill, allowing your weapon to not bounce off of hard monster parts, acting like the deflection song from the hunting horn. Don't worry, I didn't forget about my gunner friends. Both reload speed and recoil have 3 levels to them, allowing you to have less recoil or reload faster. If deviation is an issue, the precision skill will allow you to shoot straight. Normal, pierce, pellet all have skills such as normal up, These will increase the damage of those ammo types. One of my favorite bowgun sets has attack up large as well as normal up using a rapid fire normal light bowgun. This just deals an insane amount of damage, and you can bring a ton of normal 2 shots as well as combines to make more normal 2s. The normal pelt and pierce skills also work with the bow arrow types as well. The basic ammo types also have a plus skill. Level 1 will allow your bowgun to fire the level 1 ammo for the skill equipped, and level 2 will allow your bowgun to fire all levels of that ammo type. Bows also have a plus skill for each of the coating types, allowing the bow to use a coating that they couldn't previously use. One amazing skill for bow users in particular is the load up skill, activated at 15 points. This skill increases the amount of ammo a gun can shoot by 1, so if you could only shoot 3 shots of normal 2, you can now shoot 4. For bows, this will give the bow an added charge level if it didn't already have a charge level of 4. This is pretty significant because the charge level determines the bow's damage output, so if it could only do a level 3 charge, with now having a level 4 charge, it can deal quite a bit more damage. Lastly, let's look at a few of the random skills such as Torso Up. This skill will only be available on a few pieces of armor, but what it does is double the skills on your chest piece. For example, if you had 5 attack and -4 expert on your chest, the attack would go to 10 and the expert would go to -8. You can also stack Torso Up with other pieces of armor that have the same skill. We already discussed some of the gathering skills such as Whim, Gathering and Speed Gathering, but there's also a Carving skill. Carving Pro, activated at 15 points, will allow you to carve more items from a monster than usual. Another great skill for farming monster parts is the Fate skill. This skill will sometimes increase the number of reward items you will receive after a quest. Similarly, there is a Capture skill. This will allow you to get increased rewards from capturing the monster. Now, I could talk about skills all day long, but hopefully this gave you a good idea on how useful skills can be, so just don't make random sets like I did when I first started playing the game that didn't have any active skills. One big part of the game is making armor sets and mix sets. Mix sets being armor pieces that don't match from different monsters, but still give you a good skill outcome. For theory crafting on different armor sets, please refer to Athena's Ass or Athena's Armor Set Search for Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. With this program, you can input your level as well as which skills you would like, and it will generate different armor pieces and decorations you will need to craft those armor sets that will have the desirable skills. Without the addition of G rank, it's a little harder to make a wide variety of mix sets, but with the addition of talismans, you can still make a ton of different skill sets using the same armor pieces. Finally, with all that pretext out of the way, we can now discuss the village quests and quote-unquote story of Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd keeps true to form of these older titles and doesn't have a baked-in tutorial like Monster Hunter Tri and 3U. Although you could argue that the 1-star quests are a tutorial in themselves. If you did choose the I am a beginner option during character creation, you would need to complete the actual tutorial quests. These must be completed through the training instructor, who can be located to the left of your house. I covered these quests in my Freedom Unite video. The ones in Portable 3rd are pretty similar, having you gather items such as raw meat, as well as honey. I do prefer the method of being able to skip the tutorial versus Tri's method of forcing the player to do these tutorial quests, because I'm almost positive that a majority of the people that bought Monster Hunter Tri had played previous Monster Hunter titles and knew how to do these basic tasks. And if Tri was your first game, they could have simply asked you during character creation, like they did in the previous titles if you were a novice hunter. Alright, enough rambling. There's a total of 5 quests in 1 star, but as many of you know, you only need to complete the key quests in order to unlock your urgent quest. Just like in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, there are only three key quests you need to complete in order to unlock your urgent. All 3 of these key quests take place at the Misty Peaks, a new map introduced to the series in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. The Misty Peaks are in a neighboring region to Yukumo Village, just like the Moga Woods are adjacent to Moga Village. The Misty Peaks as the name suggests, is a mountainous region covered in luscious temperate forest. This suggests that the area is located between the tropics and the polar regions of the Monster Hunter world, allowing it to have all 4 seasons. As it is seen in-game, it would appear that it takes place during fall, as the leaves are turning from a green color to bright red, oranges, and yellows. The map consists of 9 different areas, all of which are distinct enough from one another that at a glance you should be able to tell what area you are located in without needing to use the map. With all the Japanese inspiration that went into the creation of Yukumo Village, I assume that the Misty Peaks may have a real-world counterpart in Japan. Please excuse my pronunciation, but while I was doing some research, I found an image of the Zhangjiajie National Forest in China, known for its rocky pillar-like formations. These quartzite sandstone pillars have a striking resemblance to the rocky pillars found amongst the Misty Peaks, and are a result of years of physical erosion from ice, as well as streams that carry away all the weathered material. Much like other beginning areas, excluding the snowy mountains from Monster Hunter Freedom 2, the Misty Peaks is a well-balanced map, having a ton of useful materials you can gather right at the beginning of the game, such as honey, herbs, and mushrooms that you can use to craft potions, to spiderwebs and thunderbugs used to craft traps. For our first key quest, named Jaggy Takedown, we must take down 5 Jaggy. Jaggy, first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, are small bird wyverns. This will be a common theme for many of the large and small monsters found in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, with the majority of them coming from Monster Hunter Tri. But there are a few originals that made their way into this game, as well as some throwbacks from Monster Hunter Freedom 2, as well as Unite. As I was saying, Jaggy are raptor-like pack hunters that are good at teaming up on a single target. They are pink in color, with notes of purple and white, with head frills that may serve as an intimidation factor to make them seem larger than their small size. Jaggy are the male species that are smaller than their female counterparts, the Jaggia. The Jaggy and Jaggia all serve under the Great Jaggy, the leader of the pact, who is also present on this quest. This quest is quite simple and shouldn't be a problem even for a novice hunter, but if you're not trying to rush through the game, I would recommend that you take your time on these first beginning quests and gather as many items as possible. If you crafted the leather set, this will make gathering much more efficient. Mining points can be found in areas 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, while you can gather bugs in 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. If you plan on using the field rows at the farm, you may want to gather dung in areas 2 and 8. One new and very useful addition to Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is the quest item pouch. This will give you another page to gather items out on a quest. All items in this pouch will be delivered directly to your box after the quest is completed. Another addition is the feature of the Transporter, a Malinx wearing a blue cape and a black eye patch found at the base camp of all main maps. Unlike his brethren, mostly known for being good-for-nothing thieves, the Transporter hates the idea of stealing items. Instead, he will transport goods between villages and Linean tribes. He can even deliver items that you've gathered out on your quest and take them back to the village, but this can only occur one time per quest. With that being said, this is probably the first game you could effectively gather just about all the items at every single gathering spot without running out of room in your inventory. Fast forward to today and we can just place and take items from the tent, but this was a luxury resource back in the day. Getting back on track, the Jaggy can be found in areas 2, 4, 6, and 9, but beware of the Great Jaggy. While it is possible to slay Great Jaggy, you might as well wait to face this beast because it is a 2-star key quest where you'll have to fight it anyways. Also, if you're itching to get your hands on Attack Up, I would recommend carving from all the Jaggy so you can craft its armor when the time comes. The next quest on the list is Bully the Bullfango. For this quest, we must slay a grand total of 3 Bullfango, of course at the Misty Peaks. Now, any older fan of the Monster Hunter games will immediately know what a Bullfango is, a stain on the Monster Hunter world. They resemble a wild boar standing at about the height of your hunter. These fanged beasts are equipped with large tusks protruding from their mouth that curve towards the heavens they won't visit in their afterlife. Covered in brown fur, they also have bony knobs piercing out of their backs. While they are herbivores, this doesn't mean they are docile. Aggressive and ruthless by nature, a Bullfango will charge if it even so much as catches a whiff of you or sees you in its peripheral vision. Although the Bullfango found in the 3rd gen games are downright domesticated compared to the ones found in the 1st and 2nd gen games. Yes, they will still charge at you, but they are not omniscient like they were in the earlier titles. Yet they will still risk their well-being just to charge you head-on, even in the face of an apex predator such as the Rathalos. This is another quest we can take our time on to gather some useful resources as we slay the Bullfango found in areas 2, 5, and 9. Some useful resources you might want to pick up is the dung in area 2, honey in area 5, as well as in area 9. Also, if you're looking for some thunderbugs, they can also be found in Area 9 if you bring a bug net. 1 star's final key quest is called the Harbinger of Terror, where we must collect and deliver 5 royal honey, all while avoiding the Arzuros. Entering Area 5, a cutscene will play of the bear-like Arzuros absolutely obliterating that sweet, sweet royal honey from a beehive. If you're afraid of the big scary bear, there is another beehive in Area 9, but I was able to simply run up to the beehive next to the Arzuros and gather all 5 royal honey unscratched by the blue beast. There is also a hidden beehive within Area 5 inside one of the tree trunks. Having the Arzuros break this tree trunk will reveal the honey gathering spot inside. A seasoned hunter or even a beginner could probably slay the Arzuros, but it is our next target for our first urgent quest, Blue Bear Arzuros. Upon returning to the village after all 3 key quests have been completed, the village chief will have a few things to say to us. Mainly that the Arzuros has been spotted near the village more often than usual, and she fears for the safety of the villagers if the beast is left unchecked. As this game was fan-translated from Japanese to English, some of the dialogue is a bit choppy. For reference, here is the description for our urgent quest. Arzuros is a monster familiar to this village. Since time immemorial, it has terrorized our children. This can't happen any longer. Hunter, please eradicate this threat. For all the monsters' descriptions, I will be using their 3U descriptions just so I don't have to boot up the game every time, because the wiki only has the untranslated version of the monster's description. The Arzuros description states, forest and mountain dwelling beasts found in humid regions. They're known for fishing and standing upright to collect honey. Their thick claws and heavy forearm plating allow them to deliver powerful blows to any aggressor. Arzuros is classified as a fanged beast, and Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is its first appearance. I love the icon for the fanged beast large monsters, as it reminds me of how my cat will sit sometimes. Front paws spaced apart, as to hold all of the chunkiness upright. Arzuros' attacks mainly consist of charging at the hunter and using its claws to swipe away at its prey. Sometimes Arzuros will leap on top of the hunter, leaving you trapped under the monster until you break free. A bar will appear at the bottom of the screen, and by wiggling the analog sticks and mashing buttons, you will slowly break loose from the beast's paws. While trapped, you could also just throw a dung bomb to break free from the monster. Doing this to Arzuros will always have it drop a shiny. Arzuros will take the most damage from melee weapons on its lower back, so this is where you will primarily want to stand and hit the monster. Although if you are behind the monster, Arzuros may try and sit on you as well. In the blue box, you are given an easy shock trap to use on this quest. I also brought a couple large barrel bomb plus to speed things up. Once I located the monster in area 6, I immediately placed the shock trap and some bombs. Then, when the Arzuros ran into the trap, I threw a stone to explode the bombs from a safe distance. As you can imagine, this did a ton of damage, allowing me to slay the monster much more quickly. Now let's discuss hit zones. For monster hit zones, I will refer to the Monster Data Guide FAQ made by Violet Kira, and I will link this page in the description below. This guide was extremely useful for making this video, as well as just hunting monsters in general. Each monster has a chart of its damage resistances, stagger limits, status effects, and all the items that can be obtained, with their drop rates for either carving, capturing, as well as cutting and breaking monster parts. So again, a big thanks to Violet Kira for creating this guide. The find function will be your best friend because this guide is not in alphabetical order. Also, some monsters still have their Japanese names or translated names. For reference, Arzuros is listed as Aoshira. In the guide, the weakest spot for both cutting and impact weapons is on its rear. Although, for ranged weapons, they will do more damage aiming for the upper body. For elemental weaknesses, Arzuros is weakest to fire, followed by ice, then thunder. Although it will take a bit of water damage as well. While you don't have a ton of access to elemental weapons at this point in the game, you can store this knowledge for later once we get to high rank. Upon returning to the village after defeating Arzuros, the village chief has granted us access to the 2-star quests, where we can now hunt at the sandy plains as well as the flooded forest. The farm manager will now sell us armor spheres for Yukumo points, as well as having a few more upgrades available to unlock for the farm. The smithy will explain how to use the armor spheres to upgrade our weapons and armor, and the catsmith will also have something to say about crafting scraps that can be made into equipment for our palicos. Lastly, the equipment shop lady will have some more weapons in stock, so if you'd like to try out a new weapon, now is the time to do so. 2-star has a lot more quests to offer, with it having a total of 17 quests, but only 4 of them are key quests. Forest Murmur is the first key quest, where we are required to hunt the Buldrum. You may also notice there is a question mark next to the Buldrum icon. This indicates to us that there is an unstable environment, something I will talk about shortly. Upon entering Area 7, a cutscene will play showing two Bullfango peacefully chowing down on some mushrooms. Then, out of nowhere, the Buldrum will come charging in, knocking the smaller Bullfango aside to eat the mushrooms to itself. This is the guild's description of this fang beast. Buldrum are the imposing leaders of Bullfango packs, notable for their impressive tusks and large bodies. More aggressive than a Bullfango, it is known to ram into its foes and is extremely proficient at tracking them. Buldrum was first introduced to players in the 2nd generation. His moveset is similar to the older games, mainly consisting of charging attacks, but now he can do this U-turn while charging, and it's pretty terrifying. Buldrum will also flail its tusks while spinning in a circle to make any nearby attacker go flying. I was a bit reckless on this quest while using my new hammer, but I was also able to get a KO off on the monster for some free damage. By the time the Buldrum was undazed, it trotted away, indicating that it was ready for capture. So I spared the Buldrum and used a shock trap as well as some trinks to subdue this beast. While fighting Buldrum, you only have 2 hit zones that you need to worry about, the head and body. Out of these 2 hit zones, the head is the weakest point for all weapon types. As for elemental weaknesses, the Buldrum is weakest to thunder element, but fire and water are also good options. With this being an unstable environment, after the quest has been completed, a red veil will come over your screen with a warning message crunching down saying, "A new monster has arrived in this area. Go study this unique creature." After some time, once we enter Area 5, another cutscene will play, but this time we are shown the Monster Hunter Portable 3rd flagship monster, Zinogre. This wolf-like beast is covered in white fur and blue scales, with bony structures protruding out of its body, from its horns, all the way down to its thick tail. Another warning message appears stating, "A dangerous monster has arrived. To go back to village, select Go to Village in the menu. The quest rewards will still be paid." Personally, I thought this was a great way to introduce the flagship monster to the player, letting them test their strength against this foe they almost certainly won't be able to defeat at such a low level. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. I courageously, or maybe foolishly, tried my hand at getting a hit off on Zinogre, but only lasted a measly 10 seconds before I was one-shotted by a powerful stomp from its forearm. After that, I then selected the Return to Village option, not wanting to wound my pride any further. Upon returning to the village, the chief will say that we don't look well. We explain to her that we ran into another monster while out on our quest. She explains it could have been Zinogre, a monster that has been sighted more frequently in the recent past. Before, it wouldn't go too close to any villages, but there is a rumor it once caused a tremendous amount of damage. I wonder if what she is referring to is the damaged structures that we can see in Area 4 of the Misty Peaks. Then the chief asks us to defeat Zinogre. Not right away, but once we have proper equipment and funds to take down the beast. Up next is a quest named Pain in the Plains, where we will come face to face with the Great Jaggy. The Sandy Plains is a desert savanna-like region first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri. This map is made up of 11 different areas ranging from open desert terrain, highland savanna, and even a cave system far below. This map was also reconstructed for Monster Hunter Rise, so I'm sure many of you are familiar with this location even if you didn't play some of the older titles. Upon entering Area 5, we are shown the Great Jaggy striding into the area with two Jaggy accompanying him. The Great Jaggy then gives out a call and summons two more Jaggy. This behavior is explained by the monster's description, which states, "The commanding alpha male of Jaggy packs. Most males leave the group upon reaching maturity, returning to compete with others. The dominant male then becomes a Great Jaggy. Apparently, they can issue fairly complex orders via howling. Throughout the fight with the Great Jaggy, it can call upon its minions to aid it in battle. Unlike most other monster fights, the Jaggy will constantly try to attack your hunter instead of cowering in the corner like they would if you were facing, let's say, a Rathian. Now, the Great Jaggy's attacks are pretty similar to its smaller counterparts, where it will either try to bite you, slap you with its tail, or hip check you. Just like the Bull Drum, the Great Jaggy only has two hit zones, consisting of the head or body, with the head being the weakest hit zone for all weapon types. For elemental weaknesses, the Great Jaggy is weak to every element, but out of the 5 it is weakest to fire. Using the hammer, I was able to end the Great Jaggy's life in a very short amount of time, with the fight lasting less than 1 minute. As I mentioned in the armor section of the video, the Great Jaggy armor is a great low rank set to craft. With the set coming with attack at medium, it makes it good for just about any weapon type, with the only downside being you will have negative fire resistance. Moving along, our next task is to slay 10 Ragi on the quest called the Poisonous Ragi. This quest takes place at the Flooded Forest, an area that was first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, with this location being made up of 10 separate areas. If you've played Tri or 3U and not Portable 3rd or Rise, you may notice this map looks a bit different. Well, I guess all the Rise maps look different, but focusing on the Portable 3rd map compared to the Tri map, you may notice that all the underwater areas are now obviously land areas. Ragi was first introduced in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, and they seem to be a distant relative of the Jaggy, being another carnivorous bird wyvern. Ragi follow their alpha leader of the pack, named the Great Ragi, and they can spit poisonous clouds of gas that slowly kill their prey. If your hunter is hit by this poison, the green on your health bar will slowly be sapped away. Once it wears off, your health will begin to recover to the end of the red portion of your HP bar. These Ragi are basically the 3rd gen equivalent of the Aya Prey from the early gen games, with the Ragi having smoother salamander-like skin rather than fur and scales as their pink and blue cousins do, and obviously also having the poison element just like the Aya Prey did. Their smooth orange hides make a wonderful adaptation to their very saturated habitat, and it reminds me of the poisonous frogs that can be found in our tropical jungles, with their bright orange coloration possibly being a warning to any of their would-be predators. Now let's look at one of the final key quests that chronologically comes before the Ragi quest, but I got things mixed up. This quest is called No Love for Luderoth. On this quest that also takes place at the Flooded Forest, we must slay a total of 5 Luderoth. They are a species of Leviathan that made their first appearance in Monster Hunter Tri. These female Luderoths form harems around large males, gathering in areas that serve as their breeding grounds. They are built like large reptiles, having powerful legs and tails that make them proficient swimmers, also having the ability to spit large balls of mucus at their attackers. Being hit by this mucus will inflict your hunter with water blight, making it so your stamina recovery is greatly diminished. Their yellow-green hides are quite water resistant and can be used for various crafting methods. After completing all of the key quests in level 2, the village chief has another urgent request for us to handle. On this urgent quest, she would like us to hunt down the Korapeko, a bird wyvern that has taken up residence within the Misty Peaks. The name of this quest is the Dancing Korapeko, and the monster description says, bird wyverns with unique plumage. well known for using their thoracic vocal organs to imitate other monster calls, first summoning them, then using the distraction to flee. The creature spits a dangerous body fluid that can lower one's resistance. This great value Kutku is probably one of the most annoying monsters in the series, besides Gobel. If you couldn't tell, I have a little bit of an irrational hatred towards this abomination, but that's only because Kuropeko can play songs. Kuropeko has the ability to play music using its large red vocal sac to buff it as well as any other monster that might happen to be in the same area. More often than not, you'll find yourself in the area with this abomination as well as another monster, because this flying hunting horn can also sing songs to summon other monsters, large or small. When it is summoning a monster, it will mimic their roar, indicating to the player what monster will appear. Some of its songs can even heal the monster, making this fight drag on far longer than it should. When Kuropeko plays a song, there are 3 different colors to indicate what buff the monster will produce. Red will boost attack, orange will boost defense, and green is the healing song. On this quest, I believe it can only summon the Great Jaggi shown in the cutscene when you enter Area 9, but on other quests it can summon much stronger opponents. You can actually stop it from finishing a song by either staggering the monster or throwing a sonic bomb. More often than not, throwing a sonic bomb will make the monster drop a shiny as well. Kuropeko has bright green and purple feathers that cover it from beak to talon. Its yellow beak is a trumpet shape, and the monster can spit out mucus that causes defense down on your hunter. Its wings have bulbous growths where claws should be, that can ignite its mucus into a powerful fiery explosion. If you are hit by these blasts, you will be inflicted with fire blight and slowly take damage as you burn. This is until it wears off, or you roll a few times, or just roll in water. Both of its wing tips can be broken, although its wings will make most weapons bounce if they have yellow sharpness. If you break the beak, it will take the monster twice as long for it to play the songs, making it much easier to stagger the monster before it gets off its buffs, or summons a friend to come play with it. For optimal damage, all weapon types want to aim for the monster's head, although gunners will do slightly more damage to its vocal sac. Ice is the most effective element to use, while water is a good second option, followed closely by thunder. When the monster has run out of stamina and becomes tired, indicated by drooling at its mouth, Kuropeko will be unable to make the fire explosions from its flints. Now, I was no hammer expert at the time of recording this on this quest, but I was able to survive without carding. I tried to perform some speedrunning strats with bombs when the beast landed, but let's just say I was less than successful. In the end, I did prevail, and I hope this is the last time I have to face this evil chicken. When we have completed our urgent quest, the blacksmith will explain how decorations work and gift us an aqua glow jewel, an item used in crafting some lower level decorations. Talking to the village chief, she'll explain that we can now take on 3-star quests, and we now have access to the deserted island as well as the tundra maps. She'll also explain how charms work, that we can equip ourselves with them to get some extra skill points. Level 3 is made up of 19 quests, but again, only 4 of those are key quests that we must complete in order to unlock our next urgent. The first quest I will be doing in this level is the Snowbound Slider, where we will travel to the tundra to face the Lagombi. The main reason that I wanted to come to the tundra first was so that I could mine some valuable ores in order to upgrade my hammer. While I could have gone to the tundra just to mine on a Paw Pass quest, I decided to kill 2 Jaggies with 1 stone instead. The tundra is a frigid wasteland that was first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, although the portable third map is a slight variation of it. One of the main gimmicks in Monster Hunter Tri was that the caves in the tundra were dark, so you needed to bring a torch in order to see what was happening. This almost gave it a horror-like vibe, especially when you were fighting monsters such as Giganox. And honestly, with some of these subspecies that we'll be seeing in high rank, I'm glad that the caves are no longer dark. These caves also house the mining points that we'll need to visit in order to get the Assisium required to upgrade our hammer. Fanged beasts whose warm pelts and thick layers of fat help them survive in harsh, colder climates. Though mainly herbivores, Lagombi occasionally make use of their exceptional hearing and ability to glide on ice to sneak up on live prey. First introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, the Lagombi is much faster than its blue cousin, the Arzuros. When we first enter Area 2, we see the Lagombi racing down an icy slope. It leaps onto its belly, gaining speed, flying downhill as it clears massive gaps in the ice as it glides towards the bottom. This showcases one of the more interesting features this monster possesses. Many of Lagombi's attacks involve sliding around on its belly at great speeds. Lagombi can also hurl large chunks of ice at the player, introducing us to Ice Blight. When affected by Ice Blight, our stamina will decrease twice as quickly when we are running or using a stamina-based weapon such as the hammer or bow. Ice Blight can be quite annoying, especially for those stamina-based weapons, so I would recommend that you bring some nullberries. You may have noticed Lagombi has exceptionally large ears it uses to detect predators, similar to those of a rabbit. Unfortunately for Lagombi, these ears can be used in the hunter's favor. If the Lagombi is sliding around, you can throw a sonic bomb to stagger the monster, but only if it's not enraged. Lagombi will constantly try to flank your position by sliding around or behind you, so be mindful of positioning at all times. When the Lagombi becomes tired, it will drool from the mouth, and sometimes when sliding, it will stumble over, leaving an opening for an attack while the monster recovers from its spill. This is the fastest monster you will have faced so far, so if you're having trouble hitting the Lagombi, try using a more mobile weapon or bring traps to lock the monster in place. At the time, I was still getting used to the hammer, so I did faint once while trying to best this beast. Impact and range weapons will want to focus their attacks on the head, while cutting weapons will do more damage on its backside. Unsurprisingly, living in a freezing climate, the Lagombi is weakest to fire, but thunder is also a good element for a second option. I also ran out of whetstones towards the end of the fight, but I eventually did prevail and managed to slay this oversized rabbit. On top of that, I was able to mine all the Assisium that I needed, therefore I was able to upgrade my hammer into the War Mace. Upgrading the War Mace further with an armor sphere gave me a solid 155 raw attack with a decent bit of green sharpness. This hammer will allow us to easily clear the remaining quests in level 3. Next up is a quest in the Flooded Forest named the Toxic Troublemaker, where we must hunt down the Great Roggi. Its description states, bird wyverns that spit a poisonous mist. Roggi travel in packs that are led by the largest and most toxic member. The poison is made in a sac-like organ around its throat. If this is destroyed, the creature's ability to spit is impaired. This bird wyvern is basically a substitute for the Iodrome in the 3rd gen games. However, it can shoot a large poisonous cloud from its throat instead of just poison globs. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is Great Roggi's first appearance in the Monster Hunter titles, and it serves as the leader of the Roggi pack. Its moveset is identical to that of the Great Jaggi, for the exception of it having the Poisonous Cloud attack that is much larger than what the smaller Roggis can't produce. I spent the beginning of this quest mining for more ore that I will need to upgrade my hammer, but once I found the Great Roggi in Area 10, the hunt was on. We are shown the Great Roggi and its pack cornering a Slagoth only to poison the massive herbivore and killing it instantly. Hopefully we don't suffer the same fate. Antidote will be your best friend on this quest, as you are most certainly going to be poisoned. I should have focused my attacks on the smaller Roggi first, but I was eager to finish this quest quickly. This backfired as I only lasted a little over a minute before fainting to a poisonous cloud spit from the Great Roggi's mouth. Returning for revenge, I killed all the smaller Roggi as not to have any distractions from killing the larger foe. All weapons will want to focus their attacks on the monster's head for the best damage. As for elemental weaknesses, the Great Roggi is weakest to ice. This is followed by the water element. Now that we are progressing farther into the game, elemental weapons will become increasingly available as we hunt more and more monsters. I was able to damage the throat sac, diminishing its poisonous cloud attack. and shortly after that, I captured the ugly orange salamander. Not the smoothest quest, but I was still victorious. I should have come more prepared with traps and bombs, but I was eager to clear this quest, even if that meant I had to be a little reckless. I followed another one of these speedrunning strats and crafted the chainmail armor. Now I still believe the Great Jaggy armor is better in the long run, but for the purpose of quickly clearing these early quests, I wanted the skills the chainmail armor would give you. Mainly the combination skill that gives me a 20% better chance to craft items. I will be using this for making bombs, traps, and trank bombs to help me clear quests more quickly. You'll also get the health skill, giving you 20 more HP, and this skill can be further increased to give you max health with a few vitality decorations. With my new armor set, I set out to take on another key quest named the Current Events, taking place in the deserted island, where I will hunt down the Royal Luderoth. The deserted island, most well known for serving as the starting area of Monster Hunter Tri and 3U, it's located along an island coastline near Yukumo Village. This temperate environment is home to numerous different monster species, while the island contains caves, freshwater streams, deep pockets of ocean water, as well as highland regions. Originally having 12 areas, this has been cut back to 10 in Portable 3rd with the lack of underwater combat. Once we enter Area 10, we see the Leviathan sleeping near the smaller Luderoth. The monster's description states, Royal Luderoth use their sponge-like neck scales to absorb water and prevent drying out on land. Once the sponge loses moisture, they attempt to re-enter the water. They also spew mucus to trip up their prey. First introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, this was the first monster you could face underwater, besides the Laggy in the Guts quest. Obviously in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, there is no underwater combat, so this Leviathan has been grounded. Literally. With Royal Luderoth being a natively aquatic creature, it is still quite a formidable opponent on land. Characteristics that set this bulky boy apart from the lesser Luderoth are its crest that resembles a crown that spikes out atop its head, as well as its massive yellow spongy mane that covers all of its neck and most of its body. Both of these parts can be broken as well. Royal Luderoth can absorb a ton of water into its mane for many of its water-based attacks, such as slamming its body to the ground, splashing water out in all directions. Much like the smaller Luderoth, the Royal Luderoth will spit massive balls of mucus that will inflict you with water blight. It can also call upon the smaller Luderoth to aid it in battle, much like the Bird Wyvern pack leaders. Royal Luderoth can also do a charge attack around the area while spitting mucus balls left and right. Another powerful attack it can do is rolling over the hunter, crushing them underneath its saturated body, as well as using its powerful claws to swipe away at anything in front of it. When the Royal Luderoth becomes exhausted, its sponge will shrivel up and it will begin to drool from its mouth. This is also the first monster we have fought that can have its tail severed by cutting weapons. Impact and range weapons will want to aim for the head, stomach, and sponge, while cutting weapons should aim for the stomach, then sponge or tail. Royal Luderoth is weakest to the fire element, but thunder does decent damage as well, and ice is also not the worst option. I did bring some flash bombs to stun the monster, and some large barrel bomb plus along with me on this quest for some extra damage. Eventually, I captured the slippery fella and prepared myself for the final key quest. This next quest is actually the first one on the quest list, but I saved it for last. Not because this monster is the best, but because I was afraid to fight it. I also started a new profile on Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate using the hammer before I fought this next monster, so my hammer skills have improved slightly. This last quest is named Leading the Charge, taking place in the sandy plains where we must hunt down the Barroth. Its description states, Barroth usually remain beneath the mud, perhaps to shield themselves from the heat. They are known to attack by flinging mud. They will charge in a frenzy at anything that disturbs their bogs. When we enter Area 3, we will see the Barroth cover its body in mud by rolling in the murky water. This mud has an interesting game mechanic of changing its elemental weakness. When a body part is covered in mud, it will be weak to water. When the mud has been broken off the body part, then it'll be weakest to fire. At any time while it's in Area 3, Barroth can reapply mud to its body, meaning you will have to break the mud off all over again. This brute wyvern was first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri and is most well known for the large crown-like structure that is a part of its skull. This crown is where its nostrils are located, acting like a snorkel for the monster when it is submerged into the mud. Barroth is also the first brute wyvern of the Monster Hunter series. Some of you might be wondering about Basarios or Gravios. Well, both of those monsters are classified as flying wyverns. Barroth's body is covered head to foot in large plates that protect it from the sandy environment it calls home. All weapons that don't have a built-in ESP effect will bounce off Barroth's head without blue sharpness, except for the hammers. By doing enough damage to the crown, you can actually break a piece of its crown off that you can carve like a tail. And of course, its tail is cuttable as well. When not covered in mud, Barroth is weakest to the fire element. Ice is also a good choice if you have no other options, but again, like I said earlier, water will do the most damage to the body parts that have mud on them. All weapons will want to aim for the arms or tail, but impact weapons can still do a decent amount of damage to the monster's body. Barroth has a loud roar that will flinch your hunter unless you have the earplug skill. One of Barroth's most common attacks is that it will charge at your hunter while its head scrapes the ground. At the end of this charge attack, the Barroth's tail will swing around to the right side of its body, so avoid that side if you can help it. When its body is covered in mud, it'll shake like a wet dog, flinging mud globs in all directions. If you're hit by one of these mud balls, your hunter will be stuck with the snowman effect. This can be cured by either taking a cleanser or wiggling your analog sticks. You will also be afflicted by the water blight, slowing your stamina recovery. Once exhausted, the Barroth may travel to Area 4 to feed on the Alteroth nest. By preventing the monster from eating, I was able to delay its stamina recovery, therefore it was exhausted for a longer period of time. Shortly after that, I was able to slay the beast before it showed any signs of weakness. Barroth has some decent weapons attack-wise, and I actually used the Barroth light bowgun for most of my samurai playthrough, as it had the highest raw attack for its level. After completing all the key quests and returning to the village, the chief will have another urgent request for our hunter, where we must hunt down the Rathian. Rathian is a flying wyvern that is from the original Monster Hunter. This 3rd gen Rathian received a facelift from its 2nd gen iteration, looking a lot healthier in her proportions. Now the tail doesn't look like it's going to break off at any second. Her description states, fire-breathing female wyverns, also known as queens of the land. With powerful legs and poison-secreting tails, they hunt mainly on the ground. Sometimes seen preying as a couple, Rathian cooperate well with Rathalos. Upon entering Area 8, we see 2 mischievous Jaggi looking for a tasty treat in the form of unborn Raths. Before they can dig in, the overprotective Mama Rathian swoops down to defend her nest. Rathian is covered in green scales and plates that probably provide ample defense, as well as camouflage while she is patrolling the forest. Although the chief mentioned her as Queen of the Sky, Rathian will spend most of the time guarding its nest, roaming the surrounding area while on foot as Rathalos patrols the skies above. One of Rathian's most common attacks is it'll shoot up to 3 fireballs, and it even has a new attack that'll shoot a massive fire blast that'll erupt the area in front of her with a massive fiery explosion. Her tail is tipped with poisonous spikes that she'll try and slap you with as she shows off her acrobatics while doing backflips. Rathian can also simply just charge at your hunter as well, or do its annoying yet effective spin attack. While flash bombs have been nerfed in the 3rd gen, they can still come in handy to make Rathian fall over while she's flying, or simply stun the monster for a few seconds while you attack her. All weapons will do the most damage by attacking the head, although ranged weapons can also aim for the foot. For elemental damage, Rathian is weakest to dragon, then thunder. Both water and ice will do decent damage as well. When Rathian becomes exhausted, she'll be unable to shoot fireballs, and when she does her charge attack, she may fall over. Now, I'm by no means an expert with the hammer, but I was able to slay the Rathian in under 3 minutes once I found her, which is a pretty good time for me. Having the ability to KO the monster allows you to do a ton of damage while the monster is knocked over, so if you haven't given Hammer a try, it definitely holds up in the early game of Portal 3rd. One little fun tidbit, when I was watching the Monster Hunter 20th Anniversary special program, in the director interview, Kaname Fujioka and Ryozo Sugimoto revealed in a talk about how Rathian was the very first monster ever created, a poisonous green dragon that is actually the Monster Hunter logo, who many fans assume is actually Rathalos. After defeating the Green Queen, the blacksmith will give us an Armor Sphere Plus and explains that it can be used to upgrade our armor past what a normal Armor Sphere can. Also explaining that we can craft Armor Spheres if we have an Armor Stone to combine with other materials. The item merchant informs us that she now has a wider variety of items on sale. The item shop will now sell power and armor charms, the Book of Combos 3, and the Organizer Guide, as well as Slicing Shot. The traveling merchant will gift us the Sword Codex that we can use to craft into a specific weapon. Lastly, the village chief tells us that we can now go on quests at the volcano location. We can now also take on the 4-star quests as well. This level follows the trend of only having 4 key quests, but it has a total of 17 quests that you can't complete. I made a quick trip to the volcano in order to mine some Dragonite ore, so I could upgrade my hammer once again. We'll take a closer look at the volcano when the time comes, but for now let's look at the first key quest on the list, named Sand Table Manners. On this quest, we set out to the sandy plains during the day in order to hunt down the Nibblesnarf. Its description states, Leviathans that have adapted to live in sandy areas. They burrow beneath the desert and locate prey orally, then suck both the target and the surrounding sand into their maws. The gill-like organs in their mouth are thought to absorb nutrients. This unholy abomination crafted from the darkest of magics by Capcom is probably the ugliest monstrosity to ever grace the Monster Hunter lands. Honestly, I don't care what anyone says in the comments, but this is the opposite of a cute and cuddly creature. Try and 3U fans will notice the resemblance between Nibblesnarf and Gobble. I would assume that the Nibblesnarf introduced in Portable 3rd is a stand-in for Gobble, seeing that there is no underwater combat, and many of Gobble's moves involve burrowing into the mud or silt of the flooded forest. And swimming in the sand isn't revolutionary either, seeing as the Cephalos and Cephadrome were in the first Monster Hunter title. Entering Area 10, we see this monster in action as 2 Rhinopolos ready themselves to charge at one another as the Nibblesnarf comes along, sulking beneath the sands, and in one quick snap of its massive maw, gobbles both of them up in a single bite. All I can say is that this thing must have one hard-working digestive system. Its large mouth is lined with razor-sharp teeth, and its uvula can be seen at the roof of its mouth, near its oversized throat. Its yellow eyes sit atop of its head, allowing it to see while also having most of its body submerged in the sand. Its nose looks to have multiple nostrils, probably used for breathing without sucking in a ton of sand in the process. The fin on its back resembles that of a sand dune, allowing it to hide in plain sight, much like the Bessarios. Nibblesnarf has a few interesting attacks, many of which include the beast chomping you with its massive mouth. Sometimes it will come underneath your hunter to do a massive chomp attack, dealing an equally massive amount of damage. Other times it will drag its body through the sand with its maw open as it charges towards your hunter. Range users can aim inside of the mouth at the uvula to stagger the monster for a split second while it's charging at you. During this attack, if you place a bomb on the ground, the Nibblesnarf will actually chomp it up during this attack as well. After a few seconds, the bomb will explode inside the monster, leaving it in a dazed state while leaving the front half of its body protruding from the sand. This leaves the monster open to attack, but after a few moments it will retaliate, spinning in a circle, making any hunter close by go flying. You can also use this opportunity to fish the Nibblesnarf out of the sand. Another interesting tech the Nibblesnarf will do is it'll suck up a bunch of sand, only to shoot it out in a massive wind tunnel. While doing this attack, it can also rotate its body to the left or right. One attack melee users will have to look out for is when the Nibblesnarf expels sand from its gill-like organs. All weapons will want to aim for the nose or tail, but the weakest hit zone is the uvula inside of its mouth that is only accessible when the mouth is wide open. As for elemental weaknesses, your best options are ice or thunder weapons, although water is a good choice as well. Inside the item box at the beginning of the quest, you will find sonic bombs as well as large barrel bombs. We will be coming back for these large barrel bombs because we can't hold any more inside of our inventory. Sonic bombs can be thrown while Nibble is using its wind tunnel attack to daze the monster, as well as while it's submerged in the sand. This will cause the monster to come out of the sand where the Sonic bomb is thrown, rather than targeting your hunter. Somehow, I lost all the footage for the 4-star key quests, so I had to re-record these next few quests. Utilizing the Barrel Bomb Plus, we wait for Nibble to charge at us and place the bomb in order to blow it out of the sand. I did this a second time and got greedy, not retreating in time, and I died to the retaliation attack after Nibble is dazed. All part of the plan, right? Because now I can grab those free barrel bombs from the box. Hammer was a decent matchup against this monster, but I did get hit quite a bit, not choosing the best positioning, as well as being greedy. Eventually, Nibble fled to Area 8 to recover some stamina, and shortly after that I captured the sandy foe. Moving on to the next key quest, named Sleep Traps. Our next target is the Great Baggy, found within the tundra. Carnivorous bird wyverns like the Jaggy, noted for their projecting cranial crests and bluish-white skin that's adapted to the snow. Great Baggy craftily command the Baggy to surround their prey and stun them with their tranquilizing fluid. Ah yes, the Cosby sauce. When we enter Area 3 of the tundra, we see two smaller Baggy lure an adolescent Popo into the path of a Great Baggy, who then spits the Cosby sauce onto the monster. Before they can feast on their prey, our hunter runs in to save the day. The Great Baggy commands the smaller Baggy just like the previous two-pack hunter bird wyverns, and it was first seen in Monster Hunter Tri. The Great and smaller Baggy can all spit out the tranquilizing fluid that will put your hunter to sleep if you're hit by it. Luckily, this can be remedied with an energy drink that is provided you at the start of the quest in the item box. I would recommend that you slay the smaller Baggy before focusing on the Great Baggy to lessen your chances of being put to sleep by the Cosby sauce. The large crest atop the Great Baggy's head can be broken, and its head is also where you should focus your attacks for maximum damage. Fire is the best element to use, and water as well as thunder element are decent as well. Great Baggy is easy enough on its own, but the real threat is those annoying ass minions constantly spitting the Cosby sauce all over your hunter. Just like the last hunt, I had to re-record this quest, but instead of using the actual footage from the Great Baggy hunt, I will show you the 20 Baggy quest instead. On this quest, there's also a Great Baggy present, and I thought for sure that this was a gold crown largest, but sadly was only a silver. By the time that I'd found the Great Baggy, I'd already slain the majority of the smaller Baggy. Therefore, I resisted the urge to slay every last one of those wretched pests in order to kill the much larger boy. This led to a frenzied pack of Cosby sauce spitting demons dancing around their larger leader as I tried my best to dodge their attacks. Hammer was fun to use on this monster. Getting a KO allowed me to get off a few extra hits while it was confused. On top of getting a few KOs off, the hammer will do exhaust damage, making the monster tire much more quickly. Great Baggy doesn't have all that much HP, and it's easy enough to just wail on, so the fight only lasted a few minutes. As I mentioned back in the armor section of the video, that the Jaggy armor is a pretty decent low rank set, but arguably the Baggy armor is even better, having the same two skills attack and recovery speed, but with a point or two more in every single piece except for the waist. This led me to farm up the Baggy armor as well as getting the Jaggy waist in order to get attack up large as well as recovery speed +2. With attack up large, it brought my hammer's attack to a solid 185 with the help of 4 attack decorations. With the armor pieces alone, you will have attack up medium and recovery speed +2, so you could go for a support skill such as health or combo plus. This is because each piece of armor has an open decoration slot. After the Great Baggy is another key quest that takes place at the tundra. But before I progress any further in the village, I decided to do a few bath quests since I had changed my armor. With the new Baggy set, I lost my combo rate skill as well as my health +50. At this point in the game, I had unlocked 4 of the bath quests, with 3 of them increasing my overall health and 1 of them will increase my stamina. The first of these quests being a Slay 5 Bullfango quest at the Misty Peaks that'll give me an extra 10 health. Next was the Great Jaggy, increasing my health another 10 points. After that was Royal Luderoth at the Flooded Forest, giving my stamina +25. Lastly was a 2 Great Baggy quest, bringing my health up another 10 points for a total of 130 HP. So now when I take a bath, I will have a total of 130 HP and 125 stamina. Alright, back to the village. The Creeping Venom is the name of the quest, where we must hunt down the Giganox, wyverns that inhabit the tundra. Giganox live in darkness and thus have degraded vision. They detect their prey via body heat. then attack with poison. When excited, their color changes and parts of their body harden. Extremely fertile, laying innumerable eggs. Giganox ain't the only thing that can harden parts of its body. This flying wyvern was introduced in Monster Hunter Tri back when the caves were actually quite dark. Giganox is a relative of the Kezu and is blind just like its distant cousin. Giganox has a flat pancake-like body that can stretch to great lengths. You will need high-grade earplugs to negate this monster's roar, and just like something out of your nightmares, both its mouth and butthole open while it's roaring. Its arms and legs are quite sticky, allowing them to crawl along the ceiling as well as the walls. Its arms have flappy-like wings attached to them that it can use to fly. Its head and tail look quite similar, with a purple glowy bit where the eyes should be. This could be used to trick predators into attacking the monster's tail rather than its head, much like the real world Rugosa, also known as the shingleback skink or bobtail lizard. Giganox also has this purple glow on its chest as well. The Giganox can pump out egg sacs from the hole on its tail, as well as poison globs that will explode shortly after being planted on the ground. These egg sacs will produce smaller Gigi until they are destroyed. The smaller Gigi will wriggle their translucent bodies towards your hunter and try to latch onto your body like a leech. Their bodies will begin to swell up with blood as they grow in size and gain a little bit more HP. You can get these Gigi off of you by rolling a couple times, but if they grow to their much larger size, they will be able to spit poison globs at you. The hide on the Giganox's top half is a pale color, while its belly has a red hue to it. Once the Giganox enters rage mode, its hide will turn a dark grayish black. The Giganox can spit out poison globs from its mouth, as well as spray poison clouds from underneath its body when endangered. Sometimes Giganox will attach its tail to the ceiling and swoop down with its head to munch on a hunter if the attack connects. This is the monster's pin move, and you will have to throw a dung bomb or spam buttons in order to escape the stretchy maw. One interesting characteristic of the Giganox is its ability to harden certain body parts depending on its rage state. While out of rage mode, its neck and head will be soft and its tail will be hard. But once the monster enters rage mode, its head will harden and its tail will soften up, flipping these two weak zones. The stomach is also a good spot to aim regardless of the monster's rage state, as it will always be soft. Giganox is weakest to fire, although Dragon Element is a decent second option. Giganox is somewhat of an acrobat, jumping and backflipping all over the area, so it can be quite hard to hit, especially for the Blade Master weapons. Giganox is just all around annoying to fight. If the head is soft and you're going for that hit zone, it will constantly be hitting you with its stretchy neck attack. On the other end, literally if you're going for the tail while it's soft, Giganox will do its best to keep its tail as far away from you as it can, as it constantly backflips and repositions. Lastly, if you're going for the stomach, you'll just be hit by the poison gas attack. And that's not even mentioning the constant time wasting as it crawls on the ceiling and walls if you're a Blade Master. Gunners will still be able to shoot the monster as it wastes time, but will still have to watch out for its poison globs raining down from its mouth. Yet another map originally from Monster Hunter Tri, the volcano is a mixture of forested areas, craggy rocks, and sweltering hot heat. At this map, you can travel all the way to the center of the volcano, where some of the rarest ores can be found. Due to high heat and toxic fumes, only monsters well adapted to the heat can thrive in this area. For the final key quest in the 4th star, it's named Walk and Roll, where we will venture to the volcano in order to face the Volvodon, fanged beasts with thick red carapaces that are resistant to lava. Their rounded bodies are perfect for rolling across hot surfaces, and their long tongues are ideal for capturing insect prey. Their saliva emits a paralyzing toxin that should be avoided. Volvodon was first introduced in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, adding to the Fanged Beast roster, being the stinky cousin of the Lagombi and Arzuros. Volvodon is covered in red segmented armored plates, similar to an armadillo. These plates allow the monster to curl into a ball and roll around. Entering Area 5, we see Volvodon using the long chameleon-like tongue to eat some tasty Bonabra. Volvodon can also use its tongue to attack your hunter. Many of the monster's attacks involve Volvodon rolling around one way or another. Volvodon can also jump and bounce around onto its shell. It's also capable of spitting out yellow mucus that can paralyze its prey. One last interesting attack is the ability to spray a foul-smelling gas from its body that will soil your hunter's armor if they're standing too close to it. This will render many of the consumable items useless until it wears off or until you use a deodorant. Just like Arzros, the Volvodon can use its claws to swipe away at your hunter. While I may have lost the footage, apparently I tried using some Large Barrel Bomb Plus on the Volvodon, standing a little too close when I exploded them, killing myself in the process. Much like its cousin the Lagombi, Volvodon is quite a fast monster, so if you're having a tough time hitting it, try using a faster moving weapon. Volvodon is weakest to water, ice, then thunder, with the weak zones being its head, chest, and upper back. When Volvodon is rolling in its ball state, it takes the most damage from all weapons. Upon returning to the village, the chief has been waiting to speak with us. She informs us that the Zinogre has been causing a great deal of damage recently, saying that there has been casualties involving villagers, and she's requesting us to hunt down the monster. The urgent quest is named Howl at the Moon, located at the Misty Peaks. At this point of the game, I will have some quests from my samurai profile, as I deleted all the previous footage in order to clear up space on my hard drive while editing the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite retrospective. So don't get confused if I switch between using a light bowgun and hammer. With that being said, I'll still probably go through the rest of the quests using the hammer, just for fun. Once we enter Area 7, we spot the Zinogre charging up, then releasing an electric blast as it becomes fully charged. Fanged wyverns whose bodies are streaked with electricity. Sharp claws and strong limbs allow them to thrive in mountainous terrain. During hunts, they gather numerous thunderbugs to boost their power and enter a supercharged state. This charged state reminds me of the electric Leviathan Laggy that can charge itself with its shell shocker. And I do find it interesting that both these 3rd gen flagships are thunder monsters. Zinogre and mainly the Fanged Wyvern species all have canine-like qualities to them. Fanged Wyverns made their debut in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd and would go on to appear in all games past this one, with some notable Fanged Wyverns being the Stygian Zinogre, Great Jagras, Odogaron, Lunagaron, and Magnamalo. Personally, I love most of the Fanged Wyverns. I feel like they filled a void in the Monster Hunter roster from the previous generations. Zinogre has extremely powerful front arms with very sharp claws. Zinogre also has 2 forward-pointing horns on the top of its head. Its body is covered in blue scales, with white tufts of fur and bony-like structures that spike out of its body from head to tail. These spikes usually lie flat, but when it's in its charged state, they will stick out vertically, with the static electricity also making its fur stick straight out. Zinogre is a master of deception, constantly feinting its attacks and countering your movements, acting as if it's going one way, then suddenly changing directions and striking where you would least expect it. Zinogre will also menacingly taunt your hunter as it struts towards you with its head held high. Zinogre has a symbiotic relationship with the thunderbugs that it uses to charge itself with, and for its electric-based attacks. You can actually harvest the bugs off Zinogre's back when you knock it over. And once you do enough damage when Zinogre's in its charged state, you will see these bugs fly off of the body as it loses its charged state. When Zinogre is charging itself, it is left wide open for attacks, but a powerful blast will occur once it has enough energy to reach its first level of charge. I say first level because when it's in rage mode while it's charged up, I think it gets even stronger, but I could be wrong. Many of its attacks include Zinogre slamming its massive paws down or swinging its body around to club you with its spiky tail. Sometimes it will even flip up into the air and slam down on its back, creating an electrical blast. Zinogre can also shoot out thunderbug balls at your player that will curve to the left or right depending on which side it swings its tail to. If you're hit by any of these thunder-based moves, your hunter will be inflicted with Thunderblight. This increases your chance of being stunned from an attack. Zinogre's weaknesses will increase when it enters its fully charged state, taking more raw and elemental damage over most of its body. Its weakest point for all weapons is its head. When fully charged, the back is a good spot to hit for all Blade Master weapons. Also, the back legs will take more damage from all weapon types. Ice is the best element to use against Zinogre, water is another good option, and once fully charged, both fire and dragon are decent if aiming at the head. If you come prepared, this quest isn't as difficult as you think it might be. I was expecting this quest to play out more like Absolute Power from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Inside the item box, you're given a pitfall trap, and I also brought a pitfall trap of my own, as well as some bombs. Finding the beast in Area 7, I immediately placed a pitfall trap as to not waste any time. This made it easy to get off a KO before Zinogre escaped the trap, also breaking a horn in the process. After Zinogre escaped, I placed down another pitfall trap along with some bombs that I had brought on the quest, and once this trap was sprung, I threw a paintball to explode the bombs. This was a really good start to the quest. Now I just had to survive long enough to get Zinogre out of its charge state. I got a little greedy a few times, but Zinogre never managed to cart me. Zinogre is one of my favorite fights in this game. I love the concept of a monster being able to power itself up by charging, while also leaving itself vulnerable while doing so. In a way, this mimics the risk versus reward factor of many of the weapons within Monster Hunter. If you're strong enough, you can kill or capture Zinogre without it ever getting into its charge state. On the other hand, if you're getting your ass handed to you, Zinogre will probably be in its charge state throughout most of the quest. On this quest, Zinogre will start in its charge state. This is significant because Zinogre's moveset changes depending on its charge state, so right off the bat, Zinogre will be in full swing. Again, getting even more powerful once it enters rage mode. Only once you finally break this charge state, things will calm down for a short time until Zinogre is able to charge up once more. Also, as I previously stated, Zinogre will take even more damage in its charge state, making this a double-edged sword for the monster. On one hand, it'll do significantly more damage, while on the other, it'll take more damage in the process. After beating this quest, you have technically beat the story, although there are 2 more levels for you to complete through the village. After collecting our items and saving our game, a cutscene will begin to play. This cutscene was very well done and gives recognition to all the previous Monster Hunter generations. This would be an end of an era where Monster Hunter was almost strictly for PlayStation. For the next 7 years, Nintendo would be the only platform you could play new Monster Hunter titles on. Mainline titles, that is. While I did play both Tri and 3U on the Wii systems, I wouldn't buy a 2DS for several years. I also never bought a Switch, so the only new Monster Hunter game I played between 3U and World was Monster Hunter Generations. Needless to say, I am very happy with Capcom's decision to bring the Monster Hunter games to just about all platforms for the newer titles, as I mainly play on my PC nowadays. At the start of the cutscene, we see the beloved Trushi and Trinya at the entrance of Yukumo Village, presumably setting out on another treasure hunting adventure. It seems that villagers far and wide have come to celebrate the safety our hunter has brought to these lands, 2 of which look to be the young lads of Moga Village. Next, we see some felines dancing, and Cha-Cha running past them with some of the other Moga residents in the background. Then, there are various different guild babes all enjoying some local Yukumo grub. After that, we see a huge gathering of villagers as a parade of Poogies march through the village. In another scene, we see the Yukumo Village chief and the Wyverian Madam from Dose sitting next to one another as the transporter is carried down the steps by several other felines. The level of fan service they went to inside of this cutscene, bringing back all these beloved characters, is just amazing, and it really just shows how much the Capcom team cares about all these previous titles. We go on to see a feline that's possibly in a coat, trying on an afro next to what could be their coat and the Poke Chief's headdress. After that, we get a split-second glimpse of the Jumbo Chief as well as the Moga Chief relaxing in the hot springs. Also, what could be the Kokoto Chief as well. Finally, we see fireworks explode above in the sky, set off by none other than Trinya and Treshi. As Trinya loads a massive firework, they fall inside the cannon with the firework as the screen shrinks to black and an explosion can be heard. I hope my treasure hunting pal is okay. After that, a 2D animation will play of the transporter leaving Yukumo Village on his barrel, where they then will deliver letters to the various different villages from all the previous Monster Hunter games. At the bottom of the screen is what I would assume to be the credits of the game, but most of it is in Japanese. Eventually, the transporter will make his way back to Yukumo Village with fireworks exploding in the sky, spelling out "Thank you for playing." Like I said earlier, this is an amazing piece of fan service for those of us who have played some of the earlier gen games, and I really appreciate them showing all the different villages coming to celebrate this event. Besides a cutscene and dose and just flavor text in some of the different quests throughout the different games, Portable Third is one of the only games that shows that these villages may be separate, but they all live within the same world. Returning to Yukumo Village, the chief will thank us for defeating Zinogre. She tells us that we have far exceeded any of her expectations and that she wishes us to continue to serve the village as we have. As an award, she gives us 3 Yukumo tickets that we can use over at the blacksmith shop to craft various different pieces of equipment. She also informs us some new requests have come in, with these being the 5-star quests. At the item shop, we can now purchase the Book of Combos 4, as well as Pierce Shot 2. And one thing I forgot to mention, I believe once you reach 4-star, you can purchase the Power and Armor Charms, these being items that will raise your attack and defense respectively. Now we have finally reached the 5-star quests. This level contains 17 different quests, but again, only 4 of them are considered key quests to unlock the next urgent. Almost all of the monsters here are apex predators, or simply too powerful for an apex predator to hunt in the case of the next urgent. For our first key quest, we'll face them on the quest Jumping at Shadows. Oh, wait, what's that? Wait. Pause. Actually, let's jump ahead and look at Uragon. Actually, before we hunt the Uragon, the Hot Spring Keeper informed me that there is a new bath quest located at the volcano where we must hunt the Great Roggy and the Volvodon. A few monster concussions later, and now our bath gives us a total of 140 HP. Alright, now let's look at Uragon. This quest is named the Volcano's Fury. Unsurprisingly, it takes place at the volcano. Uragon's description states, large brute wyverns that feed on ore, using their mighty jaws to crush bedrock to powder. They cleverly affix rocks and ore to their hides with lava, then cast them about, using vibrations to make them explode. When they fall, ore can be mined from their bodies. In fact, the whole reason we skipped ahead to this quest is because the ore that you can mine from their bodies is coal. Wait, that's not right. The ore that you can mine from their bodies is lava nuggets. Lava nuggets being the only item left that I need to upgrade my hammer. Introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, Uragon is the second brute wyvern we face in this game. When we enter Area 6, we see a monster rolling down the slope, literally bouncing down towards the ground. When Uragon reaches the ground, it slams its massive Giga Chad chin against the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to erupt in a fiery explosion. Uragon's back is covered in hard golden crystals that are flat on the top, allowing it to roll around. Its belly has a black tar substance affixed to it, this allowing it to stick explosive rocks to its underside. Uragon can use its jaw to crush up rocks into smaller bits, allowing it to eat them, as well as crush hunters or explode the rocks it flings out from its body. When the monster spins and whips its tail around its body, these little explosive boulders will fly out from its underside. The next time Uragon slams down its chin, these boulders will explode. If you're standing too close to its chin when it slams to the ground, you will lose your balance for a few seconds unless you have quake resistance. Uragon can also spray out a cloud of sleep-inducing or fiery gas from its underside. Uragon is weakest on the stomach. However, its chin will also become a weak spot once it has been broken. Water and dragon are the best elements to use, followed closely by ice. Its tail can be broken by any weapon, but you will still need a cutting weapon to sever the tail, similar to the next monster we'll be looking at. Now, our main goal on this quest is to mine 4 lava nuggets from the Uragon when it falls over. Lucky for us, when you KO Uragon, it falls over for a long period of time. The chin is too hard for us to just start slapping away at, so we have to use our charge attacks in order not to bounce. This is of course until the chin breaks, then we can easily cut through it no problem, using any combo we like. Getting Uragon to fall over was easy enough, but the lava nuggets only have a 50% chance to be mined, so we had to trip them a few extra times in order to get all the nuggets that we needed. The fight as a hammer user really just came down to waiting for its head to be within range, and then either doing the spin attack, super slam, or upward charge thrust until the chin broke. Yes, you can still hit the monster everywhere else without bouncing, but where's the fun in that? For our second key quest, we will face the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite flagship, Nargacuga, on the quest Jumping at Shadows. This quest takes place at the flooded forest during the daytime, flying wyverns that have evolved to live in thickly wooded areas. These sly beasts stalk their prey from the shadows with ferocious speed and dogged tenacity, and their massive tails are as dexterous as they are deadly. Entering Area 5, we see two peaceful Kelbi enjoying their nightly stroll. In the shadows waits the Nargacuga looking for its opportunity to ambush its prey. The Kelbi sense something is amiss, but before they can escape, the Nargacuga attacks with blinding speed, slaying both the creatures in a matter of seconds. Man, how dope would it be to have one of those National Geographic narrators just narrating a live-action Monster Hunter documentary? Come on, Capcom, make it happen. Nargacuga has always been one of my favorite monsters, and I was glad to see it return in this game as well as 3U. Covered head to tail in midnight black fur and scales, the Nargacuga is the perfect nocturnal predator. When Nargacuga enters rage mode, its eyes will begin to glow a bright red, and its speed will be greatly increased. This wyvern has large arms and bladed wings it can use to slice into its prey. Nargacuga also has great control of its tail, but is also equipped with spikes that it can even use as projectiles to shoot at its prey. Much like the Lagombi, Nargacuga will constantly try and flank you, striking from behind, so you have to have your head on a swivel when facing this wyvern. Nargacuga is a very cunning monster and will not be able to fall in pitfall traps unless it is blinded by rage. Sonic bombs can be used to stun the beast if it's in the middle of a move, but it will immediately enter rage mode afterwards. One interesting thing that can happen is if a monster roars, this will also act like a sonic bomb, causing the Nargacuga to flinch. This is another one of the monsters that was made much easier with the added exhaustion mechanic. When Nargacuga is exhausted and jumps to the side, it will stumble over, leaving it open to attack. Nargacuga will telegraph a lot of its moves, making it one of the best monsters to practice evading through attacks. Even without the evade skill, it's not hard to roll through moves such as the tail swipe or lunging attack. On the other hand, if you get caught off guard, Nargacuga is great at hitting you multiple times in a row with its chain of attacks. You'll get hit and have just enough time to get back up and then be hit by another attack. One change made from Unite to this game is Nargacuga is now weaker to thunder than it is to fire, although fire is still a very viable element to use. As for hit zones, Nargacuga is weakest on the head against all weapon types. With my new hammer, this quest went quicker than I expected. As I just mentioned, if you're a constant aggressor against Nargacuga, it could be able to chain several different attacks together, doing a ton of damage. But Nargacuga will also give you openings to hit it on the head or tail after it jumps around a few times. With the head being the best hit zone, the hammer absolutely obliterated the Nargacuga, that is if you can focus on the head for most of the fight. Just try to avoid the tail slam attack, as Narg will do a 180 flip, meaning if you're stuck in a combo on the head, you will most likely be hit by this move. Next quest on the list is the Lost Expedition, where we will travel to the tundra in order to hunt down the Barioth, wyverns that rule the eternally frozen tundra. Barioth use their huge tusks and spiked scales to move freely atop the slippery ice. This ability makes them very difficult to keep up with. First introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, Barioth has always seemed like a mixture between the speed of Nargacuga and the strength of Tigrex. All of these monsters seem to be closely related, all sharing similar skeletal structures and characteristics such as powerful front arms. When we enter Area 2, we see a family of Popo wandering through an icy cavern. Far above lurks the white saber-toothed wyvern, stalking its prey. Barioth leaps down and in one powerful swipe, slays the largest Popo in the group as the other two retreat to safety. The pale white plates on Barioth's body not only serve as protection, but camouflage in the icy tundra. Its body is also covered in black spikes that cover its neck and wings all the way down to its tail. Along with its claws, these spikes serve to help the wyvern move around the icy terrain that it inhabits. Barioth also has two amber tusks that stick out of its upper jaw, resembling those of a saber-toothed tiger. Much like the Nargacuga, Barioth is constantly attacking from either side or behind you, always jumping and charging around the area. On top of that, Barioth can spit out an icy blast that will create a wind vortex. If your hunter comes in contact with this attack, they will be inflicted with the snowman effect. The most effective way to slow down Barioth is by breaking its wings. This will cause Barioth to stumble after jumping around to flank you, giving you a few seconds to attack. When Barioth enters its rage state, its speed will be greatly increased and its eyes will begin to glow an orangish yellow color, similar to the Nargacuga. Another attack you'll have to look out for is when Barioth sweeps its tail to either side. Being hit by this move will give you Ice Blight, making it so your stamina depletes much more quickly. This can be annoying, especially for the stamina-based weapons, such as the hammer. That's why I would recommend that you bring some nullberries with you on this quest. The head is the weakest spot on Barioth, but cutting weapons will do decent damage on the stomach as well. Fire is the best element to use, followed closely by thunder. This quest was slightly faster than the Nargacuga, even with me being snowmanned and ice blighted throughout half the quest. I had always liked hammers, but just having the ability to take the monster out of the fight for a few seconds is a game changer. After Barioth is everyone's favorite monster, Giga Chad. Wait, no, we already covered this bad boy. After Barioth is everyone's favorite monster, Rathalos. This quest is named In Need of a Hero. Terrible wyverns called the Kings of the Skies. Together with Rathian, they stake wide territories centered around their nests. Rathalos descend on invaders from the sky, attacking with poison claws and breath of fire. Much like the Rathian, Rathalos has received a model change from its previous iterations. While still being relatively the same color, Rathalos is now much thicker than it once was, especially around its tail and neck. Rathalos is one of the most iconic monsters in all of the Monster Hunter games, appearing in every single one of them, and not just the main games, but the spin-offs as well. Entering Area 8, we see Rathalos showcase its aerial skills as it flies around the area, swooping down to grab at us with its poisonous claws. While in the earlier gen games, Rathalos would fly a lot, it wasn't all that lethal in the air. Now, Rathalos spends about 1/3 of the fight flying around while still utilizing its attacks. Whenever the Rathalos roars, it will simultaneously jump back and shoot a fireball at the ground right where its head would have been. This attack is extremely dangerous to the melee users, as its head is the weakest point on its body, meaning you will usually be standing by its head when it enters rage mode. While in the air, Rathalos can use just about any attack that you can think of: poisonous claws, charge attacks, as well as fireballs. Rathalos can also evade side to side, swooping around your hunter in the air. This makes flash bombs extremely helpful for the 3rd gen iteration of Rathalos. While there still is diminishing returns on the time that the Rathalos will be stunned, at least you can get him out of the air in order to hit his head a little bit. If flashed while flying, Rathalos will fall to the ground for a few seconds, leaving a pretty sizable opening to get off a few attacks. Although dazed, Rathalos isn't out of the fight. It can still use rudimentary attacks such as the spin move as well as a bite. Just be ready for Rathalos once it recovers, because it will retaliate, most likely with a fireball. Sometimes Rathalos will fly high into the air in order to shoot down fireballs or swoop down with its poisonous claws. At this point, if you stay under its shadow, you should be safe from the poisonous claws, but if you're out of range, make sure to invincible dive, because I believe this is a honed in attack. Just like its counterpart, Rathalos is weakest on the head, and gunners can aim for the legs as well. For elemental weaknesses, the Rathalos is weakest to dragon then thunder, but both ice and water are good options as well. I was honestly surprised at how quickly I defeated Rathalos with the hammer. I know that Rathalos has less HP than the Rathian, but I did not think that I could complete this quest in under 5 minutes. I'm sure a lot of the credit is due to my attack up skill, flash bombs, as well as the KO time. With how easy this Rathalos was, it wouldn't be a bad idea to farm up his armor, as it has the attack up skill, Tenderize, which increases affinity on weak points, as well as some fire attack, I believe. Also bolstering more defense than my current armor set, which would make it a really good set to get into high rank. But I'll probably just stick with the baggy armor. With that being our final key quest in level 5, we will unlock our urgent quest to get into level 6. The village chief would like us to hunt down the Duramboros, saying that this monster is even stronger than Zinogre. The name of this urgent quest is Hammer Time, with this quest taking place in the Misty Peaks. Giant brute wyverns with hammer-like growths on their tails. They subsist on fallen or withered trees, often using their tails to knock said trees over. Researchers speculate that the lumps on their backs act as some sort of energy source. Duramboros is the third brute wyvern we will face through the village quests. Duramboros has a few interesting moves we haven't seen from any other monsters. It will use its tail like a massive club to smash anything that threatens the monster. Duramboros can be quite deceptive, as it will be facing one way, making you think it's going for a comrade or another player, only to smash you with its tail from above when you least expect it. Duramboros can also spin like a ballerina, twirling in circles, then either flying into the air to come crashing down on a target, or launch itself in a certain direction, tail first. If it does the former, its body will be stretched out as it lands, leaving its head and tail open to attack. If you're able to stag Duramboros as it's spinning, it'll fall over onto its side, leaving its humps open to attack from the melee users. Similarly, if Duramboros is tired, it'll always fall over on its side while performing this spin move. Duramboros' tail can be broken by any weapon type, and it also has 2 breaks. Its first break will crack the tail casing. This will allow you to mine from the tail after it performs the spin attack and has its tail stretch out. On the next break, a part of the tail casing will fall off, allowing you to carve from it. When Duramboros is tired, it may snack on the fallen trees to regain stamina. The humps on Duramboros' back are one of the best hit zones, and will take even more damage once they have been broken. Besides the humps, melee users should focus attacking on the legs, while cutting weapons should also focus on the head, and impact users should also focus on the tail. Seems a bit odd since you would think the impact weapon should go for the head and cutting weapons for the tail, but Duramboros is just weird like that. For gunners, their best bet is to aim for the tail, that is until the humps have been broken. Duramboros takes very little elemental damage, but the best ones to use are thunder and fire on the horns, and the humps once they've been broken. Duramboros has the second highest health pool out of all the monsters found in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, even compared to some of the final monsters found in high rank. Although this isn't saying a whole lot, because compared to these final boss monsters, Duramboros is basically a walking / spinning punching bag, also with quite a bit less attack power. And yes, while you can just wail on the Duramboros, the real danger in this fight comes from the Duramboros' tail hitting you when you least expect it. Finally, we have reached the last level of the low rank village quests, 6 star. This level only having 3 key, but 16 quests in total. The majority of the quests on this level will have you facing 2 monsters on the same quest. The first key quest is named the Horned Wyvern Hunt, taking place in the Sandy Plains, where we must hunt down the Diablos. Wyverns feared as desert tyrants. Extremely territorial, Diablos attack invaders with blind aggression. Highly sensitive to sound, perhaps because they frequently travel beneath the sand. Known to feed on cacti. Another wyvern from one of the original Monster Hunter games, Diablos has received a cosmetic change from its 2nd gen counterpart, much like the Wrasse. Diablos being thicker than it was in the previous games, while also having a few new moves. Diablos has 2 large horns on its head that can be broken individually, with tusks that protrude out of its upper jaw. Diablos also has a club-like tail it'll use to smash opponents that it faces. Diablos can dig and burrow underground to attack its enemies from below, either popping out directly below them, or jumping out of the sand to impale them with their horns. When Diablos is not in rage mode, you can throw a sonic bomb to make Diablos pop out of the sand, where it will be stuck in a pitfall-like state for several seconds, allowing you to get a few hits off. Once Diablos breaks free, it'll fly in the air for a split second, and if you get the timing right, you can flash Diablos out of the air, dunking it to the ground similar to the Wrasse. Besides ambushing your hunter from below, Diablos' main form of attack is charging at your hunter head on. If Diablos still has one or both horns, they can be used against it. If Diablos charges into certain parts of walls or boulders, its horns will be impaled inside the rock. As Diablos attempts to break free, it will be wide open to a counterattack. This is a great way to damage the horns as well as cut the tail. The hardest part about fighting Diablos is that it is constantly on the move, always attacking you from one angle or another. That's why you can make this fight significantly easier, bringing sonic bombs, shock and pitfall traps, and flash bombs. Just be wary when placing down traps, as if Diablos digs under them, they will be destroyed. Diablos is weakest to slicing and impact damage on its stomach, while Gunners will do the most damage aiming for the tail, but not to be mistaken with the tail tip. Ice is the most effective element, although water, thunder, and dragon are still viable. The next quest on the list is Tiger X Interception, where we will of course be facing the Tiger X, a flying wyvern that retains its primitive appearance. It has a ferocious personality, and its lunging attacks using its well-developed limbs and powerful claws and jaw are all frightening, so you need to be careful. It is said that they travel over wide areas in search of prey, even appearing in frozen areas. It has the nickname Roaring Wyvern because of its powerful roar. If you couldn't tell, this was a Google translated version of the monster's description, with a few alterations to make it sound more like the Monster Hunter Freedom 2 entry. Tiger X is one of the few monsters that has made appearance in this game, but was sadly not carried into 3 Ultimate. Tiger X, Nargacuga, and Barioth are all some of my favorite monsters in the series. I don't think it's just their fights, although they are all quite interesting, but more so their overall aesthetic and how the wings double as powerful front legs that they can use to maneuver at great speeds. Tiger X mainly uses charging attacks, but will also launch projectiles at your hunter if you're further away. If you fight Tiger X in the tundra, these projectiles will be ice balls that will cause the snowman effect as well as ice blight. Melee users will have to be ready to dodge away from the monster if it does a spin attack. Portable Third added a new attack for the monster where it will step forward, doing an advancing spin attack in that direction. When Tiger X enters rage mode, it will jump back and let out a powerful roar. This will actually do damage if you're standing too close to it, as well as knock you back. Its blood flow will increase rapidly, causing its eyes, face, and forearms to flush with blood, making the veins glow red. The best place to aim for all weapon types is the head, and it will take even more damage when the monster is in rage mode. Thunder is the best element to use, followed closely by dragon. Much like many of the other monsters found in the 3rd gen games, the Tiger X is much easier with the added exhaustion mechanic. Tiger X in the games before this one, he either moved fast or really fast, but with the new exhaustion mechanic, Tiger X will move extremely slow when exhausted, and will even stumble over when turning after a charge attack. Using the hammer against Tiger X came down to waiting for openings to attack its head, either striking when it turned around to face my hunter, or using a flash bomb to temporarily stun the monster. Even when flashed, Tiger X is still quite dangerous, but once the monster was KO'd, I was able to deal a ton of damage. After some time, Tiger X retreated to Area 7, where I exploded it to death because I forgot to bring tranq bombs. The final key quest in 6 star is named Leviathan in the Fire. On this quest, our target monster is the Ignactor, another Leviathan originally from Monster Hunter Tri. Also known as Fire Pike Wyverns, Ignactors use their tough beaks and great strength to burrow through rock. However, their hardened lava armor becomes soft when they burrow underground or are attacked with fire or explosions. Ignactor is the first non-Elder Dragon to have an armored state. Both White and Crimson had an armored mode where most attacks would be deflected off the monster or would do significantly less damage. Crimson Fatalis would enter this state while in rage mode. Ignactor, on the other hand, is covered in a lava-like armor that is soft for a short period of time when it is above the ground or out of the lava, but will harden over time. If its armor is hardened, its beak and chest will also soften up if it uses one of its laser beam attacks. When its armor is soft, it's a bright orange-red and will blacken as it hardens up. This armor also affects all the monster's hit zones, as they will take less damage once hardened. Ignactor shares many characteristics with Monster Hunter Tri's flagship monster, Lagiacrus, both being leviathans that share a similar skeletal structure, with Royal Uteroth being the only quote-unquote underwater monster that made it into Portable Third. Seeing Ignactor begs the question of why we didn't get Laggy as well. I guess Zinogre is a pretty good substitute monster, but I still would have liked to seen Laggy in Portable Third. Ignactor can drill its body through the rocky ground, and even into the ceiling of some of the areas. Ignactor will swim through the rock and may even hit you with its spine or jump out underneath your hunter. Sometimes it will emerge from the ground with only half of its body out and then shoot a fire beam around the area. It can also shoot a direct beam at a target as well. As annoying as it is to see Ignactor enter the ground constantly, it does help the fight because its body will soften up. At least its time-wasting ability has mechanics tied to it versus Diablos who just likes to go underground for fun. Ignactor is weakest on the head and chest, but you can hit just about anywhere until its lava armor hardens up. Then only water element will still be effective, as its damage isn't determined by Ignactor's armored state. The description states that if you use fire weapons or explosions, it will soften its hardened armor, although I've never tried this for myself. Maybe future Samurai will have some footage for you. I never heard anyone give flack for Ignactor having this armor mode, but this mechanic would return with Lavasiath in Monster Hunter World, and I've only ever heard bad things about it in that game. Maybe it's because it wasn't super well implemented and they didn't really explain it all that well in Monster Hunter World, but I always thought it was a cool concept in Tri, Portable Third, and 3U. Dragon is the most effective element when the lava armor is soft, then comes water, next to thunder, and lastly ice. Ice is also unaffected by its hardened armor and will actually do slightly more damage on the head and body when the armor is hardened. Ignactor is one of the more annoying monsters to face in my opinion as a melee user. This is because if you're standing too close to Ignactor when it drills into the ground, you'll be thrown back, taking a ton of damage in the process. Also, a lot of its moves will cause Fire Blight, which does a ton of chip damage. Ignactor also has a ton of breakable parts. Just about any piece with lava on it can be broken. This includes the beak, chest, arms, back legs, fin, and tail. This makes Pierce Heavy Bowgun one of the best weapons to use in order to break all of its parts. Finally, after completing all 3 of these key quests, you will unlock your final urgent quest through the village. The quest is named The Desert Feast, where we must slay the Jin Moran. Rare ore can be mined from these enormous dragons' backs, thus they are considered prosperity symbols. They swallow vast amounts of organic material and are always surrounded by scavenging delics, which sailors use to locate them. Jin, originally from Monster Hunter Tri, is classified as an elder dragon, and this is also not your typical hunt, but a siege mission, similar to that of Lao Shan Lung or Shin Georin. But instead of facing this massive beast through a narrow corridor, we start our quest off on a sand ship. This ship comes equipped with ballista, cannons, a gong, as well as a dragonator. Jin is essentially a massive sand whale with 2 gigantic tusks that stick straight out from its upper jaw. A rocky earth-splitting spine runs all the way down its back from head to tail. Jin has 2 large front arms, but its back legs are underdeveloped and are essentially useless for mobility. This means to get around, Jin will either drag its massive body along the ground using its arms, or it will swim through the sand. How it swims through the sand is something that I've always wondered about, but in a game about fighting gigantic monsters, it's best not to think too hard about things like that. In the item box can be found ballista ammo. This can also be gathered out on the ship's deck. There will also be a ballista binder that will trap Jin for a short period of time, some large barrel bombs and anti-dragon bombs that can be placed on top of Jin's back, as well as some pickaxes. In the previous generation during the Lao or Shin fight, we could jump onto their backs, carve from the monster, and even set the anti-dragon bombs to deal a decent bit of damage. They took this concept a step further for the Jin fight. At the beginning of the quest, Jin can be seen on the right side of the ship. Cannonballs can be gathered from the back of the ship, while the ballista can be found towards the front. Soon, Jin will swim close enough to the ship to where you can hit it with your weapons and even jump onto its back. Once on Jin's back, there are several mining points along the monster's spine, as well as 2 weak points that you can attack with your weapon. These points can be broken after you've done enough damage. These weak points are also the best spot to deal damage besides its mouth that won't be available to melee users until the final stage of the fight, and only for a brief second when the monster falls over. On the flip side, if you have a pierce bow or bowgun, you can just shoot inside the mouth, dealing a massive amount of damage. This is actually the best way to cheese the monster, especially online. Get 3 to 4 players with a Pierce Siege heavy bowgun, head to the front of the ship, and just blast away at the inside of Jin's mouth. This will end the quest in a matter of minutes. For the anti-dragon bombs, I recommend that you place these on the monster's tusks, especially if you're using a melee weapon, because the only way you'll be able to do damage to the tusks is by using bombs on the ship when Jin's facing it, cannons, ballista, and sometimes the Dragonator. This quest has 2 stages to it. The first stage is aboard the dragon ship, where you will do as much damage as possible using whatever means necessary. Typically, I try to shoot the tusks right away, then either shoot out its arm or hit it with my weapon until I'm able to jump onto its back. Once you're able to jump aboard Jin, get on the spine and break the weak points. Jin will then knock you off of its back, jump over the ship, and try to ram it from the other side. You can stop his advance either using the gong or ballista binder. Then there'll be this weird illusion where Jin looks to be Tokyo drifting next to the dragon ship, but don't worry about that. At this point, you can either place bombs under its tusks or just shoot them with cannons or ballista to deal some extra damage to them and eventually break them off. You'll have a few opportunities to jump onto the tusks and enter onto Jin's back once more if you hadn't broken the weak points already. Eventually, Jin will submerge itself in the sand once more, and if you haven't dealt enough damage to enter the final showdown, Jin can be seen at the front of the ship, charging you head on. This is when you ask yourself, where's my Dragonator? You'll have to time this pretty good, otherwise you're going to get swallowed up by Jin. I believe you hit the Dragonator when Jin jumps out of the sand for the second time, and then it'll come crashing down onto the Dragonator. As to not ruin the surprise, you can actually hit Jin with a Dragonator prior to this event. At the very beginning of the quest, Jin will shoot some boulders at the ship, and then go for the Plesioth hip check. During this hip check, if you activate the Dragonator right as Jin is thrusting all his girth at you, the Dragonator will clip his tusk, dealing enough damage to break it off. Now, if you didn't use the Dragonator at the beginning, and you dealt enough damage for Jin to jump over the ship, you probably will just enter the final showdown, and then you can use the Dragonator there. Once you enter the final showdown, the dragon ship will be stationary, blocking the path of the approaching Jin Moran, who has emerged from the sand and advances towards you, dragging his massive body along the ground. Now, just like the previous Lao and Shin, you can deal as much damage as you want to Jin, but he will always get to a fixed number of HP that can only decrease once he's entered the final showdown. In the final showdown, your goal is to defend the ship, preventing Jin from attacking it and slaying or repelling him before time runs out. From here, you can deal damage to both of his arms, and you'll be able to shoot both of his tusks. If you hadn't used the Dragonator, you can use that, and the Gong and Ballista Binder will be available as well. Now, you won't really need to worry about this offline unless you're really good, but online, you can actually deal enough damage to Jin and kill him out of the area where you won't be able to carve from him at all. This is because towards where Jin starts is an invisible barrier, and when Jin dies, he rears up and then falls over on his side, and if you kill him too far out, he'll rear back behind that invisible wall, preventing you from carving. Like I said, you probably shouldn't need to worry about this if you're playing solo though, especially offline. At the beginning of the showdown, I like to hop onto the ballista and just start firing away, trying to break those tusks if I haven't already. Once the tusks are broken, I'll aim for either arm, trying to deal damage to them as well. Once Jin is close enough to the ship, he'll begin to attack it. This is where you can prevent him from using the gong or binda, preferably when he's about to do a large attack such as a sand blast, or he'll fill his belly up with air, rear back, and then crush the ship. Every time you stagger Jin, he'll take a couple steps back, giving you some more time to defend the ship. And finally, once you've slain the massive beast, you'll be able to carve from his mouth and body 4 times each. Now at this point in the game, you've essentially beaten the offline low rank. Of course, you can go back and complete all the uncompleted quests. There's also one more quest that will be locked until you've completed all the quests offline, but I'll save that for later. One thing I recommend doing if you haven't done so already is go into the guild and complete as many hot spring quests as possible. Also, you could take on some of the drink quests, especially the ones that will give you attack or defense boosts. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd did an amazing job at making all the low-ranked monsters key quests throughout the village. There are new monsters that we can face, but they won't be available until we reach high rank. Now for the low rank guild section of this video, I won't just be repeating myself, but mainly be focusing on the multiplayer aspects of these quests. Also, by the time that I started recording for this video, I had completed much of the offline low rank guild. So it'll mainly be me helping Kirk and my brother through low rank. Also, it's not necessary to play through the offline village in order to upgrade the farm, hot springs, etc. With that being said, we set out to hunt the Great Jaggy in order to get them the same armor set that I had. In the guild, you can skip both the 1 and 2 star quests, as these act more as beginner missions for new players. These monsters will have lower HP compared to the ones found in the 3-star quests. Great Jaggy isn't much of a challenge, even if you were to take on these quests solo. We farmed this quest a couple times, so we could all have matching pajamas. Now, one thing I haven't talked about a whole lot is friendly fire. While you cannot directly deal damage to your teammates, you can still hit them with your weapon, causing staggers, flinches, and even send other players flying, with weapons such as the hammer, greatsword, and switch axe. I guess you could also place large barrel bomb plus and potentially kill one of your teammates. Some of these weapons' moves could cause one of your fellow hunters to take damage from a monster, or even save them from an incoming attack. If you've played online in any of the Monster Hunter games, I'm sure you're aware of this, that weapons such as the dual blades or longsword are infamous for staggering other hunters, causing them to take damage or in some extreme cases, cart from a monster's attack. When playing online, you need to be mindful of not just the monster's positioning, but yours and your teammates as well. If you have a hammer and a longsword user, the hammer should prioritize hitting the head, while the longsword should focus on cutting the tail. This way, nobody gets sent flying or is staggered to death by another hunter. After hunting Jaggy a few times, we set out to hunt Baroth in order to get the weapons for my brother as well as Kirk. All the Baroth weapons have extremely high raw, but also have negative affinity. Baroth is also one of the 4 keys we must complete in the 3-star guild quests. Another upside of playing online as a gunner such as myself is that I don't have to constantly be rolling out of the way of incoming monsters' attacks. Having it aggress on another player, I can sit back and just blast away at the monster. After grinding out Baroth, there was only 3 more key quests that we had to complete, these being the Royal Luderoth, Kurapeko, as well as the Arzuros. Finally unlocking our urgent quest, the Giganox. As many of the older fans of the series know, each hunter has to post and clear their urgent quest to unlock the next level. This is probably my favorite change that has been made in the newer titles. This means we would have to do each urgent quest 3 times. After reaching the 4-star quest, you'll see that the monster difficulty level increases significantly. Traditionally, you would play online through ad hoc connectivity on the PSP. With us using an emulator, servers such as the Hunsterverse Discord can be utilized to play online with people around the world. This is how we'll be playing online, and if you'd like to join Hunsterverse, I'll leave a link in the description below. 4-star in the guild only involves slaying Uragan a few times in order to upgrade our Baroth weapons, and the added bonus of Uragan being one of the 5 key quests in order to unlock our urgent. Uragan wasn't too much trouble, as the Baroth light bowgun can shoot water element, which is an element Uragan is extremely weak to. Also, Kirk was using hammer, so he was able to KO the monster that left a huge opening for us to attack it. After upgrading our weapons, we had to face the Nargacuga, Barioth, Nibblesnarf, and lastly the Rathian. With all these quests going pretty smoothly, clearing each in about 4 to 8 minutes. Not the fastest time in the world, but it was definitely much easier than trying to solo all of these quests. After all 5 key quests had been completed, we unlocked our next urgent quest, Zinogre. At some point before this quest, I'd grinded for the Baryoth light bowgun that can rapid fire ice shot. This weapon is perfect for fighting Zinogre, who is weakest to ice element. Being another urgent quest, we had to clear it multiple times, but I wasn't bothered by this because I actually needed Zinogre materials in order to craft some of its weapons. I would say Thunder is probably one of the strongest elements in this game, just like Unite, with most of the monsters being weak to Thunder, if only just slightly. The Baryoth light bowgun can shoot Sleep Shot, so we were able to sleep bomb Zinogre to get off some extra damage. Sleep bombing is pretty decent solo, but is much more effective when you have a larger hunting party with everyone bringing bombs, even if they're a poor man's large barrel bomb. When grinding on Zinogre, if you're trying to get a plate, it's more beneficial to slay the monster as you have a higher chance of carving it rather than getting it in the capture rewards. With Zinogre slain, all that is left in low rank is the last 5 key quests that will unlock our urgent, this being the one to carry us into high rank. Looking back at the key quests of the guild monster roster, I realized that the low rank guild just lets you bypass some of the more annoying monsters in my opinion. While you do still have to hunt Korapeko, Giganox, and Nibblesnarf, the Great Jaggy, Baggy, and Roggy are all optional, as well as Buldrum, Lagombi, and Volvodon. While we did still hunt the Great Jaggy in order to wear his skin, I'm glad we didn't have to fight that stinky armadillo, as well as the other pack leaders. The 5-star quests are all more exciting hunts, with the first being Diablos. Item box provides you with sonic bombs, making this quest a bit easier. This is another monster that was weak to ice, so I opted to use the Baryoth light bowgun, making the horn break much easier. Next up was Durambros, a thick boy for sure, but he was no match for the 3 musketeers. After that, the OG flagship Rathalos, who we almost cleared in the first area, but he barely escaped with his life, only to die seconds after landing in the next area. If we weren't just a few quests away from getting into high rank, we probably would have grinded on Rathalos until we had his armor. Next up was another flagship, Tigrex, who was not as affected by flash bombs as he was in the previous games, but it still came in handy for some free-ish damage. Next up was Ignactor, who wasn't too difficult, with both me and my brother using range weapons that use elemental shots that were unaffected by its armor state. Also, using a range weapon against this guy was much more enjoyable than using the hammer that I used in the village quests. Now for the final urgent in low rank, Repel the Jin Moran. The key word being repel. You see, in Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Unite, the urgent to get into high rank was the Shingeoran, where you could slay the massive beast or repel it if you ran out of time, but still did enough damage to clear the quest. On this quest, however, you only have the option to repel Jin. It's hard for me to put into words the level of disappointment that this brought me. While yes, this does make it easier for players who are playing solo, this is guild content meant to be played in multiplayer. With that being said, a party of 4, 3, and even 2 should be able to kill this monster quite easily. This was supposed to be a rite of passage, the final test in low rank, but no, you're robbed of slaying the gigantic sand whale. I don't know why this bothered me so much, because it just meant I had to spend less time blasting away at this oversized walrus, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth. Funnily enough, on our quest of colonialism in Monster Hunter World, they would fumble the bag just as hard with Zor Magdaros, where at the end of the fight we blast it with the Dragonator, and it runs off into the sea. At least we get to actually kill Jin in high rank and in the offline low rank. Maybe it just comes down to the fact that you don't get a car from the monster. I just would have preferred to slay the beast like we had in the previous games. Even if they gave him like an extra 500 HP, it would have been nice to been able to kill it, and this doesn't seem like that much more of a challenge for someone playing solo. With my whining out of the way, we have finally made it into high rank.
I don't know how to time this.
Do you want me to do it?
I'm sure.
You guys can stand up front and have faith in me.
We all die together. Triple cart.
Oh god, he's shooting.
Incoming.
Oh, this
Not a parade.
curse just...
Yeah, wave at him.
Ah!
Wow, we repel them?
He still hit me.
Yeah, he
Failed
almost
the
killed all three of
quest.
us.
We just
You guys
triple
are
carded right there.
That would have been amazing.
But
We're
it
all
was-
confused.
As a wise man once said, this is where the fun begins. Well, actually, there's only one new monster, but 7-star will have a lot more to offer. Also, now that we're in high rank, we can gather high rank materials from all the areas available to us, these being the Misty Peaks, Sandy Plains, Flooded Forest, and Deserted Island. Also, quests will have a new mechanic introduced, this being unstable environments, indicated by a warning icon next to the monsters icon on the quest list. The unstable environments will be random, and even if an environment is unstable, the warning monster won't always appear. Right away, we set out on our first key quest to hunt down 2 Great Jaggy at the Sandy Plains. Since we're now in high rank, each player may spawn in a random area at the beginning of the quest. Also, there will be no items in the item box until they are delivered at some point throughout the quest, unless someone has ate for Felynes supplier. That means no potions, rations, hot/cold drinks, or map to aid you on your hunt. If you haven't already started bringing your own items, now is definitely the time to do so. Also, sometimes you will have a random chance to spawn in a secret area, so bring pickaxes and bug nets, just in case, because these locations provide you with valuable materials. And you'll probably want to mine anyways in order to get carbonite, because you'll need this ore to upgrade into many of the high rank weapons. With Great Jaggy being one of the easiest monsters in the game, they didn't put up too much of a fight, and we were able to clear this quest in just about 5 minutes. Both monsters will be on the map at the same time, so bring dung bombs if you don't want to be double teamed. After clearing Great Jaggy, we repeated this quest multiple times in order to craft his high rank armor set. While low rank Jaggy armor came with attack up small, recovery speed, and capture guru, the high rank armor provides you with attack up medium, recovery speed +2, and crit eye +1. With the help of a few decos, you can easily bring this to attack up large, and with the aid of a decent talisman, I was able to get crit eye +3 as well. This is without a doubt one of the best beginning high rank sets that you can get in HR4. This set would take us through most of high rank as well, so it's definitely worth killing a few extra Jaggy in order to craft it. We hunted Great Jaggy so many times, I was even able to craft the Blade Master set. With this set, I gemmed in speed sharpening as an extra skill. With the Great Jaggy armor crafted, we can now proceed with the rest of the 6-star quests, beginning with the 2 Arzuros quest located in the Misty Peaks. Another easier high rank quest, with the exception that one of the Arzuros will be very large compared to the other. Also, the 2 blue bears like to stick together, and we forgot dung bombs on this quest, so we did our best to stay alive while juggling damage between the 2 of them. After about 4 minutes, we killed each of the monsters within a few seconds of one another. The Arzuros has a decent defense set, having the skills Defense Up, Divine Protection, and Negate Stun. While I personally go for a set that gives me an attack boost, if you're more of a defense kind of guy, the Arzuros is a good beginner high rank set for you. After Arzuros, we set out on our 3rd key quest, this being the high rank Baroth. There's also a Great Jaggy on this quest, so we decided to slay it for some extra materials. After gathering some ore we would need for our equipment upgrades, it was finally time to face the Muddy Boy. Baroth does hit quite a bit harder than his low rank counterpart, but his moves are easy enough to dodge, and we were able to slay this brute in about 6 minutes. Baroth armor in high rank gives you the adrenaline skill that boosts your attack and defense when your health is below a certain threshold. The gunner set comes equipped with normal up and recoil, while the Blade Master set has Constitution and Guard, making it an amazing set for any shielded weapon. Next up on the key quest list was Koropeko at the Deserted Island. At this point we had upgraded our Baroth weapons, so this quest went fairly quickly. Not much to say about Koropeko, just a normal fight, other than the Arzuros showed up and we forgot dung bombs again. The high rank Koropeko armor is one of the best wide range sets in the game. giving you wide range +2, allowing you to heal up your allies, a good armor set to pair with a support weapon such as sword and shield, hunting horn, or light bowgun. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is pretty sneaky about its key quests. Yes, there's only 5 key quests, but for this last quest to show up, we will need to slay the Royal Luderoth. After completing the Royal Luderoth, we will unlock the Purple Luderoth, this being the first subspecies monster we can face in this game. Subspecies were first introduced into the Monster Hunter series way back in Monster Hunter G. In that game, we got monsters such as Blue Kutku, Red Kezu, and Azure Rathalos. The majority of these subspecies monsters were basically just a different color, with maybe a new move or two, different hit zone values, and elemental weaknesses. Crimson Fatalis is probably the most drastic change from the regular Fatalis in terms of subspecies within this game. This is where Portable 3rd would change subspecies forever. Starting with the Purple Luderoth, it is much more than just a recolored monster. A Royal Luderoth subspecies with a spongy purple mane that can both store and dispense a powerful toxin. Moistening this mane seems to revitalize the creature, so it prefers to reside in watery areas. With this game obviously lacking water combat, you can only fight Purple Luderoth on land, but it still likes to hang around in these watery areas such as the Misty Peaks and Deserted Island. The Purple Luderoth has a purple mane as well as some purple on its skin that extends from its mane down to its tail. The spikes on its crown as well as its arms and claws have a reddish-orange hue to them. The Purple Luderoth will spit out poisonous globs out at your hunter that will of course inflict poison damage. It can also inflict poison with its claw swipe attack, and when the monster does its belly flop move, a large puddle of poisonous liquid will be splashed out from its body. Needless to say, but you'll definitely want to bring along some antidote or herbal medicine with you on this quest. Not only does Purple Luderoth have more health, but just about all of its hit zones take less raw and elemental damage. Impact and shot weapons will still want to focus on the head, while slicing weapons will want to aim for the sponge or stomach. Fire is the best element to use, but it is less effective than it was against the normal Royal Luderoth. The Purple Luderoth set has an interesting skill attached to it, this being the Stamina Thief skill. This skill adds a fatigue status to your weapon's attacks, allowing you to make a monster tired more often. It also comes with the Water Resistance skill, not the best skill in the game with only a few monsters having the water element, but it will come in handy for the final boss. After completing all the key quests, we unlocked our urgent quest, Nargacuga. As you might expect, this high-ranked Nargacuga hits pretty hard, especially if you haven't upgraded your armor. Playing as a gunner, I had to be extra careful not to get double tapped. In the end, it only took us about 12 minutes to clear this quest on our first try, but on the second hunt, a Bulldrum showed up, and of course, we didn't have dung bombs again. So we ended up slaying the Bulldrum as well. I also forgot to take a bath on the second quest, so I ended up carding within the first 3 minutes. At this point in the game, you should have your bath almost fully upgraded for the extra 50 bonus health and stamina. This bonus HP and stamina could save your life, especially going into 7 and 8 star. High rank Nargacuga armor comes with evasion and evade distance. These two skills together can be a lot of fun to play with, especially for the slower weapons. Evade distance in particular can pair well with weapons such as the dual blades and light bowgun, giving you a greater slide distance. On the weapons side, Nargacuga has some of the best Blade Master weapons in the game. While they don't come with a crazy amount of raw attack, it makes up for it with having high sharpness as well as high affinity. To top it all off, the Nargacuga weapons just look extremely cool. Hunter rank 5 is where the game really takes off. In this level, you should be farming for weapons and armor that will carry you to the final boss of the game, or at least carry you into the next rank. 7 star has 6 key quests, but just like the Purple Luderoth, there are a few prerequisite quests in order to unlock the key ones. You can get around this though. If someone posts these key quests for you and you clear them, then you won't have to clear the prerequisite quests. Just something to keep in mind if you're ever playing through the game online. Our first order of business was to hunt down the Jade Barroth. Now Jade isn't a key quest, which I thought was strange since he's one of the coolest subspecies. Much like Barroth, the Jade weapons have a ton of raw attack, with the melee weapons having the added bonus of ice element. Jade's light bowgun can shoot water and ice, but cannot rapid fire either of them. A subspecies of Baroth found in colder climates. Lacking mud, they coat themselves with snow and ice, which can be flung at perceived threats. They are known for bashing their overgrown crowns into ice and subsist primarily on Banabra. Jade is another great example of an amazing subspecies monster that deviates quite a bit from its regular counterpart. Located in the tundra, Jade Baroth, as the name suggests, is a jade color with hints of icy blue. Instead of mud, Jade Baroth is covered in ice that can be flung off of its body and crown to cover your hunter in snow, giving you the snowman effect, while also inflicting you with ice blight. Not the best if you're using a stamina-based weapon such as the hammer or dual blades. When charging, the Jade Baroth can do a U-turn to flank into unsuspecting hunters. I swear this move gets me almost every single time. Also, when Jade slams its head against the ground, if there's snow covering his crown, it will go flying in all directions. When covered in ice, the Jade Baroth is weakest to fire, but once the ice is broken, it will then be weakest to thunder, everywhere except its head. Just like the regular Baroth, once the ice armor is broken, Jade will be able to reapply it by rolling around in the snow. Jade's armor will have defense up on some pieces and ice attack on others, while the Blade Master armor will get a few points in KO, and the Gunner armor will have Pierce up. Jade Baroth is one of 2 monsters that will open up 2 new areas that have been added to the tundra once it starts limping away. Jade will flee to Area 1, then destroy some debris, opening up Areas 8 and 9 to the players. These areas contain bug, mining, and bone gathering points that contain some rare materials, such as dragon bone relics. After farming Jade for the necessary materials in order to upgrade our weapons, I set out to hunt the Baroth for its light bowgun that can rapid fire ice shots. Ice is an extremely useful element, especially for some of the upcoming monsters. Hunting Baroth was also necessary for unlocking one of the next key quests. Baroth has a decent evasion set for anyone looking to do some anime dodging. Also, all of the Baroth weapons have great ice element as well as some decent affinity. With those 2 monsters out of the way, we were ready for our first key quest, the Rathalos. On this quest, I used my upgraded Baroth light bowgun that can rapid fire ice shot as well as shoot sleep. While Thunder Element would have been a better option for Rathalos, we can't fight high rank Zinogre until we unlock his Urgent in this rank. As scary as Rathalos is, especially with having negative fire resistance, he was easy enough in a group, leading with a sleep bomb and then to his severed tail, and after chasing him around the map for a few times, we were finally able to capture him. With Rathalos armor having a lot of attack stats, we decided it would be a good armor set worth grinding for. Both Blade Master and Gunner come with attack and weakness exploit, while the melee set has speed sharpening, and the Gunner set has rapid fire up, allowing you to shoot an extra shot for all ammo types that can rapid fire. This means if my Baroth light bowgun rapid fires 3 shots, it will now increase to 4. I did end up crafting a mix set because both the waist and arms have fire attack, so I substituted these pieces with ones that were more efficient for the skills that I was trying to activate. With a little help from an expert +7 talisman, I was able to have the skills attack up large, weakness exploit, bonus shot, and crit eye +1. This set was perfect for any light bowgun that could rapid fire. After some grinding, we all finished our Rathalos mix sets, and it was time to fight the next key monster. Which of course we had to fight another monster before we could unlock it, so we set out to hunt Uragon. This was also a warning quest, so I prepared for a surprise monster that did actually show up. After clearing the quest, a warning message popped up informing us that a new monster has arrived, and we could either return to village or face the uninvited guest. Some of you may already know what monsters showed up, and I told myself I would attempt to slay the first one I saw. This monster, of course, being the Deviljho, a monster first introduced in Monster Hunter Tri. The dreaded nomadic Deviljho have no specific territory of their own. Their muscles swell if provoked, revealing old wounds. Needing to feed constantly due to high body heat, They can hunt nearby animals to extinction. Deviljho is the largest brute wyvern in this game and has become one of the most iconic monsters in the series. It is also the first monster in the main series to have an actual dragon element move. In previous titles, some monsters such as Felynes would have dragon element associated with some of their attacks, but would not have the iconic black smoke and red lightning effect that we can see Deviljho use. This brute wyvern is green in color with small arms like a T-Rex. Its face has multiple rows of teeth, and its body, legs, and tail are extremely muscular, allowing it to deal out massive amounts of damage. When enraged, its back will swell up, becoming red, and it will reveal scars that showcase the monster's previous encounters that it has survived. Due to Deviljho's endless feeling of hunger, it has been seen all across the world of Monster Hunter as it searches for food far and wide. This monster will eat just about anything that moves, causing some areas to have local extinctions when a Deviljho shows up and hunts everything in sight. Due to its ravenous hunger, it will allow you to use various different meats very effectively. When Deviljho enters rage mode, it will be able to spray its dragon attack, but luckily in Portable 3rd, there is no dragon blight. With the introduction of blights in Monster Hunter Tri, Dragon Blight was a thing. In Monster Hunter Tri, if you were dragon blighted, you would have your affinity reduced up to 50%. This then being removed in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. If you were inflicted with Dragon Blight in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, you would have your status/element taken to 0. According to the wiki, this is still how Dragon Blight works, even in the current titles. After exiting Rage mode, Deviljho will become exhausted and saliva will drip out of its mouth. This saliva will cause defense down if the monster bites you, making it twice as deadly when it inevitably re-enters Rage mode and will deal significantly more damage. When fighting this throbbing pickle, it's always a good idea to bring a few adamant seeds or armor skins just in case you get inflicted with defense down. Deviljho can scoop up and toss boulders with its mouth at players that wish to fight Deviljho from a distance. Deviljho can also bite and swing its body from side to side while advancing at a target. Usually when it's hungry, Deviljho can jump onto a player and begin eating them, causing you to try and break free from the monster. This is where you can throw a dung bomb to break from its grasp, or just get eaten to death. All weapons will want to aim for its head when the monster is not in rage mode, but once Deviljho enters rage mode, its chest will become much weaker. Deviljho is weakest to thunder and dragon element, and its weaknesses will increase when it enters rage mode. Fire and water will also become quite effective in rage mode as well. Luckily, when the warning pickle shows up, all items will be delivered to the box, along with some extra items as well. Also, as I mentioned before, once you defeat the target monster, you don't have to fight Deviljho, you can just return to the village. But if you wish to test your skills, you can fight the pickle as well. While it did take us an extra 30 minutes or so, and both my brother and I carded the Deviljho, we did slay the beast in the end. We even tried to capture it, but of course it fled the area the second we placed down a trap. Does this happen to everyone, or just me? While you won't actually be able to officially hunt Deviljho until you're HR 6, we would go on to slay the beast several times when we were still in HR 5. Also, these warning pickles almost have 2,000 less HP than the ones found in their individual quests. The only downside to hunting these warning pickles versus the one found on the pickle quest is you won't be able to get a specific item that you'll need for most of its equipment. Up next was a pretty uneventful key quest, this being a 2 Nibblesnarf. This quest went pretty smooth with Kirk being able to stunlock the Nibblesnarf in the sand. As the monster was dazed, my brother and I just blasted away at him with our elemental light bowguns. After that was another quest we needed to clear in order to unlock one of our key quests, this being the Giganox. On this quest I tested out the hammer with my Great Jaggy Blademaster set. Besides Lagombi showing up multiple times and Giganox's larger than average health pool, this quest wasn't the worst. After clearing the floppy poison boy, we unlocked yet another key quest and headed back to the tundra in order to hunt the baleful Giganox. Baleful Giganox is an even bigger Kezu wannabe than the normal Giganox, as Baleful uses electrical attacks and can also paralyze you, just like its distant relative, a subspecies of Giganox that uses electricity to stun prey. It is believed to be a random mutation, and as such, sightings are relatively rare. it may be possible to weaken its electrical powers by destroying the capacitor organs on its body. This is one of the few subspecies monsters that I would rather hunt compared to its regular version, strictly based on how less annoying Baleful is compared to the normal Giganox. I think it all comes down to not being poisoned every minute or so. Also, Baleful Giganox does not have the ability to lay egg sacs that will spawn the smaller Gigi. Instead, it will lay explosive yellow blob sacs that will paralyze your hunter if you're within the proximity when they detonate. I thought Baleful might be a color, but the definition is deadly or harmful in influence. This may be due to the fact that Baleful has very unordinary shades of color. In nature, sometimes bright, exotic colors will indicate that the creature in question is poisonous, or at least not to be trifled with, such as a poisonous frog or snake. Also, instead of turning gray when enraged, the Baleful Giganox will turn a bright color of red. This bright color may even ward off a hungry Deviljho. Instead of shooting poisonous globs from its mouth, the Baleful Giganox will either shoot yellow balls that will cause paralysis when its head is not broken, and blue balls once the head is broken that will just deal damage. Baleful can also shoot these lightning balls when it's on the ceiling. Regardless of the color of these balls, they will always inflict you with Thunderblight. Blade Masters will have to look out for Baleful's electrical shock attack that emits from its body, similar to how the regular Giganox can shoot out poisonous gas from its underside. Just like the normal Giganox, once Baleful enters rage mode, its weak spot will change from its head to its butt. While Baleful is still weak to dragon like the regular Giganox, Baleful is weakest to water element and takes a little bit of fire damage. As I mentioned earlier, I would much rather face the Baleful over normal Giganox simply due to the fact that I hate being poisoned by almost every single attack Gigi does. Baleful still roars quite a bit and can paralyze you from time to time, but this isn't the worst monster in the game. That award actually goes to the next key monster, thanks to everyone who voted on the 20th anniversary for Monster Hunter. This monster is of course Steel Uragon, and I honestly can't blame people for not voting for this sack of stinky rocks. A metallic subspecies of Uragon with an unusual diet that allows it to create powerful, noxious gas. The gas permeates the rocks on its body, which then emit foul fumes when scattered. Like Uragon, they can travel quickly by rolling. Visually, I think Steel Uragon is more eye-catching than the regular Uragon, sporting a crimson chin with a reflective blue hide that covers the monster. It's theorized the change in color is caused by this species feeding on different types of ore, but in-game, I believe the Steel Uragon eats from the same pile of rocks that the regular Uragon does, but whatever. Steel Uragon is most well known for its ability to throw out stinky rocks and make stinky farts on your hunter. These rocks are about twice the size that the normal Uragon will shoot out, and they will emit stinky gas every few seconds, and when they explode will give you the soiled effect that will not allow you to heal while you're affected by it. Steel Uragon can throw these rocks out in a line, as well as spread them out with its tail whip attack. This makes deodorant one of the most useful items for facing this monster. I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier, but one player can throw a deodorant, and if multiple players are standing around it, they will get cleansed as well. To add another turd to the toilet, Volvidon is on this quest as well. When tired, Steel Uragon will fall over when it's rolling, and will also not be able to fart on your hunter. Steel Uragon has just about all the same hit zones as its regular counterpart, except shot damage does slightly less on its legs and arms. You will still want to go for the stomach or chin. Once the chin is broken, it will also take a lot more damage. Steel Uragon also has the same elemental weaknesses, being weakest to water and dragon, then ice. Even with a group of 3, it still took us around 20 minutes to complete this quest, just because Steel Uragon has a pretty large health pool. Another reason it could have took so long is none of us were using water weapons, which is by far the best element. Moving on to the next key quest is another subspecies, this taking place in the Sandy Plains, where we must hunt the Sand Barioth, a Barioth subspecies that resides in the Sandy Plains. Their breath is strong enough to generate tornadoes, which they then use to travel at high speeds. Their yellow carapaces are tinted red, and their fangs shine deep blue when polished. Sand Barioth is much more aggressive than its regular counterpart, which is definitely saying something. I don't believe the Sand Barioth is faster, but but it can chain together certain attacks that may catch you off guard, such as after a hip check, it may leap, only to use its charge or bite attack again. Sandbarioth can also shoot wind gusts out of its mouth to create large tornadoes that it can then use to fly around and target lock onto a player and then come crashing down on them. This attack also does a ton of damage, and will most likely hit you unless you invincible dive. Luckily, you can still break Sandbarioth's wings, which will slow it down when it jumps from side to side. And of course, you can still break its tusks as well as sever its tail. Visually, I love the Sandbarioth, especially the faint tiger stripes on its arms. Facing this guy solo isn't the worst, but we were able to clear this quest in about 6 minutes in our group of 3. This is probably due to the fact that we were using ice and thunder weapons, which Sandbarioth is extremely weak to, being weakest to ice, then thunder, and it's slightly weak to water as well. Also, all weapon types want to focus on the head for maximum damage, and while its wings will take the least amount of damage, it's probably worth the trade-off because it will slow them down quite a bit once they've been broken. For the last key quest, we'll be heading to the flooded forest in order to face the green Nargacuga. A Nargacuga subspecies with mottled fur that allows it to blend into foliage or verdant areas like the flooded forest and deserted island. It is quite skilled in the use of its tail, the spikes of which are said to be extremely deadly. While initially it looks like just another recolored monster, there is a few tricks up its sleeve. Green Nargacuga has a few different moves such as a double tail slam, or when it goes in rage mode it jumps twice before roaring. Like the Sandbarioth, I don't think Green Narg moves faster, but I believe it just jumps around a lot more than its regular counterpart. Probably the biggest change is Green Narg's tail spikes will cause KO if your hunter is hit by them. As for hit zones, Green Narg is weakest on the head, which will increase even further when it enters rage mode. Thunder, of course, being the best element to use, but fire is also a good second choice. There's also one last abomination that I haven't mentioned yet, and this is the red Kurapeko, a subspecies of Kurapeko with vivid crimson plumage and the same aptitude for mimicry and dance. Flints in their wings allow them to generate electricity, which can be discharged as either shocking jolts or intense flashes of light. Someone really looked at Kurapeko and said, how can we make this monster even more annoying? With having the ability to roar as loud as a Rathalos, while also being immune to flash bombs, and also having an added HP bonus versus the regular Kurapeko. The flints on a Crimson Kurapeko will generate electric explosions. You can also use these flints to create a flash, similar to the Gypsaros. Also having all these same songs and dance, including healing, attack boost / rage mode for the other monsters, defense boost, and of course summoning the aid of a plethora of large and small monsters. This is one quest where you definitely need to bring dung bombs, unless you want to be double teamed the entire time. And honestly, I would rather fight the in-game monsters over this guy any day. It's just so annoying. I'm done talking about him. On top of being more annoying, he has slightly less good hit zones than the regular Kurapeko, and he's now weak to fire, ice, then water. After all 6 key quests have been completed, you'll unlock the next urgent quest, this being against 2 Zinogre located at the Misty Peaks. Completing this quest will take you into HR 6 or 8 star, which will offer you the toughest monsters in the game. This quest isn't the hardest because both monsters will have reduced HP. I farmed this quest many times in order to upgrade my Zinogre light bowgun, as well as craft some of the other Zinogre weapons, such as the dual blades and bow. As I've mentioned previously, thunder is one of the best elements in this game. With Zinogre having the best thunder element weapons, it's not a bad idea to farm this quest a few times. Just like the low rank version, if you're looking to farm the rare material, this being the Zinogre Jewel, you'll want to kill the monster rather than capture it to have a higher chance of obtaining it. Other than that, I'm not aware of any new moves the Zinogre gets in high rank, other than to just deal a lot more damage. To make this quest go a little more smooth, I would recommend bringing dung bombs since both monsters spawn on the map at the same time. After clearing the 2 Zenoka Urchin a few times, we finally made it into the final rank in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. The 8-star quest consists of the hardest monsters in the game and introduces us to the remaining 5 subspecies monsters. This level also has 5 locked quests that must be unlocked by meeting the unlocked requirements. More on these quests later. Just like the previous level, there are only 6 key quests, but you'll need to clear 3 non-subspecies monsters to unlock 3 of these key quests. In order, these quests are Diablos, Tigrex, and Ignactor. Durambros is our first key quest, and oh boy is he a chunky fella, having more HP than some of the final monsters we will face in this game. Other than being a damage sponge, Durambros is a pretty standard fight. I don't know if he gets any new moves. His armor is alright as well, having attack, adrenaline, and I believe destroyer, but also having negative crit eye. With his gunner armor abandoning attack, but gaining recoil. Next up is Black Diablos, which will be unlocked after you've cleared the regular Diablos quest. These black-shelled Diablos are treated as a subspecies, but are actually just normal female Diablos in heat. The color change is a warning to other creatures, as they tend to become extremely aggressive during mating season. Portable 3rd is where it's officially established that the Black Diablos is simply a female in heat, which is a pretty cool concept for a subspecies monster. This is made even more interesting as in Monster Hunter Freedom, the Diablos U Helm referred to the Black Diablos as a male. I guess Green Nargacuga is kinda off the hook as just a recolored monster because the Black Diablos plays almost identically to the regular Diablos fight. With the notable exception that when the Black Diablos digs underground, she is much more likely to launch herself out of the ground at a player versus the normal Diablos. This is also one of, if not the most powerful attack this monster can do, so I recommend that you put away your weapon and ready yourself for an invincible dive. She also has identical hit zones, with the stomach being the weak point for Blade Master weapons, and the tail and wings being the weak point for ranged weapons. Also, ice is still the most effective element, while she is also weak to water, dragon, and thunder. As for armor, looking at the regular Diablos real quick since we skipped over it, it has tremor resistance, crit draw, and sheathing. This makes the Blade Master set a really good crit draw set for greatswords. The Gunner set gets pierce up, normal shot up, and sheathing as well, with the downside being that both these sets will have negative status. As for the Black Diablo set, it will have punishing draw, KO, and stamina drain. Punishing draw adding a KO effect to your unsheath attack, with the Gunner set having reload speed, recoil, and normal shot up. With the downside being both these sets will have negative dragon attack. As for Diablos weapons, they will have some of the highest attack in the game, but also having some negative affinity. After Black Diablos, the next key quest will be the Rathian and Rathalos together at the deserted island. Next up is the Pickle himself, Deviljho, with this key quest being located at the Tundra. Deviljho being the only other monster in Portable 3rd that will flee to Area 9 once it's ready to be captured. These areas being slightly smaller than most of the other areas on the Tundra, it can be quite dangerous to face Deviljho as he defends himself in a last-ditch effort. That's why I recommend that you prepare yourself and capture the Deviljho here, rather than trying to kill the beast. With Deviljho armor having some interesting skills, this includes negative sharpness, handicraft, ice resistance, and eating, and the Gunner armor having negative recoil, ice resistance, loading, and eating. The real interesting piece is the waist. This waist will give you torso up, which makes it really good for mix sets, and I did use this piece in my mix set as well. After clearing Ignactor, the next key quest will be unlocked, this being another amazing subspecies monster, Glacial Ignactor, a tundra-based subspecies of Ignactor that spits powerful jets of water. Its sharp beak allows it to burrow into permafrost and clad itself in a layer of ice, while the regular Ignactor's armor would change depending on when it last entered the lava, dug underground, or used a beam attack. The Glacial Ignactor's armor will work much the opposite. It will harden once it is burrowed, and it melts over time after it's exited the ice. Also, as the description states, it can be melted using fire-based attacks. The change in armor is also visually a lot less noticeable, with its hardened armor being more of an icy white, while once it's soft it turns more to a baby blue color. From a gunner's standpoint, and before doing any research, I didn't even know Glacial Ignactor had an armor mechanic. Glacial Ignactor will also not have any snow on its chest, making it a viable hit zone for all weapon types, regardless of how snowy the beast is. As for the rest of its hit zones, they're all determined by if they are covered in snow or not, with the exception of the dorsal fin, which only ranged users will be able to hit through most of the fight. Across the board, the hit zones are pretty bad when they're covered in snow, but the areas you should focus on clearing first are the head, neck, and body. And by covered in snow, I think it also means once they're softened. As for elemental weaknesses, Dragon is the most effective, but only once the snow on the hit zone has been cleared. With snow, it won't take any dragon damage. Fire is the second best but most practical element, as its damage is not determined by the snow armor. Lastly, Thunder is also a good option, but is best used once the snow has been cleared. As for armor, the regular Ignactor will have Sharpness, Fire Resistance, and Constitution, with the Gunner set having Normal Up, Fire Resistance, and Precision, with the Glacial Blade Master set having Guard Up, and Ice Attack, and the Gunner set having Reload Speed, Pierce Shot Up, and Ice Attack as well, with both sets having negative fire attack. This makes the Blade Master armor for the Glacial Ignactor one of the best lance or gun lance sets in the game. For the last and final key quest in 8-star, we venture to the volcano to face yet another spectacular subspecies monster, Brute Tigrex, with this quest being hidden, of course, until you face the normal Tigrex. A subspecies of Tigrex, these beasts are as brutal as they are ravenous. They prefer volcanic regions, but can be found in a range of areas. Their howls are even more piercing than standard Tigrex roars, and send shockwaves far and wide. Brute Tigrex may be one of my favorite subspecies monsters to come out of Portable 3rd, based purely on how good it looks. It was a shame that Tigrex and Brute never made their way to Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, but I'm glad they made their return in the 4th gen games. Brute has all the same moves as the regular Tigrex, while bringing some new ones to the table as well. With a more powerful set of lungs, they have adapted to breathe in the toxic air of the volcano. Brute Tigrex is able to deal massive amounts of damage with its roaring attack. Much like Zinogre, Brute is a master of deception. It will look as if it's about to charge, then it will raise its head up and slam its forelimbs to the ground, all while advancing, letting out an ear-shattering roar. In Rage mode, Brute is able to charge at a player, stop short of hitting them, and chain into another move, such as a Super Roar. This can catch you off guard if you invincible dive too early, then get hit by the roar attack. If Brute is standing in lava and launches boulders at you, these boulders will cause fire blight if you're hit by them. The same goes for if Brute is on watery terrain, these boulders will cause water blight. Looking at the HP chart for these monsters, it looks as if Brute has about 1000 less HP than the normal Tigrex. It definitely makes up for this with how aggressive this monster is. Brute also has very similar hit zones to its regular counterpart. The head is still the best option to aim for all weapon types, and it takes even more damage when Brute enters Rage mode. The hind legs take alright damage from all weapon types as well. Water is now the best element to use instead of Thunder, although Thunder is still a viable option. Dragon is just as effective as Thunder, with Ice being a last resort option. Much like the Diablo's weapons, Brute and normal Tigrex weapons have some of the highest attack in the game, while sporting negative affinity, with normal Tigrex armor having Gluttony, negative protection, hearing, and stamina, with Brute armor having negative protection, hearing, psychic, and fast charge. With all key quests being completed, we have finally unlocked our first urgent quest. But before I get into the urgent quests, there are a few more monsters I have yet to mention. At the beginning of this section, I mentioned that there are some locked quests in this level. 2 of these quests can be unlocked once you've slain 100 Wyverns. Wyverns include every monster with the exception of the Fang Beasts, as well as Jen Moran. Once you have captured or killed a total of 100 Wyverns, you will unlock Silver Rathalos and Gold Rathian. While both of these monsters were in previous games, they have both been given a new moveset, as well as being a lot more intelligent. Let's first look at Silver Rathalos, as I'm guessing the majority of players will go for his armor versus Gold Rathian's, a rare variant of Rathalos with a beautiful silver body, reminiscent of the sun. Little is known about their behavior or physiology, including the source of their rich silver sheen. First introduced in Monster Hunter Freedom, Silver Rathalos already looked cool in the 2nd gen games, but looks even better with its 3rd gen model. Technically, Silver Rathalos is considered a rare species, not a subspecies, which means it's much stronger than a subspecies monster. Rare species monsters are usually on par of that of an Elder Dragon. Silver Rathalos and Gold Rathian were also the very first rare species monsters, and we wouldn't get any new ones until the release of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. In fact, there are only a total of 6 rare subspecies monsters in all of the mainline titles, compared to its previous iterations. 3rd gen Silver Rathalos now has much stronger head hit zones that is no longer weak to impact damage, and even requires white sharpness to cut through without bouncing. Silver Rathalos also has a few tricks up its wing. After shooting fireballs or doing a talon attack from above, when Silver is landing, it may swoop down to grab you with its talons, causing you to be pinned, and you will need to break free from this, either mashing buttons or throwing a dung bomb. While flying, Silver can also shoot out a massive fiery explosion that has a huge area of effect. Of course, Silver will still have all the regular Rathalos moves, so look out for the fireball after it enters Rage mode. Blade Masters will want to mainly aim for the wings or legs, but the back will take the most damage, although you won't be able to reach this hit zone unless the monster has fallen over or is in a pitfall trap. Gunners, on the other hand, will want to aim for the legs primarily, or stomach if the legs are out of sight. Thunder Elemental will do the most damage on the head and wings, making it easy for gunners to break these hit zones. Water is also a viable option, with ice being slightly effective as well. Silver Rathalos is also no longer weak to Dragon Element. While Silver Rathalos is quite dangerous, it does have less HP than its golden female counterpart. Silver will also give you the highest possible chance at receiving a ruby if you break its head, as well as capture the monster. Gold Rathian, just like Silver, is also a rare species monster and is much more dangerous than her green relative. A rare variant of Rathian with a beautiful golden body reminiscent of the moon. Little is known about their behavior or physiology, including the source of their rich golden sheen. Also making a first debut in Monster Hunter Freedom, Gold Rathian is an amazing looking monster in this game as well. On top of all the regular Rathian moves, Gold Rathian can now shoot out a triple volley of explosions with an area of effect that can be quite hard to dodge. She also favors the backflip move and will even use it multiple times in a row as she flies above your hunter. Gold can also do a backflip move where she sweeps her tail to the side rather than doing it in a straight path. Just like Silver Rathalos, Gold Rathian's head is no longer a weak point, with the back and wings now being the weak point for melee weapons, and the legs are the weakest for range weapons. Gold Rathian also has the same elemental weaknesses as Silver, with Thunder being the most effective, and Water being a good second option, and Ice as a last resort. Fighting each of these individual rare species monsters can be difficult, but the real challenge comes after you clear both of these monsters and unlock a quest where you must face both of them at the same time. While you can bring dung bombs to make one of the monsters flee, it only seems to last a few minutes or so, and then the monster that fled will come flying back, or the monster that you were fighting will run to the same area as the other monster. This quest can be quite difficult and annoying when both monsters are in the same area, but each of these monsters will have less HP than they will on their individual quests, making it great for farming their items to craft armor or weapons. Silver Rathalos armor in particular is one of the best sets in the game damage-wise for both Blade Masters and Gunners. While Gold Rathian armor is wonderful for those who wish to farm rare materials, such as Wrath Rupees, or other endgame monster materials. Silver Rathalos armor will have negative health for both Blade Master and Gunner, while the Blade Master set will have sharpness, attack, and tenderize, while the Gunner set will swap the sharpness for normal up. As for Gold Rathian, they will have protection, negative thunder resistance, fate, and destroyer, with both gold and silver armor having a ton of decoration slots, making it awesome for customization. Now let's talk Jin Moran. With it being one of our last urgent quests in the game, I was happy to see that we can finally slay this beast online. The fight plays out about the same as its low rank version, except now Jin has a much larger health pool, and you'll be able to enter the final stage. Probably the fastest way to enter the final showdown is to bring a Pierce heavy bowgun. While playing online with some randoms, they were using Jin's armor, along with the green Nargacuga heavy bowgun that can shoot Pierce 3 and Pierce 2 in crouching fire mode. By aiming at the mouth, you're able to shoot into the mouth hit zone, which is its weakest point. Of course, I had to make this set for myself, so I farmed Jin a few times later in the game to make this very set. I would also use that Dragonator trick I talked about in the low rank section, where you can use the Dragonator at the beginning of the quest. With 2 or even 3 players, you should be able to enter the final showdown within a matter of minutes. Of course, I didn't know any of this at the time of us doing our urgent, so we played out the quest as you normally would, finishing the quest in about 16 minutes or so. In case you'd forgotten, Jin is weakest to ice, followed by dragon, then thunder and water. As for playing solo, this may be one of the hardest quests in the game, as Jin has more than double the HP of any other monster that you can fight that's not a DLC quest. You will fail this quest if you don't deal enough damage, and Jin is able to bring the ship's integrity down to 0%. So if you're playing solo, you will need to make good use of the Gong, Ballista Binder, as well as the Dragonator when Jin gets close to the ship. After Jin's been taken care of, the village chief would like to speak with us immediately. She says the guild manager informed her that a certain elder dragon has appeared atop the mountain's summit. This dragon is known as Amatsu Magasuchi, also known as the storm dragon, that has been feared by many for a long time. It's said that it creates storms around its prey to prevent their escape. She states that since Arzuros and Zenogre have fallen, sightings of this monster have started to increase. I can only assume that it's picked up on their absence. She goes on saying all routes to the sacred mountain have been cut off by heavy storms. If this continues, all of us here will have to leave the village. The guild has already recommended that we begin evacuating, finishing by saying this is the most dangerous task that she has asked of us. Please aid the guild in hopes of putting an end to Amatsu once and for all. For the sake of the village and all of us here, we are counting on you. A legendary elder dragon spotted on Sacred Pinnacle, an avatar of storms in the folklore of Yukumo Village. Amatsu's appearance is accompanied by furious cyclones and horrific storms. Its fearsome power is said to outscale that of natural disasters. Amatsu can only be fought in a special arena known as the Sacred Pinnacle. This location is located in the mountains surrounding Yukumo Village. Visually, this is one of my favorite special areas in the whole series. In an ecology video of Amatsu, we see an airship crash at this location. This could explain why there are several ballistas scattered around the area, along with some wreckage, as well as item gathering spots to collect more ballista shot. Starting the quest, you will begin in a covered base camp area with a box that has ballista shots and elastic binder. These can be used on the previously mentioned ballista. Amatsu will have a wind aura around its body that will disappear for a brief period of time when it uses a move. When the wind aura is down, you will be able to use the elastic binder to lock the monster in place for a few seconds, creating an opening to attack it. Although there is one move where Amatsu will fly rapidly around in a circle, creating a large tornado around it, and I believe this is the only move that it will retain its wind aura, so the binder won't be able to hit it while it's doing this move. Around the map are a few ledges ranged users can climb onto in order to shoot Amatsu, but they can be destroyed by certain moves from the monster. Amatsu's design is much different from your typical elder dragon. Its body resembles that of a leviathan, although it is covered head to tail in large white, almost translucent fins that sway in the breeze. Its front and back limbs have claws and fins as well. Atop Amatsu's relatively small head are 2 huge golden horns, and its underbelly is covered in dark black scales. When Amatsu is enraged, its eyes will glow orange, and its gaze will pierce through the storm that surrounds the beast. Once Amatsu reaches 60% HP or less, parts of its fins will begin to glow red, and it will be able to perform some new attacks. Also, the veins on its wing membranes will become visible glowing red, and Amatsu's chest as well as its horns will have a faint golden glow to them. Now, whoever designed this monster probably never used a melee weapon. I personally haven't considered fighting Amatsu with a melee weapon, but I do main range weapons mostly, so that isn't saying much. But when you look at Amatsu's moveset, you will understand what I'm talking about. Amatsu will constantly punish you for being too close to it. This doesn't mean being far away will keep you safe, I just feel it's a safer option. You can actually cut Amatsu's tail off, although I've never done it myself. The head is by far the weakest hit zone, which melee weapons will only have a few opportunities to hit, whether that be when the monster flinches or is stunned from an attack. All the more reason to just bring a ranged weapon. Amatsu has the ability to move around the area very quickly, whether it is simply advancing towards you or using one of its flying charging attacks. Often, Amatsu will fly to the side of you and then instantly use the dash attack, so you will need to be ready to roll or put your weapon away at a moment's notice. While charging, Amatsu can also swoop back in the opposite direction, as well as turn slightly. Amatsu also has several long range based attacks that both melee and ranged users will have to look out for. The easiest of these to dodge is its water ball attack, where Amatsu will spit out a ball of water at your hunter. This is easy enough to dodge by just rolling out of the way. Its water jet attack is the real threat. Amatsu will spray 2 powerful jets of water one after another, while it's moving its head slightly left to right, making this move quite hard to dodge by just rolling out of the way. What usually gets me is I try to invincible dive out of the first attack only to be hit by the second, as the move is timed perfectly to hit you after the iframes are up, and you won't have time to roll out of the second attack. Both of these attacks will inflict water blight. There is an even more powerful water jet attack, but I'll talk about that in a moment. Blade Masters will have to be on the lookout for Amatsu using its fins or tails to do close range swiping attacks. One of Amatsu's most powerful attacks is where it will create a wind vortex around its body. This move has a long windup, so you want to run as far away as possible. While Amatsu is creating this vortex, your hunter will slowly be dragged towards the wind vortex, with the wind speed increasing as the vortex grows stronger and stronger. Amatsu will then ride the wave of this wind vortex, spinning rapidly around, knocking down any hunters that are unfortunate enough to be sucked into these strong winds, and a large tornado will be formed around the monster. In the second stage of the fight, Amatsu will spin rapidly in a circle and summon 3 smaller tornadoes. These smaller tornadoes will travel out from Amatsu and then move counterclockwise and return to the point where the tornado clockboys of it originated. Also, during this second stage of the fight, when Amatsu reaches 60% HP, it will summon tornadoes and the cyclone attacks more often. One new move Amatsu will do is fly high up into the air and will target one hunter to shoot down 3 water beam attacks in a row. The first will be vertically, starting from underneath Amatsu, the second will be horizontal, and the third will be another vertical, reversed of the first beam. This attack will definitely double tap you, but could be a one-shot if your HP is low enough. Each beam will also make the surrounding area explode, so you may still get hit even if you invincible dive out of the way. Also, trying to invincible dive out of the first beam attack may cause you to get hit by the second beam, much like its other water beam attack. The best way to counter this attack is just to Farcaster back to base when Amatsu flies high up into the sky. You'll only be able to do this once, but it could save you from losing the quest. If you don't have any Farcasters or Amatsu uses this a second time, start by running either left to right in anticipation for the first beam attack. Assuming you dodge the first beam, begin running towards Amatsu, but don't run all the way under the monster for the second horizontal beam. Lastly, run left to right again to dodge the last beam attack. Also note if you're hunting in a party that you're aware of the other hunter's position as to not get hit by a beam targeting another player. As I mentioned before, Amatsu is weakest to all weapon types on its head, while Blade Master weapons can still do somewhat decent damage on its stomach and wings. As for elemental damage, Amatsu is weakest to dragon, then fire, but mainly on its head and wings. Thunder and ice will also be slightly effective on its head as well. For Blade Masters, your best bet is to make your best fire weapon you can craft, because there aren't a whole lot of dragon weapons until you get to the later stages of the game. How I went about preparing for Amatsu was to craft the Tagrex light bowgun that can rapid fire normal level 2 shots. This paired with the Silver Rathalos gunner armor that gives you attack up, weakness exploit, and most importantly normal shot up, makes for an amazing set with a good weapon that can deal out a ton of damage. This gun does have slight deviation, so I gemmed in precision with some decorations so my shots will actually shoot straight. You can also use the Ancient Stone light bowgun, I believe it's the God's Isle. This also rapid fires normal level 2, but you'll have to be lucky enough to obtain it while mining. I eventually got this gun, but not in time for this quest. Also, a lot of the Blade Master Ancient Stone weapons give you dragon attack, so you could go that route as well. The Tiger X light bowgun has an insane amount of raw damage, paired with the damage boosting skills normal up and attack up, makes this light bowgun one of the best normal light bowguns in the game. With your hunter being able to carry 99 normal 2-shots and 99 huskberries as well as needleberries, these needed to craft normal 2-shots, you shouldn't run out of ammunition unless you're really bad at aiming. Just do your best to aim at the head and you should be able to solo Amatsu within 15 to 20 minutes. In our hunting party of 3, we cleared this quest on our second attempt in about 10 minutes. On our first attempt, each of us managed to cart one time, resulting in a quest failure. Now, after you've cleared Amatsu, you may wonder what else is there to do in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Remember at the beginning of this section I mentioned some lock quests, 2 of these being Silver Rathlos and Gold Rathian, with you only needing to slay or capture 100 wyverns. The 3 remaining hidden quests are a bit harder to unlock. For 2 of these lock quests, you'll need to clear every single solo monster quest in high rank. This shouldn't be too difficult, seeing as you've probably cleared the majority of them to unlock all your urgent quests. Even without clearing the silver and gold wraths, it's only about 19 quests or so that you haven't completed, assuming that you've beaten Amatsu already. Also assuming that you beat all the non-subspecies monsters in order to unlock the subspecies key quests. These next 2 monsters come from Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, the first of which being the final boss in Monster Hunter Freedom 2, a Cantor. A wyvern shrouded in mystery and known by many names. The Black God to some, the Tyrant of Fire to others, but usually called a Cantor by the guild. Its giant spines and tusks make for a fearsome sight in the volcanic areas it frequents. A Cantor is no longer fought at the battleground, but instead is found at the Lava Canyon, a new area added in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, which its sole purpose is to serve as an arena to face the Acantor. Not much is known about the Lava Canyon, other than it looks to be around an active volcano, and is extremely hot, meaning you will need to bring cool drinks if you wish to survive in this area. There are also ancient abandoned structures that can be seen in this area, hinting at an old world civilization that once called this place home. Scattered around the area are several cracks that will spout out lava. Some areas are bright orangish yellow. These will cause you to take damage if you walk over them, similar to how you will take damage if you're walking at the lava's edge. Cantor was the final urgent in Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and served as an urgent quest to get into G rank in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. In the second gen games, a Cantor was one of the hardest monsters in the game. With that being said, this version in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd did not disappoint. Even equipped with in-game armor and weapons, a Cantor still put up a fight. You could even argue a Cantor is the hardest monster in this game. A Cantor is an extremely large flying wyvern that does not possess wings. It has a massive head with 2 tusks that jut out of its lower jaw. A Cantor's back is covered in red-black spikes and thick plates. Its arms and legs have extremely sharp claws, and the tip of its tail has 3 claw-like hooks. Its tusks can be broken, but will break one at a time, similar to Diablos' horns. Both front legs can be broken, as well as the spikes on a Cantor's back. Its chest can also be broken, and lastly the tail can be severed as well. While most of its body is black, its underbelly is a lighter tan color. This changes however once a Cantor enters rage mode. The hide under its thick plates and underbelly will begin throbbing a bright reddish orange, and its eyes will become bloodshot with rage. A Cantor will constantly be charging at you and your allies. This charge is pretty difficult to dodge, especially when the monster is enraged, unless you're close enough to a Cantor to run around it. When enraged, this charge attack will be much faster as well. A Cantor can also dig underground in order to resurface somewhere else. This dig move has a deceptively large hitbox that may catch you off guard if you're standing too close to the monster. Lava spouts will appear around the area where a Cantor will emerge from. Similar to Tiger X, a Cantor's roar will cause damage and knock you back if you're standing too close to the monster. A Cantor's most powerful move is a wind beam attack that will shoot across the entire area. I believe this move does dragon damage, and in this game there's a new variant of this move where it will sweep this beam across the map. Another new move added in Portable Third is where a Cantor will attempt to bite your hunter. If this bite lands, when a Cantor is in rage mode, you will be inflicted with defense down. Probably the worst status effect that you could get while facing one of the strongest monsters in the game. It also supposedly has a pin attack after doing its shovel attack, but I've never seen this myself. Maybe I'll do some testing, maybe I won't, only Editor Samurai will know. Now, let's move on to a Cantor's hit zones and elemental weaknesses. The best hit zone across all weapon types is by far the head. When enraged, the majority of a Cantor's hit zones will take more damage. With the water hit zones being relatively weak out of rage mode, they get a pretty decent boost when the monster enters rage mode. Most of the hit zones get a boost in damage for Dragon Element as well. The thunder weakness on its stomach will even double once the monster enters rage mode. On this quest, I was using the Amatsu light bowgun, with this bowgun being able to rapid fire almost every single element except dragon. This light bowgun is pretty decent against almost any monster in the game, with it having a wide variety of elemental shots. At the start of the quest, it's good to lead with thunder on the tail, as it takes pretty decent thunder damage. Once a Cantor enters rage mode, I would then switch to water and aim for the stomach. Thunder also does really good on the stomach as well, but I would like to save that for when it's out of rage mode, as it takes the same amount of thunder on the tail normally as it does on the stomach in rage mode. As a last resort, I can switch to ice on a Cantor when it's in rage mode, as it does take a little bit of damage, but normal shots would be just as effective, if not more, aiming at its head. As for elemental blade master weapons, your best bet is to go for a dragon weapon, if not just make a really good Zinogre weapon, and focus on the tail, head, or stomach. One item that could potentially save your life is flash bombs. If you know you're not going to be able to get out of the way of its charge attack, simply throw a flash bomb in front of its face. This will stun it for a brief period of time, but won't really leave a good opening for attack. This is simply just to preserve your potions. We did have a couple deaths on this quest, but we were able to clear it on our first try in about 13 to 14 minutes. Moving on to the other monster you will unlock. It is another 2nd gen wyvern many players probably have fond memories of hunting or carding to. This is the one and only white god, Yukumo, an enigmatic dragon sighted only deep within the most remote extremes. Its jaws are capable of crushing ice and rock alike. The natives of one region claim its appearance mirrors that of a white god of their legends. Yukumo played the role as the final urgent quest hunters would face at the end of G rank in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Being one of the final bosses of G rank, Yukumo could dish out a ton of damage and was surprisingly fast for its large size. Obviously there's no G rank in this game, so he was chopped down to a high rank monster in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. I know that he is on par with the other final high rank monsters, but for some reason I expected Yukumo to be the hardest hitting monster in this game, probably just PTSD from Freedom Unite. Yukumo is basically an ice version of a Cantor, with it sharing the same skeletal design and having a similar moveset. Its actual head is much smaller than a Cantor, but Yukumo has a massive shovel-like chin it uses to slice through ice as if it were butter. Instead of spikes, Yukumo has thick, white armored plates on its back that come to sharp ridges on its spine. Yukumo is no longer fought at the snowy mountain peak, but instead has a whole new arena named the Polar Field. Of course, being a cold area, you will need to bring along some hot drinks if you wish to have a stamina bar. I absolutely love this icy cave, mainly because of the Aurora Borealis in the background of the sky, but it is also a much easier area to fight Yukumo versus the area we have in Freedom Unite. Yukumo's main threat was that he could pin you against a wall where you'd have nowhere to escape to. Splitting the area of Freedom Unite was a massive crack, much like the one found in this area. Although in Unite, there was no way to get over this crack, and in Portable 3rd, there are 2 ledges you can jump over, making it much easier to escape Yukumo if you need to. It also helps if you're chasing Yukumo, you don't have to run all the way around the crack, you can simply jump or climb over one of these ledges. With this being a cave, Yukumo can cause ice chunks to fall from the ceiling while roaring, these giving you the snowman effect if you are hit by them. In Portable 3rd, Yukumo has a new horizontal beam attack that sweeps across the area, causing ice chunks to go flying, and a twister is created in its wake. Yukanlos will constantly be digging underground and will either pop out of the ground somewhere else, indicated by a snow plume, or it will use its sharp ridge on its back to cut through the ice as it swims towards a targeted hunter. Although this swim attack is much easier to avoid than it was in Unite. I believe in Unite this move would come out much quicker, but the Yukanlos in Portable Third seems to wait a few seconds before swimming, giving you some time to reposition yourself behind the monster or run far enough out of the way. The majority of Yukanlos' moves will cause Ice Blight, so be sure to bring a ton of Nullberries if you're using a stamina-based weapon. Just like a Cantor, you can break Yukanlos' back, forelegs, and sever its tail, and the face, or more specifically its jaw, will break twice. One interesting note is that its chest can be broken, and this will affect some of the resistances and hit zones across its body, unlike a Cantor where its hit zones and resistances change depending on its rage state. After the stomach's been broken, almost every single part of its body will take more damage from all weapon types, and Fire and Dragon will do more damage as well, with the best hit zone for all weapon types being the head, and Fire and Thunder being the best elements to use. Although Dragon is still pretty decent, especially once the stomach has been broken. I love seeing that these two monsters returned for Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, although they both have some pretty niche weapons, but their armor can be good in specific scenarios, especially in mix sets. Now let's look at the final monster, this being one returning from Monster Hunter Tri. To unlock this quest, you must first clear all dual monster quests in high rank. This does not include any of the epic hunting quests, where you will carve mega potions from the monsters. After clearing every 2 monster quests in high rank, you will unlock the Blazing Black Dragon, Elytrion. Blazing Black Dragons, so named for resembling both lightning and darkness. They mercilessly tear apart whoever touches their sharp scales. Elementally unstable, their actions can affect the very weather, living natural disasters. Elytrion is the first Black Dragon to be introduced in the 3rd gen games, and is the only Black Dragon in Tri and Portable 3rd. Black Dragons refer to a very dangerous monster that the guild knows little to nothing about. Most people think these monsters only exist in legend or folklore. Fatalis was the original Black Dragon, with its icon being a question mark rather than an actual monster icon. Elytrion follows this theme, with the guild having hardly any information on the beast, with it also being depicted with a question mark. Elytrion is only found in the Sacred Land in the 3rd gen games, which is a remote location in the volcanic region. Surrounded by sweltering heat, you will need to bring cool drinks when you travel to this area. Elytrion has a similar body style to that of the 2nd gen Elder Dragons, Kush, Tio, Luna, and Camellios. Elytrion being the only actual dragon found in this game, having 4 legs and 2 wings, rather than a wyvern consisting of 2 legs and 2 wings. Elytrion isn't just a black dragon in name, but in appearance as well, covered head to tail in backwards facing scales, massive wings, and a tail with 2 horns referred to as sky piercers. Elytrion is a sight to behold. The breaks on Elytrion include a tail sever, wings, leg breaks, as well as 2 separate horn breaks just like Diablo's. You will also need to break both horns to have a 40% chance of receiving the sky piercer in the reward. Elytrion is basically the avatar of the Monster Hunter world, being the master of all 4 elements, plus dragon. While it cannot use all of these elements at once, it can change between 2 different states, where its elements and elemental weaknesses will change. At the beginning of the fight, Elytrion will be on its ground state, where its scales have a reddish undertone, indicating that it's weakest to ice in this state. While on the ground, Elytrion will primarily use range blast attacks that create fiery vortexes, as well as charge attacks that deal dragon damage. While on the ground, if Elytrion still possesses its horns, there are 2 ledges on either side of the map that the player can climb up onto. Range users can use this as a safer spot to shoot at the monster. Also, if Elytrion charges at these ledges, it will be stuck for a short period of time. This creates a huge window to deal some free damage on Elytrion. This is also a great opportunity to deal some damage to the horns, as they're extremely hard to hit otherwise. Great for hammer users as well, as they may be able to get a KO off while the monster is stunned. After a few minutes into the fight, Elytrion will take flight and its scales will have a light blue undertone to them, indicating it has entered its flight state. While in the sky, Elytron will fly around spraying an icy wind in a similar pattern to Kushala's wind attack. If you're hit by this move, you'll be frozen solid in a snowman state and afflicted with Ice Blight. Also, Elytron will summon lightning beams from the sky that will strike down at a given target. Sometimes, Elytron will fly high into the air and summon down a hail of ice spikes that will fall at random all over the area. This move reminds me of White Fatalis, where it could summon those red lightning bolts at the top of the tower. While Elytron is flying, you can knock it out of the sky using flash bombs. This will knock Elytron down for a few seconds, but if its scales still have a light blue undertone, its elemental weaknesses haven't changed, even though it's no longer flying. The best hit zones on Elytron are its head and neck, with the legs, body, and wings all taking pretty poor damage, but the wings and legs will take a little more damage when the monster is flying. Looking at its elemental resistances once more, ice and water will do the most damage on the ground, while dragon and fire will do the most damage while it's in the sky, with thunder being the worst, only dealing a little bit of damage while it's in its grounded state. The Amatsu light bowgun was basically tailor-made for this fight, as it can rapid fire ice, thunder, water, and fire, giving me the ability to always use an effective element in each state and switch to water if I run out of ice or fire, with water being the only element not affected by its ground or flying state, making it a pretty safe element to use for a Blade Master weapon. This makes all of the Amatsu weapons pretty good for fighting this monster, as they all have water attack and pretty high raw. Speaking of elements, you're going to want to bring nullberries on this quest, as Elytron can give you almost every single elemental blight. Eventually, I would go on to craft the Elytron armor, which gives you blight resistance. Along with blight resistance, you will have elemental attack up, which pairs beautifully with the Amatsu light bowgun. Also, you could use the Elytron heavy bowgun, as it can crouch fire every single element the Amatsu light bowgun can rapid fire. All Elytron melee weapons will have quite a bit of white sharpness, paired with dragon element. For Blade Masters, having the Elytron weapon with Silver Rathalos armor is usually your best bet. Some of you may have noticed me using the Elytron armor for Cantor and Eucanlos. This is because we actually fought Elytron first before we fought the other monsters in order to get its armor and weapons. But I thought it would be more epic to have Elytron as the final monster in this video, so that's what I'm going to do. Some of you may be wondering why I don't think Elytron is harder than a Cantor, and this all comes down to the simple fact that you can pretty easily cheese Elytron. While in Try, you could cheese Elytron with cluster shots. In this game, you can cheese it with pellet shots. I never mentioned the Amatsu heavy bowgun. This heavy bowgun can crouch fire pellet 2 and pierce 2. Before falling in love with this heavy bowgun, I'd only really used the Elytron heavy bowgun, which as I mentioned can crouch fire elemental shots, and the Nargacuga heavy bowgun, which can crouch fire pierce shots. Both extremely powerful weapons paired with the right armor set. But oh boy was I in for a treat when I found out how broken Pellet 2 crouching fire can be. First off, I'm pretty sure you could get away without even using decent armor skills, although you will do a lot more damage with a specific armor set with tailored armor skills. I'm sure all of you know Pellet goes out in a large cone, hitting almost everything that is in front of it. This includes the monster and other players, so it can be quite annoying if you're playing with a hunter that's shooting pellet shot. And the way you can cheese Elytron is by climbing up onto this ledge, going into crouching fire, and just blasting away with your pellet 2. On this ledge, you're basically invincible from almost every single move Elytron can do, especially while it's in its grounded state. While you shoot the pellet shot, you'll be hitting almost every single hit zone, making it extremely easy to break the horns, wings, and any other part besides severing the tail. If Elytron does manage to enter the sky, it should only take a few more shots to knock him down. As you can see in the video, Elytron barely has any time to breathe and will constantly charge at you, getting its head stuck in the ledge. In this video, we only had 2 people using this weapon, and we were still able to clear the monster in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. With the right group and setup, you could probably cut this time down to under a minute if you really wanted to. And this weapon isn't just good against Elytron, it's good just about everything in front of its barrel. Just be mindful not to use it on other hunters, especially in a regular fight where you're the only one using this weapon. With all the monsters out of the way, there's only a few more things to touch on in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Oddly enough, all of the training quests are online, which is slightly frustrating. I can't speak for the first-gen games, but in Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite, there is an offline training section as well as an online. Offline you had normal training, special, and G training. Clearing each of these with every single weapon would unlock a special helmet for each of the different training sections. There was also an online section that you could go out and hunt with your friends, with a variety of monsters to hunt, scaled to multiplayer levels. Now in Portable 3rd, I believe every single monster is scaled to multiplayer, meaning it was much harder to solo than it normally would have been. There are a total of 6 quests, with the first being low rank monsters and the final 3 being high rank. For each monster, you'll be able to choose between 5 different weapons paired with an armor and item loadout. While all of these weapons can be crafted in-game, some of the armor pieces are arena exclusives that cannot be crafted or obtained outside the training school without cheating. In this game, with there only being one training section, there is only one hidden armor piece you can unlock. This being the Barrage Piercing that you may have heard of in my previous video. This armor piece gives you the load up skill, which is only useful for gunner weapons. In order to unlock the Barrage Piercing, you'll need to clear every single monster with every single weapon with a B rating or higher. As I didn't really have any good bow sets at the time, I had no desire to go out and clear all of these training quests. That's why this section is so short. Also, after completing Portable 3rd, we moved on to 3U pretty quickly, so I would have had to solo most of all of these quests. Just like the training area from the previous games, there are several different places you can gather certain healing items, as well as bombs or traps. In order, the monsters you will face are Arzuros, Lagombi, Nibblesnarfs, Purple Luderoth, Sandbarioth, and lastly Duramboros. While annoying as it is that all of these quests are online, it's still a great place to go out and test a new weapon, especially one you're unfamiliar with. Also, if you have some friends you'd like to speedrun with, you can see how quickly you can face these monsters, pairing up different weapon types, and testing out new strategies. For those looking for a challenge or wish to get your hands on exclusive weapons and armor, look no further than downloadable content from Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Just like in Freedom Unite, Portable 3rd has a wide variety of wacky, difficult, and downright diabolical quests you can undertake solo or with your friends through the guild. Many of these quests will give you special rewards or tickets that you can use in order to craft exclusive weapons and armor. Others simply provide new challenges, such as a quest where you must hunt 2 Devil Joe in the arena, with one being a smaller pickle and the other being a crown largest. Another fun quest was Hunter's Pride, where you could face the 4 flagship monsters in high rank, these being Rathalos, Tiger X, Nargacuga, and Zinogre, with the monsters starting in pairs within the arena. Each map also has an epic hunting quest with all the apexes that reside there. Other event quests have you facing comically large or smaller versions of a monster such as the giant Arzuros or tiny Uragon. One quest even has you facing a high-rank Zinogre, with the quest requiring you to face the beast without any armor. This quest is a true test of how good you are with a weapon, and that's of course because you won't be able to have any armor skills activated. With the help of a few items, as well as a KO weapon, this quest actually wasn't super difficult. Also, you can still have your Armor Charm and Armor Talon, and that'll give you a healthy 30 defense. There are even quests having you face the in-game monsters such as Amatsu, Elatron, Eukanlos, and a Cantor, and on each of these individual quests, the monster will have a huge boost in HP, probably making them on par with a G-rank health pool. These quests are perfect for those hunters who are tired of facing the normal high-rank monsters and are looking for a real challenge inside Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. At last, we've reached the endgame of Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Every Monster Hunter game has an awards list within the guild card. By now, you should at least have some of the basic awards, such as the Jasper Seal Case, awarded to the player once you've defeated Zinogre, or the Storm Robe, attained by clearing Amatsu. These awards basically act as achievements within the game. They give you something to work towards, beyond just slaying monsters and crafting weapons and armor. Portable 3rd has a total of 24 awards, technically 25, but the last award changes depending on if you started a new game or imported a save from Monster Hunter Portable 2nd. The first row consists of a few awards given by clearing all the levels of the low-rank village quests. The last 2 awards in this row are awarded once you've obtained all the large and small crown monsters. These awards probably being the 2 hardest to obtain in the game. I've seen guild cards where players have hunted a monster well over 100 times in order to get both the large and small crowns, and that is just for one monster, where there are close to 40 large monsters in this game having varying sizes. Well, yes, there are some quests that give you a guaranteed small or large crown, but they are seldom, with the majority of them just being DLC quests. Personally, I've never attempted to grind for these crowns in any of the Monster Hunter games, just with how daunting the undertaking would be. On the second row, the first 3 awards are given by clearing all the guild hall quests. By the time that I started to attempt to get these awards, I honestly had to clear more low rank quests than high rank ones because I had already unlocked Elytron, a Cantor, and Eucanlos, with the majority of the high rank quests that I needed to clear being the epic hunting quests. These awards were relatively easy to unlock, and it gave me an opportunity to try out some new weapons and armor. After these 3 awards is the Expert's Manual Award. This is unlocked once you've used one weapon type more than 500 times. You can check your weapon's progress within the guild card as well. Clearing a quest will add 1 point to the weapon's usage. This goes for all quests including training and even Paw Pass quests. So if you want to cheat the system rather than actually going on 500 quests, you could just go on a Paw Pass quest over and over again. Next to the Expert's Manual is the Ecology Research Report, unlocked by capturing all capturable monsters. You can check what monsters have been captured in your guild card as well. Next to this award is Hunter's History, another one of the more difficult awards to unlock. This award is unlocked after hunting 20 times in each of the regular maps and 10 times in the special maps, being Amatsu, Gen, Elytron, a Cantor, and Eucanlos. The last 2 in the second row are both unlocked through the farm, the first being purchase all the various farm upgrades. This unlocks the Yukumo Scarecrow. The second award is unlocked after spending 100,000 Yukumo points on the Mon Yan wagon. This will give you the Mon Yan Expedition flag. The third row's first award is the Bandai's Sans Fan, unlocked after clearing all hot spring/drink quests. After that, the next award is a great opportunity to test out some new weapons. This being the Wyverian's Artisan Hammer, where you must obtain high rarity level weapons of each type, 3 of each weapon to make a total of 36 high ranking weapons. For this next award, I should have it, but for some reason it's not unlocked, this being the Feline Armor Shop's Helm. In order to obtain this reward, you need many pieces of the Feline Comrade Weapon, Comrade Helmet, and Comrade Armor. I swear I saw online it said 5 of each somewhere, which I definitely have, but nonetheless I don't have the award. Maybe I'll just keep buying high rank armors until I get it. After that are 2 more feline awards, with the first being the Ultimate Catnip, awarded after having a feline comrade learn all these skills. Next to that is Non-Sans Letter, awarded after having 5 feline comrades reach maximum fondness. Lastly are the Beads of the Conqueror and the Supreme Hunter's Crest, with the first being awarded after hunting at least 1 Acantor, Eucanlos, and Elytron, and the Supreme Hunter's Crest being awarded after clearing every single quest within the game. That includes Village, Hot Spring Drink, Guild, and other group training quests at least once. There's also one last award I haven't mentioned yet. Obtaining the first 3 awards, these being the Village Chief's Braid, Hairpin, and Buckle, are all awarded after clearing the village quests up until 6 star. The Chief's Robe is only given by clearing all of these 6 star quests, the Genmoran Urgent, as well as a quest named the Last Supper. This is the only village quest where the monsters possess high rank strength, not only in power, but health as well. Within the arena awaits a monster that can only be fought through the guild outside of this quest. This being the one and only Deviljho. Entering the arena, we must face off against a high rank enraged Deviljho. This Deviljho is pretty meaty, having a decent sized health pool, but he's only the first challenge in this quest. Once and if you defeat the Deviljho, a Tigrex and Nargacuga will spawn in the arena at the same time. While both these monsters will have high rank strength, I do believe they have a little bit less HP than they would on their high rank guild quests. This doesn't change the fact that you'll have to juggle between these 2 monsters while trying to stay alive throughout this quest. And yes, you will actually receive high rank materials for clearing this quest, so it is kind of worth it even if you're already in high rank through the guild. I thought this was a super fun challenge, and honestly I think this quest was a bit harder with how big the health pool was of Devil Joe compared to the Monster Hunter quest found in Unite. And honestly I was surprised because I failed the quest on my first attempt using the light bow gun. Eventually I came back with a hammer build, and I was able to successfully clear this quest, utilizing traps, flash bombs, drugged meat, and of course bonking the monsters on the head. I was able to clear this quest in just under 30 minutes. And yes, while this isn't the hardest quest in the game, it still was a really fun solo challenge, especially if you're used to playing through the guild quests with other party members. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, the second highest selling PSP game, and Capcom's best-selling Monster Hunter title until the release of Monster Hunter World. Without a doubt, a huge success, and would lay the groundwork for many of the new monsters and subspecies we have in the newer generation of Monster Hunter games. Also, the last old world Monster Hunter game in my eyes. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd has a special place in my heart. While I definitely played more Unite and 3U, Portable 3rd always had a certain feel to it the other titles couldn't replicate. Regardless, I still have countless memories playing this game, good and bad, old and new, and for that I am thankful. Thankful for my friends and family I can share them with, thankful for the hardworking developers who made this game, thankful for everyone who showed me this game before I had ever played it, thankful for all the dedicated fans that made in-depth guides as well as charts to aid in my research, and of course, thankful for all of my viewers that enjoy these amazing games as much as I do, and for that I thank you. Without all these people, this video would have never been possible. With Wilds on the horizon, I will most likely be taking a break from these longer videos and switch to making Wilds content, most likely on mods and whatnot. I may also consider getting on a streaming schedule for Wilds if people are interested in that. Regardless, expect some Wilds content in March and the following months. For 3U, I'm unsure how to format that video without just repeating myself for almost all the monsters found in this video, but I may play around with a few ideas. Maybe I'll switch the format up a bit and focus more on the village as well as the G-rank content. And of course, one more time, thank you all for taking your time to watch this video. I hope you all are having a wonderful day, and I'll see you all in the Gathering Hall. Peace out.